Chapter 747. This is a Phantom Star core, the main material needed to refine a top Shizu weapon, the Phantom Ruler. This amount is enough for me to refine an incomplete Phantom Ruler. While walking in the treasury of Graveyard of the Dead, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward and picked up a fist-sized or radiating eerie light, his eyes filled with excitement. Devourers and Phantom Ruler are two of the top Shizu weapons. When evolved to the pinnacle, Devourers can devour any energy and possess frightening defensive power and the ability to split. The Phantom Ruler, a weapon proficient in illusions, can easily confuse intelligent life forms and make them fall into illusions, unable to extricate themselves, and eventually sink. If Yang Feng has a top Phantom Ruler, then he only needs to give an order. The Phantom Ruler can confuse the three Dawn Blazing Angels, make them regard Yang Feng as the Dawn Lord, and make them tell him all the information honestly. Whether it is the Devourers or the Phantom Ruler, their core materials are the most precious treasures. Even with the strength of the Shizu, who crossed countless starfields at the time, it took them about 100 years to gather synthetic materials to refine a complete Phantom Ruler. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Although I can't refine a complete Phantom Ruler, but I can add superior grade soul stones and combine them with the alchemy of the Warlock civilization. With that, I can refine a Phantom Ruler that can evolve continuously. Superior grade soul stones are the most precious strategic materials as well as top materials to refine blazing angels. Yang Feng doesn't have many superior grade soul stones on hand. However, he has 43 blazing angels and a large number of saints and petitioners abandoned by the gods. He can use secret methods to transform those saints and petitioners into soul stones. In fact, once the divine country of a god was breached, then as long as the divine country wasn't pulled into the astral boundary, once the saints and petitioners were captured, they would be refined into soul stones by the warlocks. This was the greatest benefit that the warlocks could obtain from fighting the gods. A soul stone was a commodity that would not depreciate no matter which plane it was placed in. It was a common commodity in countless extraordinary worlds. Many secret treasures and war weapons with unimaginable abilities required soul stones. Yang Feng continued to search for treasures in the Graveyard of the Dead. There were indeed many treasures in the Graveyard of the Dead. But compared to the treasury of a kindred Grand Duke, they were still far from enough. There were very few treasures that could excite him. This is the corpse of a prince rank Abyssal Fiend Lord, worthy of being a warlock of Graveyard of the Dead. It seemed that they were all top-notch tomb raiders. This is probably the most precious treasure of the Graveyard of the Dead. If I'm not wrong, this treasure was sealed here because no one could control it. When Yang Feng reached the deepest part of the Graveyard of the Dead, his eyes suddenly lit up. A 3-meter-tall Abyssal Devil Lord with a single horn on his head and a sinister expression on his face was engraved with evil runes. It was as if he was slumbering in a transparent crystal coffin. The coffin was covered with countless seals and runes, and a terrifying aura of a king-class expert was slowly seeping out of the crystal coffin. The various secret methods recorded in the Graveyard of the Dead could allow the warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead to control all kinds of demonic corpses. However, after being refined by secret methods, the demonic corpses turned into extraordinary existences. Once the Prince rank Abyssal Fiend Lord corpse was activated, with the chaotic nature of Abyssal Fiends, a slightly weaker Infinity Warlock would be killed by the backlash. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. It seems that my luck is pretty good. This corpse is of great benefit to my next plan. The Andrak Plain, inside a palace. Yang Feng fiddled with a storage ring containing the most precious treasure of the Heart of Fury and asked Yen Pengfei flatly, "Yen Pengfei, do you know the origin of the 3 blazing angels?" Yen Pengfei replied respectfully, "Young master, the 3 blazing angels are said to be emissaries sent by the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "The Dawn Lord is a human warlock, not a god. For him to have blazing angels as his subordinates, don't you have any suspicions?" Yen Pengfei smiled bitterly. "Our Heart of Fury is a subject of the Dawn Lord in the 8th Warlock dynasty. The Dawn Imperial token cannot be faked. It is a genuine Dawn Imperial token. We have a special secret method that allowed us to perceive a trace of the Dawn Lord's aura in the Dawn Imperial token. Moreover, the aura hasn't been around for a long time. How can we disobey his orders? The Zhangji Plains' 8 warlock emperors have suppressed countless planes with their might. In the countless planes, Moonlight warlock rank powerhouses and above are basically aware of the prestige of the 8 warlock emperors. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead are second only to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families in terms of strength. But compared to the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, they are ants that can be crushed at will. Only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are qualified to talk to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. For Warlock Emperors, existences below the Holy Spirit Warlock rank are ants. Yang Feng asked, "What do they want you to do when they find you?" Yan Pengfei smiled bitterly and took a deep look at Yang Feng. Resources, they want us to hand over more than half of our resources to them every year. At the same time, under their protection, we can expand outwards and annex other warlock groups. By now, Yan Pengfei already knows that Yang Feng, the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, is also a peerless genius of the Battle Demon sect. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead are eyeing the Battle Demon sect covetously, while Yang Feng is also eyeing them covetously. But in the end, they became Yang Feng's prey instead. Yang Feng continued to ask, "What else?" Yan Pengfei pondered for a while before saying, "The angels form a faction of their own. They don't have much contact with us, so we don't have much information. However, every time they appear, they are led by 3 Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. There have already been 12 Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels." Yang Feng couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. 12 Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. The Blazing Angels who wield the power of dawn are undoubtedly one of the strongest Blazing Angels. They have virtually no restraints. If you want to get rid of the Blazing Angels who wield the power of dawn, you must crush them with absolute power. Although there are strong and weak Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels, but even the weakest Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels are equivalent to junior Infinity Warlock Supreme Geniuses who formed a virtual world. If the 12 Blazing Angels were to attack Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, they would be able to steamroll everything in their path and wipe them out. With absolute power coupled with the Dawn Imperial token, Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have no choice but to submit. Yang Feng continued to ask, "What else?" Yan Pengfei shook his head slightly, "Nothing else." Yang Feng asked a few more questions, but didn't get any information from Yan Pengfei. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. "The 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord? If it's really him, then I'm in trouble. Don't tell me I have to change my identity and go into hiding again." Each of the 8 Warlock Emperors is a peerless and invincible existence with extraordinary talent. Even the weaker Dawn Lord is a peerless supreme genius who has suppressed countless supreme geniuses of the Zhangji Plain, a mighty and invincible Warlock Emperor. If he is alive, then even if he is at his weakest, as long as he locates the position of Yang Feng's true body, he can cross 10,000 kilometers and kill Yang Feng with a finger. The 7th floor of the Endless Abyss. A black sun is suspended strangely in the void, the earth is dry and cracked, there are all kinds of strange-shaped abyssal plants growing, and the air is filled with corrosive abyssal demonic qi. If an ordinary person breathes a trace of abyssal demonic qi, they will fall seriously ill, or even be poisoned to death. There doesn't seem to be any life form on the earth. But if you look carefully, you can see abyssal demonic creatures exuding cruel and violent auras hiding in the corners. Every once in a while, there will be a fight in a certain corner of the earth, and the loser will be devoured cleanly together with their bones. A pitch-black abyssal river formed from the negative force of various planes, exuding a foul stench, is flowing quietly. Every once in a while, the abyssal river will suddenly set off a black wave and roll towards the shore. Every time it rolls, there will be hundreds and thousands of abyssal insects about 20 centimeters long, pitch black, with twisted faces on their backs and chrysanthemum petal-like sharp mouthparts on their heads. As soon as the abyssal insects appeared, they fought and devoured each other. Many abyssal imps with baby-like faces but beast-like sharp teeth rushed over happily, grabbed the fat abyssal insects, and stuffed them into their mouths. Is this the abyss? What a cruel place. Yang Feng, whose soul is parasitizing an abyssal insect, just glanced around, then opened his sharp mouthparts, bit the abyssal insect next to him, chewed, and devoured it. When he devoured the abyssal insect, Yang Feng felt his body swell and gain a trace of power. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng arched his body, shot to the side of another abyssal insect, bit off its head, and devoured it in big mouthfuls. After devouring more than 30 abyssal insects in a row, Yang Feng's body swelled to 30 centimeters in size. At the same time, he was brimming with power. Chapter 748. Suddenly, the scarlet eyes of an abyssal imp shimmered fiercely, and it licked its lips and strode towards Yang Feng. Fat and full of power, abyssal insects like Yang Feng are the favorite food of abyssal imps. As long as abyssal imps devour enough abyssal insects, they can stimulate the abyssal force inside them and evolve into different abyssal demonic creatures. Abyssal insects and abyssal imps formed from the negative force of countless planes are the foundation of the endless abyss. A sense of death welled up in Yang Feng's heart. He manipulated his insect body to arch slightly, and then, with all his strength, shot out like an arrow, opened its chrysanthemum-like sharp proboscis, jumped onto the face of the devil imp, and bit down. The sharp teeth of the abyssal insect pierced deeply into the abyssal imp's face, and drops of blood trickled down the abyssal imp's face. With a painful expression on its face, the abyssal imp grabbed Yang Feng's fat body and squeezed hard. A sharp pain was transmitted from Yang Feng's body, as if his body was about to explode. At this critical moment, Yang Feng operated a strange power conduction secret method recorded by human warlocks. His body squirmed strangely, and he consumed the last trace of abyssal force inside him. The sharp proboscis erupted with tremendous power and bit through the abyssal imp's face. A large amount of black blood flowed out of the abyssal imp's face. It fell to the ground in pain and struggled for a while before losing all its strength and dying. Enduring the sharp pain, Yang Feng devoured the abyssal imp's corpse one mouthful at a time. For the surrounding abyssal insects, the abyssal imp's corpse is a great tonic. One after another, abyssal insects squirmed over. While devouring the abyssal imp's corpse, Yang Feng also devoured the abyssal insects that approached him. 4 hours later, his body grew to about 1 meter in size. When Yang Feng's body grew to 1 meter in size, he felt powerful abyssal force pour out of his body and combine with his soul. While twitching, a hand suddenly extended from the abyssal insect Yang Feng has transformed into. Covered in mucus, the hand tore at the abyssal insect, and an abyssal imp crawled out of the abyssal insect. Yang Feng sensed the changes in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I finally have a human-like body. Now I can practice secret methods to enhance my strength. In the form of an abyssal insect, even though Yang Feng has mastered countless top-secret methods, but there are very few secret methods that he can practice. Compared to other abyssal insects, it's just easier for him to control his body. Now that he has evolved into an abyssal imp, Yang Feng can practice various abyssal secret methods developed by warlocks. The endless abyss was once quelled by the 8 warlock emperors. Every time a warlock emperor ascended to the throne, they would go on a punitive expedition to the endless abyss and wipe out the top powerhouses of the endless abyss. That was because the endless abyss was connected to countless planes, and it was almost an amalgamation of this universe's negative energy. According to the classification of human warlocks, the endless abyss was a grade 1 plane that could give birth to warlock emperor rank existences. According to historical records, the 8 warlock emperors once slayed 4 extremely evil warlock emperor rank demonic creatures in the endless abyss. Although many strange demonic creatures are born in the endless abyss every day, but some of the most powerful and commonly seen demonic creatures have already been thoroughly studied by human warlocks, and all kinds of incredible and powerful secret methods have been developed. In the Tsangji plain, there were many fiend warlocks, succubus warlocks, abyssal demonic dragon warlocks, and other warlocks with abyssal demonic creature bloodline. Of course, if those warlocks couldn't control the chaos and bloodthirsty instincts of abyssal fiends, they would be eradicated by other human warlocks. In the endless abyss, demonic creatures have a much easier time leveling up than human warlocks. As long as they keep killing and eating, they can get the favor of the will of the abyss and become stronger. Yang Feng grabbed 2 abyssal insects, twisted their heads, stuffed them into his mouth, and operated the Devour secret method and devoured them cleanly. In the abyss, the Devour secret method suits me better. Yang Feng grabbed abyssal insects and stuffed them into his mouth, operated the Devour secret method, and devoured them one by one. Yang Feng guided the traces of abyssal force into his claws. The claws on his hands gradually transformed, becoming longer and sharper. During the process of devouring abyssal insects, Yang Feng guided abyssal force to transform his claws and legs, making his claws sharper and his legs more powerful. In just an hour, Yang Feng's physical constitution skyrocketed by 50%, and his claws grew to 10 centimeters long, looking like sharp blades. With a casual swing, he could easily cut off the head of an abyssal insect. I can go hunt abyssal imps now. Yang Feng looked at his claws with a look of satisfaction, then turned around and strode towards an abyssal imp. When the abyssal imp saw Yang Feng, it suddenly opened its mouth, revealed beast-like teeth, raised its hands, and ejected 3-centimeter-long claws. The claws and teeth of abyssal imps are their means of attack as well as intimidate their enemies. Generally speaking, abyssal imps don't fight at will. After all, they don't have the confidence to win. If both sides are injured, they may even become food for abyssal insects. Devouring abyssal insects with weak combat strength is the most reliable way for abyssal imps to evolve. Without flinching, Yang Feng walked towards the abyssal imp step by step like a cheetah on the hunt. The eyes of the abyssal imp shimmered fiercely, and it suddenly pounced at Yang Feng and sent a claw at his eyes. Yang Feng stepped sideways, stabbed the abyssal imp in the heart with his right claw, and dug out its heart. The eyes of the abyssal imp dimmed, and it turned into a corpse. Yang Feng grabbed the corpse of the abyssal imp, opened his mouth, operated the Devour secret method, and devoured the abyssal imp. After killing the abyssal imp, Yang Feng walked along the abyssal river, killed and devoured the abyssal insects and abyssal imps he saw, and continued to improve his strength. After devouring more than 60 abyssal imps and more than 300 abyssal insects, Yang Feng trembled, and formidable abyssal force pervaded and condensed inside him. From the warlock records, Yang Feng learned that now is the time for him to choose the direction of his evolution. Most abyssal imps will evolve according to their instincts at this stage, and then evolve into all kinds of strange abyssal demonic creatures. What kind of demonic creature they can evolve into depends entirely on luck. However, human warlocks have already done profound research on this. Yang Feng's body trembled slightly, and he guided the formidable abyssal force to transform into a horned. Yang Feng's body suddenly grew inch by inch, and he became a 1.3 meters tall horned youngling with a small horn on his head and sturdy muscles all over his body. Yang Feng clenched his fists, sensed the formidable power flowing inside him, and sighed, "Youngling horned, I should now possess level 1 apprentice warlock rank battle prowess." In the endless abyss, as long as one doesn't die, one's strength will progress astonishingly fast. No wonder abyssal fiends seem to be inexhaustible like locusts, and even warlock emperors can't do anything about them. Yang Feng didn't use any resources when he came to the endless abyss. It only took him a day to kill his way here, but he already possessed level 1 apprentice warlock rank battle prowess. For many ordinary people, this kind of progress is simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng looked at the gradually dimming black sun with a dignified look in his eyes. The icy night is coming. I have to find a cave to hide in. I'm no longer an abyssal insect, so I can't resist the erosion of the icy night. The icy night was the night of the endless abyss. During the day, the black sun would emit strange rays of light, giving the endless abyss traces of gray light. But at night, there was no light at all. During the day, the temperature on the ground would still be more than 60 degrees Celsius, but at night, it would drop to below -40 degrees Celsius. In the endless abyss, during the day, the temperature difference between hot and cold was 100 degrees Celsius. Abyssal demonic creatures with weak bodies could easily freeze to death. Only abyssal insects, with their strange body structure, wouldn't freeze to death even at -40 degrees Celsius. Yang Feng looked around, and his eyes lit up. He saw a huge cave in the distance, which was the nest of an abyssal giant worm. In the vicinity of the abyssal river, many abyssal insects, unable to evolve into abyssal imps, would instead evolve into various abyssal insect-type demonic creatures. The abyssal giant worm was a kind of abyssal insect-type demonic creature that abyssal insects evolved into. Abyssal giant worms liked to burrow. They moved slowly and were huge, and their food was the abyssal insects that covered the abyssal river. After many low-level abyssal demonic creatures evolved into abyssal giant worms, the caves of abyssal giant worms were most commonly used to hide from the temperature difference between day and night. Yang Feng cautiously looked around. After confirming that there was no ambush, he strode towards the abyssal giant worm's cave. Yang Feng had just approached the entrance of the abyssal giant worm's cave, when a black figure rushed out of the cave and stabbed at Yang Feng with a sharp, spear-like abyssal ironwood in his hand. Chapter 749. A Succubus Youngling. Yang Feng was just about to stab the assassin in the heart, but when he saw the other party's face, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he grabbed the abyssal ironwood spear. Then, he grabbed the other party by the neck with his right hand and raised it high. As if a god overlooking mortals, he threatened frigidly, "Submit to me, or die. If you submit to me, then use your tail to tap your head twice." The succubus youngling, who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old, had long blonde hair, was naked, and exuded a seductive charm. She firmly grasped Yang Feng's hand with both hands, struggled, and slapped her head twice with her tail. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he nodded in satisfaction and loosened his grip, and the succubus youngling fell to the ground and coughed heavily. Yang Feng looked at the succubus youngling and raised the corners of his mouth. "It seems that my luck is pretty good. To be able to encounter a succubus youngling here." Succubi were the most beautiful demons in the endless abyss. They were also the property that abyssal fiend lords liked to hoard the most. Many abyssal fiend lords like to use succubi as currency in exchange for various resources. Only in the 777th floor of the Endless Abyss, where the succubus empress controlled succubi, could succubi have a bit of dignity. At other times, they were playthings attached to various powerhouses. Holding the abyssal ironwood spear, Yang Feng looked at the succubus slowly and said solemnly, "From today on, you are my property, and I am your master, understand?" The succubus slowly got up from the ground, looked at Yang Feng fearfully, and said in a childish voice, "Yes, master." The succubus Loli has just evolved from an abyssal imp, but she has instinctively learned to obey the strong. Yang Feng, a horned, was far superior to the succubus Loli in terms of fighting strength. Yang Feng asked, "What's your name?" "I don't have a name." "Then your name is Chloris, understand?" The succubus Loli said timidly, "Yes, I understand." "Master, my name is Chloris." "Master, what's your name?" Yang Feng casually fabricated a name, "My name is Warren." "Master Warren." "Eat." Yang Feng tossed a headless abyssal insect in front of the succubus Loli. The beautiful succubus Loli Chloris grabbed the abyssal insect and ate it in big mouthfuls. The succubus tail was wagging. Suddenly, rustling sounds of footsteps came from outside. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he strode outside with the abyssal ironwood spear in hand. A total of 8 abyssal imps appeared outside. When the 8 abyssal imps saw Yang Feng, they immediately fled in different directions. With the abyssal ironwood spear in hand, Yang Feng suddenly burst out, caught up with an abyssal imp in a few steps, stabbed it to death, and then caught up with another abyssal imp. After stabbing it to death, he dragged the corpses of the two abyssal imps into the cave. When Chloris saw the two abyssal imp corpses, her eyes lit up at once, and she stared at the two abyssal imp corpses. Once an abyssal imp evolves into a succubus youngling, the strength of the succubus youngling is only slightly better than that of an abyssal imp. Most of the succubus youngling, who feed on abyssal insects, wander near the abyssal river. Only by eating abyssal insects until they reach level 1 warlock rank strength will the succubus youngling have the strength to crush low-level demonic creatures. Before that, they won't dare to fight an abyssal imp to the death. Yang Feng tossed an abyssal imp corpse in front of Chloris. "Eat it." The succubus lowly cheered, pounced on the abyssal imp corpse, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Adult succubi feed on the essence or other extraordinary power of males. But before they reach adulthood, they feed on other powerful demonic creatures like other abyssal demonic creatures. If Yang Feng was somewhere outside the endless abyss, there would naturally be other food for Chloris to eat. But in the endless abyss, he has no resources. As such, he can only give the abyssal imp corpse to the succubus lowly as food. As night fell, the temperature of the abyss suddenly dropped to 0 degrees Celsius, and then continued to drop. At the entrance of the cave, there are more than 100 abyssal imp corpses piled up, tightly blocking the entrance. Even so, the inside of the cave is still bitterly cold. As a succubus youngling, Chloris is much more resistant to the cold than ordinary humans. Yet, she still shivers from the cold. She glanced at Yang Feng hesitantly, and then crawled into Yang Feng's arms like a kitten. Traces of warmth passed from Yang Feng to Chloris, and then from her to Yang Feng. Yang Feng curled up into a ball and hugged Chloris tightly, feeling the trace of warmth in the cold and feeling the biting cold. The environment of the endless abyss is really harsh. No wonder so few people split their soul and enter the endless abyss. If Yang Feng hadn't hidden in the cave of the giant worm, then with his strength as a horned youngling, he would have frozen to death in the wilderness, and then become food for other abyssal demonic creatures. There are countless geniuses among human warlocks. Some people once split a part of their soul and turned it into an abyssal insect, wanting to promote to an abyssal lord step by step. Only by promoting to an abyssal lord in this way can they obtain the favor of the abyssal origin will and tremendous support of abyssal origin force. Moreover, by promoting to an abyssal lord step by step, they can keep a bit of their soul from being eroded by abyssal origin force. However, most human warlocks have failed. Over the years, only dozens of human warlocks have successfully become abyssal lords. However, in the cruel struggle, there are still less than 3 abyssal lords transformed from human warlocks. Abyssal demonic creatures are clearly very adaptable to all kinds of harsh environments. In the first half of the night, Yang Feng felt the biting cold around him, with only a bit of warmth in his arms. But in the second half of the night, he slowly adapted to the biting cold environment, and no longer felt uncomfortable. Early the next morning, a ray of gray light descended from the sky, passed through the hole formed by the piles of abyssal imp corpses, and entered the cave. Yang Feng operated the Devour secret method and grabbed the abyssal imp corpses. A black whirlpool flashed past, and the abyssal imp corpses were sucked into ashes. Yang Feng showed a look of satisfaction. This method is much better than before. Yang Feng threw an abyssal imp corpse in front of Chloris. "Chloris, stay here and hide. I'm going out to hunt." Chloris replied in a childish voice, "Yes, master." Succubi don't have strong battle prowess, but their intelligence is much higher than that of other abyssal fiends. If the ghost-type and beast-type abyssal demonic creatures can't understand Yang Feng's words, they will only have the desire to kill and eat in their minds. Yang Feng clenched the abyssal ironwood spear in his hand, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Hunting abyssal imps is no longer enough for me to evolve quickly. Now that I have this abyssal ironwood spear, I can go hunt stronger demonic creatures. At this time, there are already many abyssal imps eating around the abyssal river. At the same time, there are also all kinds of demonic creatures that have evolved from abyssal imps. Yang Feng's horned is one of these demonic creatures. The demonic creatures that have evolved from abyssal imps are hunting abyssal imps around the abyssal river, and they are also fighting with each other. There are all kinds of demonic creatures near the abyssal river. Only when the demonic creatures evolve to level 1 warlock rank can they be considered to have promoted to junior abyssal fiends. At that time, junior abyssal fiends will leave the abyssal river. No matter how many junior abyssal fiends they devour, they won't evolve. Yang Feng scanned the surroundings, and his gaze locked on a level 3 apprentice warlock rank 3-eyed abyssal wolf with 3 eyes, and he strode towards the 3-eyed abyssal wolf. When the 3-eyed abyssal wolf saw Yang Feng approaching, its eyes flashed fiercely, and the vertical eye on its forehead flickered, and a gray petrification ray shot towards Yang Feng. The 3-eyed abyssal wolf has just moved, when Yang Feng blocked with his left hand. The gray petrification ray hit his left hand and covered it in a layer of gray stone. He waved his right hand, and the abyssal ironwood spear turned into a shooting star, stabbed into the head of the 3-eyed abyssal wolf, and ran the devour secret method. After insta-killing the 3-eyed abyssal wolf, Yang Feng stepped forward, operated the devour secret method, and devoured the 3-eyed abyssal wolf completely. After devouring the 3-eyed abyssal wolf, Yang Feng's body swelled to about 1.5 meters tall, and his strength increased by a large margin. The petrified part of Yang Feng's left hand began to recover inch by inch. Horned are a race with very strong resistance to all kinds of things. The 3-eyed abyssal wolf's petrification ray couldn't petrify his arm. Abyssal demonic creatures have an extremely high resistance to curses and abyssal spells. Although the petrification spell had a certain impact on Yang Feng, but it couldn't really cause him irreparable harm. By killing monsters of a higher rank, my strength really improves quickly. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he pulled out the abyssal ironwood spear and rushed towards the next level 3 apprentice warlock rank freak. Chapter 750. The horn that Yang Feng chose to evolve was a human-type abyssal fiend powerhouse. It was born with formidable magic resistance and tremendous power. It was a ferocious race among human-type abyssal fiends. Coupled with the various secret methods Yang Feng mastered, its fighting strength was even more ferocious. In the vicinity of the abyssal river, Yang Feng's incarnation of a ferocious humanoid fiend wantonly slaughtered the abyssal demonic creatures gathered near the abyssal river. Once the demonic creatures were killed, they were devoured by Yang Feng's devour secret method and turned into power inside him. The frenzied slaughter lasted all morning. Yang Feng walked along the abyssal river. Wherever he passed, advanced demonic creatures were killed and devoured. Amid the frenzied slaughter, wisps of chaotic abyssal origin force entered Yang Feng's body, making him more powerful. Yang Feng stabbed a boar-headed fiend with a pig's head and lion's fangs with his spear. After devouring the boar-headed fiend, he felt the power inside him surge. Based on the warlock records, he understood that he had reached the edge of evolution. No, I can't evolve like this. I have to accumulate more power, so that I can transform into a gold horn the moment I evolve into an adult. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he operated the gold horn's secret method and channeled the power inside him to the horn on his head, dyeing the horn on his head with a touch of gold. Gold-horned were emperors among horned. Among human-type abyssal fiends, their evolutionary potential was the strongest. Only they could contend against ghost-type and beast-type abyssal fiends of the same race. Yang Feng could also promote to an abyssal lord as a horned. However, in a battle of the same rank, horned abyssal lords were much weaker than ghost-type and beast-type abyssal lords. After the horn was dyed with a layer of gold, although Yang Feng didn't transform into an adult horned, but his strength increased by a fraction, reaching the pinnacle level 3 apprentice warlock realm. Killing those demonic creatures became even easier. Unfortunately, the accumulation of gold horned is too much. I'm still a little short of evolving into a gold horned. Before the icy night descended, Yang Feng dragged the corpse of a boar and strode towards the cave where Chloris was. She didn't escape. As soon as Yang Feng returned to the cave, he scanned it with his tremendous spirit force and sensed Chloris hiding in a pit. The corners of his mouth rose at once. Succubi were abyssal fiends proficient in charm spells. Moreover, they were very smart and liked to attach themselves to the strong. The succubus lowly Chloris clearly understood that it would be difficult for her to survive in this cruel abyss alone, which was why she didn't choose to escape. Only human-type demonic creatures would have a favorable impression of succubi lowly like Chloris before they evolve into abyssal fiends and be willing to shelter them. When other monsters encountered succubus lowly, they would directly eat them and turn them into their own nutrients. In the endless abyss, succubus lowly Yang Feng, succubi lowly, and that was demons would not be. Yang Feng said solemnly, "I'm back." When Chloris heard Yang Feng's voice, she crawled out of the pit. Although she was covered in dust, but she still had a charming and lovely face. Like a kitten, she jumped out, bounced to in front of Yang Feng, wagged her tail, and said in a childish voice, "Welcome back, master." Yang Feng looked at Chloris with some surprise. What a high IQ. Even without a teacher, you can act cute and ingratiate yourself. No wonder so many abyssal lords like you. The succubus lowly Chloris didn't learn any knowledge, yet she even learned the word, welcome, without a teacher. Clearly, it was an inheritance engraved in her bloodline and soul. Haha, interesting, a young horned and a young succubus. I'm really lucky this time. To be able to find 2 young ones, I'm going to be rich. A ferocious voice came from outside as a low-level abyssal demon walked over. It had 2 large eyes and a pair of demonic wings on its back. It was about 1.7 meters tall and gave off a terrifying aura. When Chloris saw the junior abyssal fiend, her complexion suddenly changed, and she hid behind Yang Feng, shivering all over as she looked at the junior abyssal fiend. By instinct, she could feel that the junior abyssal fiend was much stronger than Yang Feng's horned. Junior abyssal fiends were existences that received an infusion of abyssal origin force and underwent a transformation. Junior abyssal fiends were comparable to level 1 warlocks in terms of strength. Junior abyssal fiends were called fiends, while other existences were called inferior demonic creatures. The junior abyssal fiend glanced at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with jealousy. He walked over and threatened coldly, "Lowly demonic creature, kneel down, lick my toes, drink my urine, and be my dog, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll eat you alive." The junior abyssal fiend was just an ordinary hybrid fiend, and didn't belong to any category. Compared to horned, it was much weaker. A horned of the same rank could kill 3 of these hybrid fiends. This was why it was so jealous of Yang Feng and wanted to wantonly humiliate him. In the endless abyss, chaos, massacre, perversion, and madness were the main characteristics of the endless abyss. In the endless abyss, if you didn't separate a wisp of your soul and incarnate into an abyssal life form, then even a supreme god would be completely eroded after staying in the endless abyss for a long time. Eventually, their mind would become chaotic, and they would degenerate into an abyssal lord. Then go to hell. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he suddenly rushed towards the junior abyssal fiend. Idiot! I'm an abyssal fiend. A lowly demonic creature like you dares to offend me, go to hell. The junior abyssal fiend smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a 10-centimeter long fiend claw ejected from it and dug towards Yang Feng's heart. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed, and his left hand turned gold. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the abyssal fiend's claw aside, and a fiend claw ejected from his right hand, stabbed the junior abyssal fiend in the heart, and dug out its heart. A look of horror on his face, blood trickled down from the corners of the junior abyssal fiend's mouth, and he cried out in despair, This, how is this possible? Become my nourishment. A devour force spread from Yang Feng's hand, enveloped the junior abyssal fiend, and devoured it. A formidable force pervaded Yang Feng's body, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force poured into him from the endless void. The gold horn suddenly blossomed with resplendent light, and a formidable force entered Yang Feng's body, baptized his life essence once more, and evolved into a higher being. The aura unique to junior abyssal fiends diffused from Yang Feng's body. Feeling the power inside him, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. I've finally evolved into a junior abyssal fiend. Now, I can use level 1 spells. The Golden Horned was a royal existence among the abyssal fiends. Not only was their physical strength extremely formidable, but they also had all kinds of powerful magic resistance. At the same time, they also had excellent magic talent and could learn all kinds of spells. Moreover, they could awaken golden spells from their bloodline. Yang Feng sensed the changes inside him. After evolving into an abyssal fiend, I awakened the level 1 spell gold power, level 1 spell gold arrow, level 1 spell gold curse, and level 1 spell gold shield. To possess 4 innate spells in one evolution, I'm really far ahead of human warlocks. Before advancing to the Moonlight Warlock realm, human warlocks had to condense spell models to be able to cast spells. For trigger-type innate spells, one could obtain an instantaneous innate spell at every evolution level. Abyssal life forms like Goldhorn possessed 4 innate spells upon awakening, and could cultivate spells like humans. Compared to them, the talent of human warlocks wasn't on the same level. Chloris looked at Yang Feng with a look of adoration, her small mind full of shock. Amazing, Master is really strong. Yang Feng threw a bag made of demonic beast skin, recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and suddenly unleashed the level 0 spell Flame Spark. A flame fell on the bag and set it ablaze. Yang Feng threw out a crude kitchen knife made from a demonic beast claw, pointed at the abyssal boar fiend beside him, and said, "Go roast the meat." The abyssal boar fiend was the most delicious demonic beast Yang Feng had encountered so far, and it was even more delicious when roasted. However, in the abyss, the theme was slaughter and bloodthirst. Only by eating abyssal boar fiends raw or killing them could one gain more power. Therefore, most abyssal demonic beasts ate their enemies raw. Yes. Master. Without a teacher, Chloris took the crude kitchen knife made from a demonic beast claw and began to cook the abyssal boar fiend. When Yang Feng walked out of the cave, he found 6 junior abyssal fiends heading his way. The 6 junior abyssal fiends were mixed-breed abyssal fiends. When they saw Yang Feng concealing his aura, their eyes lit up, and they pounced at him. Idiot! Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he blurred into motion and pounced at the 6 junior abyssal fiends. Chapter 751. Yang Feng's heart stirred. The gold horn on his head radiated gold light, and he instantly unleashed the level 1 spell Gold Force, which enveloped him. With the blessing of Gold Force, Yang Feng's physique more than doubled. His figure fluttered, and he appeared next to a junior abyssal fiend. His right hand turned into an afterimage, stabbed the junior abyssal fiend in the chest, and dug out its heart. After insta-killing the junior abyssal fiend, like a cheetah, Yang Feng pounced on the remaining junior abyssal fiends and dug out their hearts with one move each. When a junior abyssal fiend saw Yang Feng appear in front of him, he was scared out of his wits and screamed mournfully, "I am someone sent by Sir Paimon to recruit troops. If you kill me, Sir Paimon won't let you off." Yang Feng frowned and asked solemnly, "Recruit troops? Is Sir Paimon a great fiend?" If great fiends wanted to recruit subordinates, they would send people to the abyssal river to capture them. Once a junior abyssal fiend was born, they would be captured by the great fiends and turned into their subordinates. The junior abyssal fiend threatened with a malevolent expression, "That's right, Sir Paimon is a great fiend. He is the #1 expert under the command of the mighty abyssal Lord Baron Merton. Let me go, or Sir Paimon will definitely kill you." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered, and he revealed an excited smile, "Recruit troops. Interesting, there should be an advanced abyssal fiend leading you. What's his name, what race, and what abilities are he proficient in? Speak, or I'll kill you." Yang Feng's gold-horned avatar had great potential, but the resources needed for evolution were also tremendous. Devouring an advanced abyssal fiend was enough for him to advance to an intermediate abyssal fiend. The junior abyssal fiend said with a look of horror on his face, "Our leader is called Kukurina, a bony fiend proficient in bone spells." Abyssal fiends were the most shameless creatures. Except for a small number of abyssal fiends, the rest didn't know what loyalty was. Betrayal, killing, and deceiving each other were the essence of abyssal fiends. Yang Feng said coldly, "How many subordinates does it have? Are there any mid-level abyssal demons?" The low-ranked abyssal fiend said, "Lord Kukurina brought 100 of our subordinates here to recruit subordinates. According to past practice, he should have 5 subordinates by his side, and 2 of them should be mid-level abyssal demons." Yang Feng glanced at the junior abyssal fiend and said coldly, "You speak quite clearly. Not bad, I admire you. How about you be my subordinate?" The low-level abyssal fiend knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, master." Yang Feng glanced at the junior abyssal fiend and smiled faintly. He understood that this junior abyssal fiend is completely unreliable. Whoever is stronger will attach themselves to them. But now that Yang Feng has no manpower, he can only use this junior abyssal fiend. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take me to Kukurina, tell him that I have a succubus youngling to offer it." The low-ranking abyssal demon rolled its eyes and reminded, "Master, are you going to see Lord Kukurina? It's an advanced abyssal fiend." Yang Feng gave the junior abyssal fiend a meaningful look and said faintly, "Many bony fiends are just my food." The junior abyssal fiend glanced at the gold horn on Yang Feng's head and flattered, "Master, you are invincible. All of your enemies are ants. They are no match for you, master." Gold Horned is a terrifying abyssal demon that can be mentioned in the same breath as abyssal demonic dragons, abyssal devils, and backed fiends. Because of this, the junior abyssal fiend doesn't dare to oppose Yang Feng openly. 30 kilometers west of the abyssal river, there are 6 abyssal fiends sitting in a spacious cave. The leader was a high-level abyssal. His entire body was covered in a thick layer of bone armor, and incomparably sharp spikes grew out of his joints. His face was hideous and fierce, as if he were a cross between a human and a horse. He stood 2 meters tall. This advanced abyssal fiend is the bony race's Kukurina. When the junior abyssal fiend brought Yang Feng's group of 2 to the cave, he shouted, "Sir Kukurina, I am Munch. I found a gold-horned and a succubus youngling near the abyssal river." A succubus youngling? When Kukurina heard this, his eyes lit up, and his gaze fell on Chloris next to Yang Feng, and his eyes revealed a lascivious glint. Abyssal fiends are freaks born from the negative forces of various planes. They are full of bloodlust, massacre, envy, gluttony, lust, and other desires. Although Kukurina's bony race doesn't look like humans, but he can still appreciate the beauty and charm of a succubus. The eyes of the other 5 abyssal fiends also focused on Chloris, their gazes full of greed and lust. Kukurina licked his lips with his lizard-like tongue and said excitedly, "I'll play with this succubus youngling for 3 days. After 3 days, I'll let you play with her. Don't kill her, or I'll eat you." "Good. That's great." The few abyssal fiends beside Kukurina issued roars of excitement. In the endless abyss, most abyssal fiends are male. Female abyssal fiends are rare, and abyssal fiends are supported by the abyssal river. Many abyssal fiends have no choice but to copulate with other female abyssal demonic creatures, giving birth to all kinds of strange demonic creatures. Most of the female abyssal fiends are very beautiful, but succubi are among the most beautiful female abyssal fiends. Chloris shrunk back in fear, yet she unconsciously exuded traces of charm, making her look even more beautiful and alluring. This made the eyes of the abyssal fiends gradually turn bloodshot. "Wait a minute, she's my possession." The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed, and the level 1 spell gold force blessed him, and he strode towards Kukurina with an unruly expression on his face. "Your possession? Fool, a trifling junior abyssal fiend dares to provoke me. Then go to hell." Kukurina's eyes shimmered fiercely, and it raised its right hand, which fired 5 sharp bone spurs barreling towards Yang Feng like artillery shells. Yang Feng suddenly erupted, his left hand flashed with light and a palm-sized gold shield suddenly appeared. He leaned slightly to the side and the two bone spurs were immediately deflected by the gold shield. He appeared in front of Kukurina, pierced Kukurina's heart with a meteor-like claw, operated the Devour secret method and absorbed Kukurina's power. Munch was dumbfounded when he saw this. He couldn't believe his eyes. So strong. How can he be so strong? Gold-horned is indeed a terrifying existence on the same level as dragon-type and ghost-type existences. Kill him. An intermediate abyssal fiend was taken aback, then his eyes shimmered fiercely, and he rushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a gold arrow suddenly shot out, instantly ran through the intermediate abyssal fiend, and nailed him to the ground. The other intermediate abyssal fiend turned and fled into the distance. It had just taken a step, when a gold arrow ran through its heart. Spare me. Sir, spare me. Don't kill me. Sir, spare me. The complexion of the other three junior abyssal fiends suddenly changed greatly, and they knelt on the ground and begged Yang Feng. Abyssal fiends were the most unprincipled beings, only obeying the strong. Yang Feng said lightly, Munch, from now on, you are the captain of the three of them. Munch responded even more respectfully, yes. Master. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Yang Feng devoured Kukurina, and he evolved to the intermediate abyssal fiend realm. Yang Feng swept the two intermediate abyssal fiend corpses with his gaze and said lightly, Chloris, eat those two. Chloris stared at the two intermediate abyssal fiend corpses with excitement in her eyes. Yes, master. As an abyssal demonic creature that has yet to fully mature, Chloris can evolve into a mature succubus after devouring the two intermediate abyssal fiend corpses. These are abyssal soul coins, the common currency of the endless abyss. From the waist of the advanced abyssal fiend, Yang Feng found a pouch made of fiend's skin containing more than 30 white and 2 gray abyssal soul coins. Abyssal soul coins are the common currency of the endless abyss. After the soul of an ordinary person is cut and decomposed by an abyssal lord, you can get a silver abyssal soul coin. 1,000 white abyssal soul coins can be exchanged for a gray abyssal soul coin, 1,000 gray abyssal soul coins can be exchanged for a silver abyssal soul coin, 1,000 silver abyssal soul coins can be exchanged for a gold abyssal soul coin, and 1,000 gold abyssal soul coins can be exchanged for a low-grade soul stone. When advanced abyssal fiends promote to great fiends and great fiends promote to abyssal lords, they need to absorb the power of abyssal soul coins. Apart from this, only by entering the bloody battlefields connected to the 9 devil planes, engaging in bloody battles, devouring the souls and power of the enemies, or by winning countless battles, obtaining the favor of Abyss, and accepting the baptism of abyssal origin force can you promote. The remaining junior abyssal fiends who went to capture their subordinates returned quickly. After Yang Feng killed a few junior abyssal fiends, the remaining junior abyssal fiends chose to surrender and become Yang Feng's subordinates. Chapter 752. The endless abyss was full of dangers, with demonic creatures and abyssal fiends fighting everywhere. In the endless abyss, killing was the main theme. However, in the endless abyss, abyssal lords above the abyssal baron rank would build a city and develop it into their own force. In their respective cities, abyssal lords were equivalent to emperors in the secular world, controlling the fate of all life forms in the city. In addition to abyssal lord cities, there were also some abyssal fiend gathering places of various sizes in the endless abyss. The gathering places of abyssal fiends were the territories established by advanced abyssal fiends who subdued junior abyssal fiends. The gathering place of the advanced abyssal fiends was also constantly fighting each other, constantly evolving in the midst of the crazy fighting, and finally evolving into great fiends. The strongest of the newly born greater demons would establish a city of their own and continue their slaughter. They would also respond to the summons of other dimensions and use all sorts of methods to obtain the favor of the Chaos Abyss, transforming into an abyssal demon baron, or even becoming an abyssal demon lord. This was the promotion path for abyssal fiends. However, it was relatively easy for junior demonic creatures to evolve into junior abyssal fiends. As long as they continued to kill and devour other demonic creatures, they could evolve all the way to a junior abyssal fiend. However, it was very difficult for junior abyssal fiends to evolve into great fiends. Among 100,000 junior abyssal fiends, there might not be a great fiend. Only by fighting on the bloody battlefields of the Endless Abyss and the Infernal Plane could junior abyssal fiends quickly promote to great fiends, or even abyssal lords. On a hillside of a small abyssal fiend gathering place, Yang Feng overlooked the small abyssal fiend gathering place. Behind him followed more than 200 junior abyssal fiends of all shapes and sizes. These junior abyssal fiends were the subordinates Yang Feng subdued by force. Standing beside Yang Feng is Chloris, who is dressed in a simple and crude leather coat made from demonic beast skin. She has grown from an 8 or 9-year-old lowly into a 1.65 tall succubus with a pair of succubus wings on her back, a curvaceous figure, and a bewitching aura exuding from all over. The junior abyssal fiends looked at Chloris with greed in their eyes. But when their gazes fell on Yang Feng, they flashed with fear and apprehension. The advanced abyssal fiend subordinates of Kukurana summoned 400+ junior abyssal fiends. The 100+ junior abyssal fiends who spoke rudely died at Yang Feng's hands. In this abyssal fiend army, Yang Feng, who exudes intermediate abyssal fiend aura, is the most powerful existence. Yang Feng pointed at the small abyssal fiend gathering place. Attack! The more than 200 low-ranking abyssal fiends immediately charged towards the small abyssal fiend gathering place like a tide. There were as many demons in the endless abyss as there were stars in the sky, and it was impossible to kill them all. Moreover, demons were chaotic by nature, and it was almost impossible to train them into an orderly army. This kind of chaotic battle was normal. There was also a burst of chaos in the small abyssal fiend gathering place, and more than 400 junior abyssal fiends poured out and fought with the other junior abyssal fiends. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed, and he conjured the spell Gold Force. A tremendous force enveloped him, and he rushed into the fray, slammed a fist into a junior abyssal fiend, and blasted a huge bloody hole open in the chest of the junior abyssal fiend. As soon as the abyssal fiends approached Yang Feng, they were blasted to death by his fist. As if a tank, Yang Feng rolled towards the depths of the gathering place. Go to hell! A mixed-breed advanced abyssal fiend flew out of the gathering place, roared, and rushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled ferociously, then blurred into motion and rushed to in front of the advanced abyssal fiend, stabbed the advanced abyssal fiend in the heart with his hand, and dug out its heart. Then, he operated Devour's secret method and devoured all the power of the advanced abyssal fiend. The advanced abyssal fiend struggled for a moment, and then slowly turned into ashes, its eyes filled with fear. When the other junior abyssal fiends saw this scene, their eyes revealed a look of fear, and they retreated, not daring to approach Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the many junior abyssal fiends with a fierce glint in his eyes, and said fiercely, "Your leader is dead. From now on, I am your new leader. Who's not convinced? Greetings, Sir Leader." The surrounding junior abyssal fiends glanced at Yang Feng, then their knees softened, and they knelt on the ground and chose to submit. Yang Feng walked towards the depths of the gathering place, entered a spacious stone house, opened a dark room, and found an abyssal great fiend heart. The advanced abyssal fiend didn't know about concealment arrays. Naturally, the fluctuations of power of the abyssal great fiend heart couldn't escape the detection of a gold horn like Yang Feng. Many abyssal fiends condense their power in their hearts, just like how most of human warlocks condense their power in their soul core. My luck is pretty good. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. He grabbed the abyssal great fiend heart, operated Devour's secret method, and devoured the power of the abyssal great fiend heart. In an instant, Yang Feng's body shone, and he expanded by a size and evolved into an advanced abyssal fiend. For ordinary advanced abyssal fiends, it would take them several years or even a dozen years to completely devour and digest an abyssal great fiend heart. However, Yang Feng could easily devour the power of the abyssal great fiend heart. This was the terror of Devour secret method. Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Feng silently calculated, if it was an ordinary horned, they could use Devour secret method to devour the abyssal great fiend heart and advance to an abyssal great fiend. But gold horned are different. To evolve, they need at least 5 abyssal great fiend hearts, or the full power of 100 advanced abyssal fiends. Before long, the wealth of the gathering place was plundered by Yang Feng. At the same time, he took the 400+ surviving abyssal fiends to attack another gathering place. In the endless abyss, one gathering place after another was breached by Yang Feng, and his force expanded like a rolling snowball. A few days later, in front of a gathering place, more than 1,000 abyssal fiends attacked the gathering place like a tide. Yang Feng rode an abyssal demonic horse, and on the same demonic horse sat a succubus. It was Chloris. Among the more than 1,000 abyssal fiends, there were already 10 intermediate abyssal fiends. All the advanced abyssal fiends were killed and devoured by Yang Feng. Only the intermediate abyssal fiends were taken in as his minions. Although Yang Feng was extremely strong, but he also needed minions to collect resources, maintain order, and suppress enemies. Riding an abyssal demonic horse, Yang Feng strolled amidst the abyssal fiends with a 2-meter-long bone scythe in his hand, casually brandishing the huge bone scythe and cutting the abyssal fiends, blocking his way in two. A huge isolation zone formed within an area of 2 meters around Yang Feng. No abyssal fiend dared to approach him. Suddenly, a great fiend aura rose from inside the gathering place, and a very handsome human-type abyssal fiend with 2 small horns on the head, a pair of fiend wings on the back, and dark gray skin suddenly flew up and appeared in midair. Behind the human-type great fiend, there were 10 advanced abyssal fiends looking coldly at Yang Feng. The human-type abyssal fiend looked at Yang Feng arrogantly and said, "Warren, I am Paimondi, the #1 expert under the command of the abyssal lord Baron Merton. I admire you very much. Offer me the succubus beside you. I can make you my subordinate and nurture you into an abyssal great fiend in the future." Abyssal great fiend. That's an abyssal great fiend. When the 1,000+ junior abyssal fiends following Yang Feng sensed Paimondi's aura, their countenances changed dramatically, and their eyes filled with apprehension. Abyssal fiends were a kind of life form that bullied the weak and feared the strong. The 1,000+ abyssal fiends that Yang Feng was entangled with were a motley crew. When they encountered an abyssal great fiend, their morale dropped to the extreme. If they encountered an abyssal lord, they would even rebel and become the abyssal lord's subordinates, and then attack Yang Feng instead. "You want my succubus? Then go to hell." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he pointed with a finger and suddenly unleashed the level 3 spell gold spiral arrow, and a gold arrow that spun wildly shot towards Paimondi like a gold meteor. Stubborn fool. Paimondi's eyes flashed fiercely, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a pentagram magic shield suddenly appeared in front of him. When the gold spiral arrow hit the pentagram magic shield, it spun wildly, pierced through the pentagram magic shield, and stabbed into Paimondi's shoulder, shattering his right arm. How is this possible? A look of shock on his face, Paimondi could hardly believe his eyes. Die! With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared behind Paimondi, stabbed his hand into Paimondi's heart, operated the Devour secret method, and forcibly absorbed Paimondi's body. Paimondi turned into ashes in Yang Feng's hand. A formidable force suddenly gushed out of Yang Feng and broke through a bottleneck. A tremendous amount of abyssal force poured into him, and he broke through and promoted to an abyssal great fiend. A frightening aura diffused from him. Chapter 753. Yang Feng scanned the 10 advanced abyssal fiends subordinated to Paimon with his gaze and said coldly, "Do you submit to me, or die?" "Greetings, Master." Without hesitation, the 10 advanced abyssal fiends knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Munch looked at Yang Feng in the void, dumbfounded, and shock filled his eyes. Amazing. This is my master. Really amazing. In just a few days, Yang Feng advanced from an intermediate abyssal fiend to a great fiend. In the eyes of a junior abyssal fiend like Munch, this evolution speed was simply heaven-defying. There was a flash of excitement in Chloris' beautiful eyes. Amazing, that's my master for you. It seems that I followed the right person. Succubi were creatures that liked to attach themselves to the strong. Although Chloris wasn't even a year old, but when she promoted to a mature succubus, she had already mastered many succubus-exclusive abilities. At the same time, her IQ had also increased to that of an 18 or 19-year-old girl, and her strength had increased sharply. Even a level 1 warlock might not be her match. Black Bones City was founded 1,000 years ago by the abyssal lord Baron Merton, and it had an area of 1,300 square kilometers. There were 1,000,000 abyssal fiends living in Black Bones City. At the same time, there was an elite abyssal fiend legion of 20,000 people. When untamed abyssal fiends encountered a powerhouse, they would collapse, and even turn into the other party's people. Although the strictly trained abyssal fiends still didn't have a formation in battle, but as long as the great fiend presiding over the legion wasn't dead, they would fight desperately, and wouldn't easily change sides. In the center of Black Bones City, there was a luxurious castle. In some areas of the castle, there was a powerful barrier, which changed the environment of the area. The environment in the endless abyss was extremely harsh, with a temperature difference of more than 100 degrees between day and night. Although abyssal fiend lords didn't feel much about the temperature difference, but the beautiful women they abducted from other planes couldn't resist the frightening temperature difference and the erosion of abyssal force. In the castle of Black Bones City, abyssal demon lord Baron Merton sat beside a black coffin. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a stream of extremely pure abyssal chi continuously gushed out of the black coffin and entered his body. Suddenly, a respectful voice came from outside. "Master, Johnny has recruited a greater demon. That great fiend is a golden horned." Baron Morton opened his eyes at once, and a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. He sank into contemplation. A great fiend rank golden horned? Why would such an expert seek refuge with me? After hesitating for a moment, Baron Merton said in a deep voice, "Let him go to the Black Bone Temple." "Yes, master." The Black Bone Palace was the place where the Black Bone Castle received guests. There were all kinds of powerful abyssal demon specimens placed in the Black Bone Palace. There was even the head of an abyssal demon dragon, showing off Baron Morton's strength. In the endless abyss, the more powerful a demon was, the more people would follow them. The weaker ones would be devoured by the other demons until not even their bones were left. Sitting on a chair made of who knows what fiend bone, Yang Feng is sipping a cup of tea. There are some berries unique to the abyss beside him. There are many extraordinary plants in the abyss, but there are also many strange berries. Those strange berries are highly toxic to many beings of other planes. But for abyssal fiends, they are very nutritious and delicious food. Standing behind Yang Feng, Chloris carefully massaged his back and shoulders. This fool actually brought such an outstanding succubus to see master. He's simply foolish to the extreme. Several abyssal fiend attendants in the Black Bone Palace glanced at Chloris beside Yang Feng, and then swept Yang Feng with their gazes, revealing excitement and jealousy. The adult succubus Chloris is far more beautiful and outstanding than other ordinary succubi, and her value is far above that of Yang Feng's golden horned. To be able to evolve into an abyssal lord in the abyss, Baron Merton is definitely not a soft-hearted person. When he sees Chloris, he will definitely seize her. What a beautiful succubus! As soon as Baron Morton entered the Black Bone Palace, his gaze fell on Chloris. His eyes were filled with greed as he strode toward her. The gold horn on Yang Feng's head flashed, and he suddenly cast the level 4 spell Gold Strength. Enveloped in gold light, he suddenly rose from the seat and sent a claw at Baron Merton's heart. "Bastard, you dare to assassinate me! Die!" Baron Merton was also a veteran abyssal fiend baron who had gone through countless battles. He roared, his body suddenly swelled up, his muscles bulged, a huge amount of demonic chi revolved around him, and a dragon scale appeared on his heart, blossoming with magic light. When Yang Feng's claw stabbed the dragon scale, as if stabbing a steel plate, it only managed to stab 5 centimeters in. This is the essential gap between a great fiend rank gold-horned and an abyssal fiend baron. Even though Yang Feng's attack is practically a sneak attack, but it is still difficult to insta-kill an abyssal fiend baron. If Yang Feng was an abyssal fiend baron, then this claw would have already dug out the abyssal fiend baron's heart. As expected of an abyssal fiend baron, you're really powerful. Even though Goldhorn possesses amazing battle prowess, but it is still very difficult to kill an abyssal fiend baron by relying on their innate talent alone. Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary gold-horned. Devour secret method. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated Devour secret method. The claw stabbed into Baron Merton's heart devoured part of his heart. Damn you! Baron Merton turned pale with fright, his eyes shimmered fiercely, and he sent a claw stabbing towards Yang Feng's heart. Yang Feng blocked with his left hand, and a gold shield suddenly appeared in front of him. When Baron Merton's claw slammed into the gold shield, abyssal fiend baron rank power erupted in an instant and sent Yang Feng flying. Yang Feng's claw flicked and twisted in a flash, and half of Baron Merton's heart was crushed. Baron Merton screamed in pain, and a large amount of black blood sprayed out of his heart. The half of his heart squirmed and healed. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Baron Merton and sent a fist barreling towards the other party. Baron Merton raised his hand and blocked Yang Feng's fist. At the same time, a pillar of blood sprayed out of his heart and scattered on the ground. Baron Merton let out a miserable scream, "No, don't kill me. I can give everything here to you. Spare my life. I'm willing to be your subordinate, your slave, and your servant. Go to hell." Yang Feng smiled coldly and sent one fist after another barreling towards Baron Merton. After 3 punches, Baron Merton's heart was ruptured by the fearsome force, and he spewed a copious amount of blood and fell to the ground. Yang Feng stabbed a claw into Baron Merton's heart, operated the Devour secret method, and devoured Baron Merton. After devouring Baron Merton, Yang Feng sensed the changes inside him. This Baron Merton is already an advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to promote to a gold-horned. He alone isn't enough for me to promote. Yang Feng glanced at the abyssal fiends in the Black Bone Hall and said coldly, "From today on, I am your new master. Do you understand?" When the junior abyssal fiends saw this scene, they saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Yes, Master." Abyssal fiends were a group of creatures that bullied the weak and feared the strong. By killing their master, Yang Feng proved his strength, and the junior abyssal fiends submitted to him. Of course, it goes without saying how loyal they were. As long as a stronger abyssal fiend defeated Yang Feng, they could become the lord of this city. Without the favor of abyssal force, I'm not a true abyssal lord yet. Yang Feng went to Baron Merton's secret chamber, opened the coffin, and revealed the corpse of an abyssal lord exuding traces of abyssal earl rank power. Yang Feng secretly arranged for Baron Merton to get his hands on the abyssal fiend lord corpse. Yang Feng grabbed the abyssal fiend lord's corpse and operated a secret method to devour it, and formidable abyssal force poured into Yang Feng from the corpse. In a breath of time, Yang Feng was enveloped by endless abyssal force. Yang Feng frantically operated the Devour secret method, and formidable abyssal force suddenly poured into him from the void and promoted him to an abyssal fiend baron. Yang Feng sensed that as soon as he was promoted to an abyssal fiend baron, there was a trace of strange law force inside him. This is the authority of an abyssal lord. With this authority, I can control the life and death of all the fiends in the city who choose to submit to me. As long as I am alive, I can deprive them of their lives with a command. This is the power that governs abyssal fiends. Abyssal fiends bully the weak and fear the strong. Without the authority of an abyssal fiend lord, when abyssal fiends see a powerful existence, they will basically choose to rebel against their original master. Only an existence that wields the authority of an abyssal lord can order the abyssal fiends who choose to submit to him to commit suicide with a single command, unable to resist. It is because of the authority of an abyssal lord that abyssal fiends can command countless abyssal fiends to fight devils in the endless bloody battles. At the very least, they won't collapse and defect when they encounter a devil powerhouse. Chapter 754. After all, the abyssal fiend Earl was just a corpse. After Yang Feng devoured the abyssal fiend Earl's corpse, he only evolved to the pinnacle abyssal fiend Baron rank. He was only one step away from promoting to an abyssal fiend Viscount. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Abyssal fiend Baron rank is already the limit. If I want to break through quickly, I can only go to bloody battlefield plain and fight devils. Although Yang Feng can still send a steady stream of resources from the Tsangji Plain to the Endless Abyss and let the Abyssal Fiend Avatar advance quickly. However, Yang Feng is opening up a safe, worry-free, and flawless retreat in the Endless Abyss. If he helped too much, he would be discovered by other powerful beings. The Bloodbath Plains was the border between the Abyssal Plain and the Infernal Plain. Countless devils and abyssal demons slaughtered each other there. Whether it was devils or abyssal demons, they could obtain enormous power from the endless bloody battles. After hell was divided by the ancient devils attacked the endless abyss in order to expand the area of hell, resulting in an endless bloody war. In that endless war, the chaotic and disorderly abyssal demons were constantly defeated. Hell was also eroding the endless abyss. From the beginning, there was only one layer of hell, but now it had become 9 layers of hell. Moreover, the area of hell was constantly expanding. The endless abyss was formed by the condensation of the negative energy from the countless planes in this universe, and it was constantly expanding every year. Even if the 9 levels were taken away by the infernal realm, it wouldn't hurt at all. However, if someone killed a large number of devils in the endless bloody battles, they would receive the joy of the abyss and rapidly improve. That's the bloody plains over there. Beyond that is the devil's territory, the entrance to hell. Yang Feng commanded the 20,000 elite abyssal fiend legion to the edge of bloody battlefield plain. From afar, he could see countless abyssal fiends and devils engaged in a frenzied fight. From time to time, tyrannical auras would rise from the bloody battlefield plain, and at the same time, a large number of abyssal fiends and devils would die tragically. Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and he clearly saw that the abyssal fiend army outnumbered the devil army by more than 3 times. But the abyssal army didn't have any formation, nor did they have any cooperation. They just rushed forward in a chaotic manner, crazily attacking the devils. The devil army was in good order, like well-disciplined iron-blooded elites that had gone through countless battles. They formed a formation and cast all kinds of spells to bombard the abyssal fiends. The abyssal fiends slammed into the reef formed by the devil army like a tide, and then collapsed and shattered. If not for the fact that there were too many abyssal demons, they would have collapsed long ago. Looking at the bloody battlefield plain, Yang Feng vaguely felt that abyssal origin force was calling him from the battlefield, and his eyes shimmered with excitement. He said solemnly, "Munch, take people to build a barracks. I'll go ahead and fight." Munch, who had evolved into a mid-level abyssal demon, said respectfully, "Yes, Master." Although Munch wasn't strong, but he was clever and loyal to Yang Feng. As a result, he became Yang Feng's butler and was responsible for handling chores. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and like a golden bolt of lightning, he flew towards the bloody battlefield plain. As soon as Yang Feng rushed into the bloody battlefield plain, he flicked his wrist, and a 2-meter-long gold scythe appeared in his hand. With a slash of the 2-meter-long gold scythe, 6 devils were cut in 2. Souls and power flew out of the 6 devils and were absorbed by the abyss, and then pure abyssal force poured into Yang Feng. Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. So comfortable, so this is abyssal force. As long as I keep killing, I'll be able to break through the bottleneck and promote to a Viscount rank abyssal lord. With a thought, Yang Feng plunged into the midst of the devil army. The gold scythe in his hand turned into a fearsome storm and slayed all the devils he encountered. A copious amount of abyssal force poured into his body and improved his strength. Wherever Yang Feng passed, the devils were cut into pieces. He forcibly opened a path, which attracted the attention of countless devil powerhouses. The eyes of a 3-meter-tall baron rank humanoid devil with long gray hair, a conical horn on the head, sturdy muscles, and a ferocious-looking face holding a huge wolf tooth club in his hand flickered fiercely, and he brandished the huge wolf tooth club and rushed towards Yang Feng. In the wake of the huge wolf tooth club, large swaths of abyssal fiends were smashed into meat paste. The Baron rank humanoid devil killed more than 100 abyssal fiends in a dozen-plus breaths of time, and then appeared in front of Yang Feng and smashed the huge wolf tooth club at him. Idiot! Since we are of the same rank, you still want to fight me? How reckless! Yang Feng leaned to the side, then the gold scythe in his hand flashed, and a gold ray flashed past the Baron rank humanoid devil. A red line appeared on the Baron rank humanoid devil, and a look of despair flashed in his eyes. He was instantly split in two, and a copious amount of blood sprayed on the ground. Formidable abyssal force enveloped Yang Feng, and bursts of joy came from the abyss. Yang Feng exuded Viscount rank abyssal fiend fluctuations of power, and he stepped into the domain of transcendent rank powerhouses. As soon as he promoted to the Viscount rank abyssal fiend rank, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a gold storm. Wherever he passed, large swaths of infernal devils were slayed and became his nourishment. Promoted to the Viscount rank abyssal fiend rank. Interesting, let me, kill you. In the devil army, a pinnacle Viscount rank devil Viscount with 3 goat horns and a tall physique, looking like a handsome young man, looked at Yang Feng and revealed a malevolent smile. Unlike the chaotic abyssal fiends who kill everything they see, they are different. Most of the infernal devils would choose to kill weaker opponents so that they could quickly increase their strength. The devil Viscount flicked his wrist, and an infernal demonic sword inlaid with a diamond-shaped hell ruby, with countless twisted eyes, and exuding a frightening and queer aura appeared in his hand. The figure of the devil Viscount blurred, and he turned into a black ray shooting towards Yang Feng. When the devil Viscount moved, Yang Feng, who was killing unscrupulously in the devil army, felt his heart shake slightly. He glanced at the infernal demonic sword in the devil Viscount's hand, and his complexion flickered. He suddenly retreated briskly and fled towards the edge of the battlefield. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Feng was confident that he could defeat and even kill the devil Viscount. However, with the infernal demonic sword in hand, he wasn't sure that he could kill the devil Viscount. On such a chaotic battlefield, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Yang Feng, who had always been very rational, naturally chose to retreat. The infernal demonic sword was a wicked secret treasure refined from transcendent rank devils using high-grade soul stones or superior-grade soul stones plus countless human souls, flesh essence, and various extraordinary life forms. Depending on the materials used, each infernal demonic sword had different extraordinary abilities, making it very queer and powerful. The strength of a devil lord with and without an infernal demonic sword was completely different. Smart, as expected of a gold-horned. However, it's worth killing you this way. Speed up. The devil Viscount smiled ferociously, and an extraordinary life form eye on the infernal demonic sword in his hand opened. Countless black runes diffused from the infernal demonic sword, enveloped the devil Viscount, and suddenly doubled his speed. I can't escape. I can only fight. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he grabbed an abyssal great fiend beside him and threw it towards the devil Viscount Bath. Break! A black sword light flashed, and the abyssal great demon was torn apart, turning into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. A giant golden scythe descended from the sky, slashing towards the devil Viscount. Shatter! The devil Viscount smiled coldly, and an eye on the infernal demonic sword in his hands suddenly opened. Countless runes poured into him, and he slashed with the sword. A black sword ray shone, slashed the huge gold scythe to pieces, and then chopped off one of Yang Feng's arms. Life burn. In a flash, Yang Feng cast a desperate secret method and burned the lifespan of the gold-horned body. After burning 500 years of lifespan, he suddenly erupted. Instead of retreating, he turned into a golden ray, appeared in front of demonic ogre Viscount Bath, stabbed his hand into the other party's heart, operated the devour secret method, and devoured the other party's heart. The devil Viscount Bath shook slightly, his eyes flashed with endless shock, and his body turned into ashes inch by inch. The infernal demonic sword in his hand fell to the ground. Yang Feng's mind stirred, and he sensed the changes in his body at once. After devouring all the power of this devil Viscount, my strength has increased by a large margin. However, this gold-horned body burned 500 years of life, and now only has 6,500 years of life left. Although the loss is a bit big, but as long as I evolve into an Earl-rank abyssal fiend in the future, I can make up for the lost lifespan and gain even more. Chapter 755. In this universe, apart from the legendary Eternals, all other intelligent life forms had lifespans, and abyssal fiends were no exception. Junior abyssal fiends had a lifespan of about 500 years, intermediate abyssal fiends 700 years, advanced abyssal fiends 1,000 years, great fiends 2,000 years, fiend barons 4,000 years, fiend viscounts 7,000 years, fiend earls 20,000 years, fiend marquises 50,000 years, and fiend grand dukes 100,000 years. However, that was their lifespan. As long as a great fiend consumed abyssal soul coins and stayed in the endless abyss, they could prolong their lifespan to 10,000 years at most. As long as abyssal lords stayed in the endless abyss and absorbed some soul coins, they could live for millions or even tens of millions of years like gods. As for their lifespan, it would be difficult to make up for the loss of a year. The gold-horned burned 500 years of his lifespan, which was equivalent to losing more than 100,000 years of his lifespan. Even if he consumed soul stones, it would be difficult to make up for such a loss. Only by evolving into an abyssal fiend earl could he obtain a longer lifespan. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the severed right arm flew back to him. Gold light flickered, and the arm quickly healed. Yang Feng sensed the power inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile of excitement. This devil Viscount is very strong. It should be a pinnacle Viscount rank powerhouse. After devouring it, I now possess advanced Viscount rank power. At this moment, a skull on Yang Feng's waist suddenly shattered into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Who? How dare you touch my people? Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he blurred into motion and flew towards the Fiend Legion he commanded. Warren Fiend Legion's encampment. A backed abyssal fiend baron followed 20 great fiends to the encampment. A great fiend roared towards the encampment, "Come out, this is Sir Baron Dario's territory." Munch and 2 great fiends subordinated to Yang Feng walked out under the protection of a dozen advanced abyssal fiends. Munch said respectfully, "I'm Munch, the butler of the great Baron Warren. Baron Warren has already entered the Blood War. If you have any important matters, please wait for the Baron to return and discuss it with him personally." The backed abyssal fiend Baron's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a step forward and revealed a cruel smile, "I am Baron Dario. Hand over the succubus among you. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." An incomparably violent demonic aura spread out from Baron Dario's body and shrouded the entire area. Munch and the other abyssal demons' expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with fear. It is the nature of abyssal fiends to bully the weak and fear the strong. If the abyssal fiend Lord Yang Feng was present, he could use his authority to order the abyssal fiends to attack Baron Dario. But without Yang Feng, the abyssal fiends didn't dare to attack abyssal fiend Lord Dario. The pretty face of Chloris hiding in the barracks flickered, and she crushed a skull engraved with countless runes. Baron Dario glared at the abyssal fiends and shouted, "Get the hell out of my way. Otherwise, die." The minds of the two abyssal great fiends and a dozen advanced abyssal fiends who were Yang Feng's subordinates shook, and they involuntarily made way. The two abyssal great fiends were originally Baron Merton's subordinates. But under Yang Feng's coercion, they became Yang Feng's subordinates. When Yang Feng was here, he could use his abyssal lord authority to order them around. But when Yang Feng wasn't here, they had no loyalty to him. Munch's expression was one of panic and despair. Unable to speak, he trembled and knelt on the ground, but didn't make way. Trash! Dario sneered, then stepped forward and casually kicked Munch, sending him flying and crashing into the camp's wood. Munch spewed out a large mouthful of blood. A dozen of his bones were fractured, and his internal organs were ruptured. Paralyzed on the ground, he twisted and struggled in pain. If Munch hadn't been promoted to an intermediate abyssal fiend, he would have been kicked to death. Moreover, Dario didn't kick him casually. If Dario had kicked him with all his strength, Munch would have been blown to pieces. When Baron Dario stepped into the barracks, he glanced at the junior abyssal fiend standing aside and said coldly, "Where is the succubus? Tell me, or you'll all die." "Over there. It's her. She's here." Those low-ranking abyssal fiends unscrupulously betrayed Chloris and rushed to point at her. Face pale, Chloris unfolded her succubus wings and flapped them, flying into the distance. What a top-notch product. I've played with several succubi, but none of them are as outstanding as this one. Get down here. When Baron Dario saw Chloris, his eyes lit up and filled with excitement. He extended his hand, and black abyssal chi shot out like a snake, wrapped around Chloris, bound her, and pulled her down from the sky. Chloris kept struggling, but she was still pulled to Baron Dario's side and hugged. What an outstanding succubus, and a virgin to boot. Interesting, let me be your first man right here. Baron Dario smiled excitedly. With a flash of black light, the armor and leather clothes covering him were blown away, revealing a strong naked body, and he pressed Chloris to the ground. Abyssal fiends were beings formed from chaos, madness, and other negative forces. Only abyssal fiend lords above the transcendent rank, abyssal fiend viscount, could control their desires and become rational and intelligent. Fiend barons, on the other hand, depended on the level of evolution. Baron Dario clearly hadn't evolved to the point where he could think rationally. "I am Warren, do you want to die?" A cold voice came from afar, and the breath of an abyssal fiend viscount descended and enveloped the area. Abyssal fiend viscount. That's a viscount rank lord. The faces of the abyssal fiends changed dramatically, and they trembled and looked into the distance full of awe. A viscount rank abyssal lord was already a transcendent rank powerhouse with all kinds of incredible power. Even on other planes outside the abyss, they could kill some weak feeble divine force rank gods. Ordinary moonlight warlocks weren't the opponent of a viscount rank abyssal lord. If a viscount rank abyssal lord used its sovereign authority in its territory, it might even defeat a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse. Fiend viscount. Baron Dario's face suddenly fell. He beckoned with his hand, and with a flash of demonic light, the armor scattered on the ground flew to him, and he put it on. A black ray descended from the sky, and Yang Feng appeared outside the gate of the barracks. Scram! Yang Feng glanced at the great fiend brought by Baron Dario, then stabbed his hand into the great fiend's heart, operated Devour secret method, and devoured the great fiend, turning it into a pile of ashes. The complexions of the remaining 19 abyssal great fiends changed dramatically, and they suddenly shot to the side, making way for Yang Feng, and looked at him full of apprehension. The cruel and ruthless Baron Dario gave Yang Feng a look full of apprehension and said courteously, "Viscount Warren, I am Baron Dario, the son of Viscount Fievel, and one of the 3 barons subordinated to him. I like this succubus very much. I'm willing to use 50 inferior soul stones to buy this succubus. Please sell this succubus to me for the sake of Viscount Fievel. This succubus is my exclusive descendant. You dare to touch her? That's courting death." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he took a step forward. Along with an afterimage, he strangely appeared behind Baron Dario, mercilessly stabbed his hand into the other's heart, operated Devour secret method, and devoured Baron Dario's power. You dare to kill me. My father will never let you off. Your family. Amidst the miserable screams, Baron Dario turned into ashes that drifted in all directions. Don't worry, your father will soon become a part of my power. Yang Feng's figure shook, and he turned into an afterimage shooting towards the remaining abyssal great fiends. Even though the 19 abyssal great fiends resisted desperately, but they still died like ants and turned into ashes in Yang Feng's hands. After killing all the enemies, Yang Feng exuded frightening demonic qi and looked around. The abyssal fiends in the barracks lowered their heads, not daring to look Yang Feng in the eye. A bunch of trash, you dare to betray my exclusive descendant. Go to hell, all of you. Yang Feng glanced at the abyssal fiends and extended his hand, and a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared. A dense crowd of abyssal fiends flew into the huge whirlpool. Twisted by the huge whirlpool, the abyssal fiends issued miserable screams, and then turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. The abyssal fiends in the barracks were scared witless, not daring to resist. After killing more than 2,000 junior abyssal fiends, Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and formidable abyssal demonic qi poured into Munch and pulled him back from the brink of death. Most of his injuries were healed. Yang Feng swept the abyssal fiends with a glance and said coldly, "Line up at once." The 2 abyssal great fiends and a dozen advanced fiends quickly entered the midst of the abyssal fiends and began to line up. Chapter 756. Abyssal Fiend Viscounts are already transcendent rank powerhouses. Among abyssal lords, they are already considered as powerhouses. In some weak abyssal floors, there are even abyssal fiend viscounts who act as the masters of their floors. On the bloody plains, the abyssal demons had built many castles. Those castles were built by abyssal demons that were at least viscount rank. There is fighting in the bloody battlefield plain virtually all the time. As long as you can survive in the bloody battlefield plain, you can evolve all the way and eventually evolve into a marquee rank abyssal fiend. The limit of the bloody battlefield plain is the abyssal fiend or devil marquee rank abyssal fiend. Once a marquee rank abyssal fiend or devil marquee rank abyssal fiend is born, they will choose to leave the bloody battlefield plain quickly. That is because continuing to fight here won't bring them any benefits. On the contrary, they will become the prey of infinity warlock rank existences. If a marquee rank abyssal fiend returns to their territory, then, by relying on the subordinates they gathered in the bloody battlefield plain and the sovereign energy of the abyssal lord, they can even fight a Grand Duke rank abyssal fiend. Of course, only in the case of their territory can they use the sovereign energy to resist invaders. It is because of this that in the Endless Abyss, marquee rank abyssal fiends belong to the quasi-upper echelon, and can partially control their own fate. Grand Duke rank abyssal fiends belong to the upper echelon of the abyss. Charge! Yang Feng led the 18,000 abyssal fiends to a castle, pointed at the castle, and used the sovereign energy of the abyssal lord to order. The eyes of the 18,000 abyssal fiends suddenly turned slightly red, and they rushed towards the castle like a tide. Who's that? Ha, there's a good show to watch. That's Viscount Fivel's castle. Who did he offend? From the abyssal fiend castles nearby, gazes focused on Viscount Fivel's castle and revealed looks of schadenfreude. The relationship between abyssal fiends is extremely bad, and it is normal for them to attack each other. This is one of the reasons why abyssal fiends, who outnumber infernal devils by more than 100 times, are still repeatedly defeated in the bloody battlefield plain. This is Viscount Fivel's castle. How dare you come here and offend the great Viscount Fivel? Go to hell. Covered in flames, a Baron rank Balrog roared wildly and rushed into the crowd of abyssal fiends with the Balrog sword in hand. With a wave of the sword, 20-meter-long flames sprayed out of the Balrog sword. In the wake of the flames, the abyssal fiends were set ablaze and issued miserable screams. A Baron-class Deep Abyss Demon Dragon flapped its wings and flew out of the castle. It was followed by 12 legendary Deep Abyss Demon Dragons. They spat out abyssal dragon breath, burning the low-level abyssal demons. A backed abyssal fiend appeared on top of the city wall. Eyes flashing with a ferocious glint, it looked down coldly and stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in its eyes, and said frigidly, "Is it you who killed my son, you bastard? I will capture you alive, extract your soul, make it into a soul candle, and burn you for 10,000 years. You are Viscount Fievel. For your son to touch my succubus, he's courting death. I'll send you to reunite with him now." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he unleashed the gold horn's innate growth ability gold magic power. Vast demonic chi suddenly converged and formed a set of gold armor covering him. The gold horn's innate growth ability gold magic power could absorb abyssal force and strengthen itself to a maximum of twofold. Reportedly, the Battle Demon Sect's Battle Demon secret method was developed based on the gold horn's innate growth ability. Blessed by gold magic power, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the Baron Rank Balrog like a ghost. He stabbed the Baron Rank Balrog's heart with his right hand, operated the Devour's secret method, and frantically devoured. The Baron Balrog's body turned to ash, inch by inch. So strong. What an amazing guy. As expected of a gold-horned. As expected of a gold-horned that can contend against ghost seeds. His speed is really frightening, and his battle sense is also astonishingly strong. A strong enemy. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the abyssal fiend lords in the castles shimmered with dignity. After Yang Feng insta-killed the Baron Rank Balrog, he looked at the Baron Rank Abyssal Dragon, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The heart of the Baron Rank Abyssal Dragon shook. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky, accompanied by a gust of wind. Once an abyssal fiend evolved into a fiend lord, other fiend lords could no longer control them through ordinary fiend lord authority. The stronger an abyssal fiend lord was, the more difficult it was to be controlled by higher-level abyssal fiend lords. The Baron Rank Abyssal Demonic Dragon sensed Yang Feng's terror, and thus chose to escape. Go to hell. Viscount Fievel's eyes shimmered fiercely. He cast Blink, appeared behind Yang Feng in a flash, and stabbed his claw at Yang Feng's heart. Abyssal fiends are extremely resistant to abyssal spells. Unless they have special abyssal secret treasures, they mostly deal with their enemies at close quarters. You're the one who's going to die. Yang Feng leaned sideways, turned around, and stabbed Viscount Fievel in the heart with his claw, crushed his heart, and operated a secret method to devour Viscount Fievel's power. How is this possible? How could I lose to you? Viscount Fievel's eyes shimmered with despair, and he screamed and turned into ashes inch by inch. I surrender. I surrender, please take me in, sir. When Viscount Fievel died, the Abyssal Fiend Legion under Fievel's command collapsed and surrendered to Yang Feng. Only the Baron Rank Abyssal Dragon escaped the battlefield with 12 Legend Rank Abyssal Dragons. You, how dare you? How dare you kill Viscount Fievel? Don't you know that he's my subordinate? At this time, an angry roar came from afar. A 3-meter-tall ghost-type abyssal demon with a hideous face, 2 horns on its head, and a pair of demonic wings on its back strode over. Its entire body was black and engraved with countless strange magic runes, and it exuded the terrifying power of an earl. This ghost-type abyssal demon strode over. Behind the ghost-type abyssal earl followed more than 100 abyssal great fiends and 10 abyssal barons. Yang Feng glanced at the ghost-type abyssal fiend and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The eyes of the ghost-type abyssal fiend shimmered fiercely, and he uttered solemnly, "I am Earl Fortuny, the great Earl Fortuny." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered fiercely, and a pinnacle abyssal Viscount rank aura gushed out, and he roared at the ghost-type abyssal fiend, "Earl Fortuny, the son of your subordinate Viscount Fievel dares to touch my woman. He deserves to die. You dare to come to me for trouble, are you tired of living? Do you want to die? Among abyssal fiends, the law of the jungle is a matter of course. As long as an abyssal fiend shows a trace of weakness, they will be swarmed by other abyssal fiends and torn to pieces. What an arrogant gold-horned! To dare provoke Earl Fortuny, how amusing! He's dead meat. To dare provoke a fiend earl for the sake of a woman, how foolish! Even in the abyss, such idiots often appear. Was he bewitched by a succubus or a nightmare? For a mere fiend viscount to provoke a fiend earl, he must be out of his mind. The abyssal fiend lords watching from the sidelines focused their gazes on Yang Feng and Earl Fortuny and discussed excitedly. Just as there are many vicious mortals in the secular world, in the endless abyss, there are also loyal fiends, fiends who abide by order, and fiends who desire love. However, in the endless abyss, such fiends are extremely rare. Many of the abyssal fiend lords are knowledgeable people who have seen countless fiends. Naturally, they have also seen abyssal fiends who have been bewitched by love. You, how dare you? Die! Earl Fortuny's eyes shimmered fiercely, and killing intent gushed out. Suddenly, he stabbed a claw at Yang Feng's heart. Speed up! With a flick of his wrist, the infernal demonic sword suddenly appeared in Yang Feng's hand. With a thought, an eye on the infernal demonic sword suddenly opened, and black light shone and enveloped him. In an instant, his speed increased, and he met Earl Fortuny head-on. Sword rays and claw rays shone. In a breath of time, thousands of ear-piercing sounds of collisions erupted in the void, and a gold figure flew out. Covered in blood, it is Yang Feng. After all, unlike Yang Feng's true body, the gold horn doesn't form a small world and can draw support from world force. As a veteran Earl Fortuny possesses intermediate glorious sun warlock rank strength. In a flash, he suppressed Yang Feng with absolute power and speed. What an amazing kid! If it was an ordinary fiend Earl, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to suppress him. Unfortunately, Earl Fortuny is not an ordinary fiend Earl. He's dead meat. In the outside world, the abyssal fiends stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in their eyes. As seasoned abyssal fiends, they naturally saw how powerful Yang Feng was. With the power of a Viscount rank abyssal lord, he contended against an Earl rank abyssal lord. Chapter 757. Earl Fortuny stared at Yang Feng with deep apprehension in his eyes. How could that good-for-nothing Fifuli provoke a powerful enemy like Warren? Damn it, if I had known that this wretched gold-horned was so strong, I wouldn't have made an enemy out of him. Now that I've become his enemy, I must kill him. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble in the future. Bloody Battlefield Plain was a place with the highest mortality rate in the endless abyss, but it was also a place where abyssal fiends evolved the fastest. In Bloody Battlefield Plain, as long as an abyssal fiend didn't die, then a marquis rank abyssal fiend lord would be born at a terrifying speed. Of course, Bloody Battlefield Plain was extremely dangerous. Even Viscount rank and Earth rank abyssal fiend lords could die in Bloody Battlefield Plain if they were the slightest bit careless. Many Viscount rank and Earth rank abyssal fiend lords had just fought a powerful enemy, but then were devoured by ordinary fiends and devils. As such, it was very difficult to give birth to a marquis rank abyssal fiend. However, with Yang Feng's fierce battle prowess, it was only a matter of time before he promoted to an Earth rank abyssal fiend lord. Earl Fortuny's killing intent surged, and he didn't want to let Yang Feng leave alive. Curse! The infernal demonic sword in Yang Feng's hand opened an eye, and a grey ray of light shot out and landed on Earl Fortuny. Weakness, dizziness, and other negative states appeared on Earl Fortuny. Idiot! Curses are ineffective against abyssal fiends. Earl Fortuny roared, and abyssal demonic chi gushed out, immediately dispersing the layer of grey light on his body. Abyssal fiends were dark demonic creatures formed from the negative force of countless planes. Their essence was an aggregation of all kinds of negative force. They were proficient in curses, but the effects of curses that represented negative force had little effect on them. the purification effect of God's divine force was the most terrifying weapon to kill them. Bind. The infernal demonic sword opened another eye, and black runes formed chains that shot out like demonic snakes and wrapped around Earl Fortuny. Shatter. With a roar, Yang Feng poured the abyssal force inside him into the infernal demonic sword, and then suddenly slashed at Earl Fortuny along with a grey sword ray. Earl Fortuny's eyes shimmered fiercely, and monstrous demonic chi soared into the sky and burst the binding ropes. Suddenly, his hand stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart lightning fast. In an instant, Earl Fortuny's right claw strangely expanded and pierced through Yang Feng's left chest. Count Fortuny was stunned for a moment, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. No heart. What happened? The grey sword light flashed and directly cut Earl Fortuny in two. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a fearsome devour force formed a whirlpool that enveloped Earl Fortuny and frantically devoured his power. At the same time, he took out a high-grade soul stone and chewed it. What's going on? His heart, where is his heart? Dumbfounded, the abyssal fiends watched this scene with shock in their eyes. The source of abyssal fiends' power was the heart. Once the heart was broken, an abyssal fiend would lose its power and die. When fiends attack each other, their target is the other party's heart. Now that Yang Feng's left chest has been crushed, yet he can still fight, this is simply incredible. After devouring Earl Fortuny's power, Yang Feng consumed 3 high-grade soul stones in a row, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force poured into him, allowing him to break through the bottleneck and promote to an Earl rank abyssal fiend. What a fast speed! He promoted to an Earl rank abyssal fiend lord just like that. What a scary guy! The eyes of the abyssal fiend lords watching this side filled with apprehension. No one dared to provoke Yang Feng again. In the endless abyss, the strong are respected. Now that Yang Feng is an Earl rank abyssal fiend, he has become one of the strongest experts in bloody battlefield plane. No abyssal fiend lord will provoke him again for no reason. At this moment, the several abyssal fiend earls who were on good terms with Earl Fortuny secretly made up their minds not to become enemies with Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled at the fortress complex and uttered, "I am Earl Warren. I am a peace-loving person who likes to make friends. Today, Earl Fortuny is courting death, so I am sending him a level. By the way, I will be staying here for a while. I need a lot of materials to refine a fallen angel pool. If you have materials to refine a top fallen angel pool, you can come and trade with me." The materials to refine a fallen angel pool are the corpses of transcendent rank powerhouses of Abyss and Infernal Abyss. The traces of dark energy extracted from the corpses are the source of power for fallen angels. Of course, once a top fallen angel pool is established, it will automatically absorb all kinds of dark negative energy and condense it into the dark energy needed for a fallen angel body. At that time, there will be no need for the corpses of transcendent rank powerhouses of Abyss and Infernal Abyss. The corpses of transcendent rank powerhouses of Abyss and Infernal Abyss are top alchemy materials as well as materials to refine various secret treasures of darkness. If Yang Feng didn't come to the Abyss in person, it would be very difficult to obtain a large number of corpses of transcendent rank powerhouses of Abyss and Infernal Abyss. Does he want to refine a fallen angel pool to build his own fallen angel legion? How can it be so easy to build a fallen angel pool? It requires not only materials unique to the Abyss, but also a large number of resources from the main plane. The abyssal fiend lords focused their gazes on Yang Feng with peculiar looks in their eyes. The abyssal fiends are well aware of the strength of fallen angels. Besides, they are different from the cunning, changeable, and chaotic abyssal fiends who can betray at any time. The created fallen angels were also loyal and devoted to the Creator. Only in some special circumstances would they betray the Creator. However, the production of a fallen angel pool requires a large amount of abyssal resources as well as various resources from the main plane. Many of these resources can only be produced in the divine countries of strong divine force rank gods. Therefore, there are not many abyssal lords who have a fallen angel pool in the endless abyss. Only the abyssal Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor is famous for his fallen angel legion. He has one of the top fallen angel pools in the endless abyss, and his fallen angel legion has even more amazing accomplishments. They have even besieged and slain warlock monarch rank existences. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Without paying any attention to the Abyssal Fiend Lords, he sent an army to occupy the castle of the Abyssal Fiend Lord Earl Fortuny, took control of everything about him, and took root in the bloody battlefield plain. The Tsangji Plain, the Bright Moon Province, in a secret room of a sect. Yang Feng's true body retracted his attention from the avatar. At present, this is as far as I can go. Abyssal Fiend Earl rank is already the limit of the avatar. Although I can use the resources here to enhance his strength, but this will leave behind traces. It's not good for leaving a way out. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. The endless abyss is extremely vast. At the time, even the 8 warlock emperors failed to completely conquer the abyss. Although the endless abyss is not a good place, but it is also a path of retreat that Yang Feng has chosen. The rest of the resources are here. Only the resources of the endless abyss are missing. Yang Feng pressed a button, a holographic projector flashed, and Yu Yan's figure appeared in front of him. Yang Feng asked, "Have you bought the top fallen angel pool's abyssal materials?" Now that Yang Feng has many experts under his command, he doesn't need to do everything himself. With an order from him, countless warlocks will act and collect all kinds of materials for him. With Yang Feng's current resources, only the resources above the Infinity Warlock rank, which can't be bought with money, can give him a slight headache. Yu Yan answered, "Lord, I bought most of the abyssal materials you need in the Chaos Demonic Realm. However, there is still a top resentful soul bloodstone, which was bought 3 days before I arrived. The next batch will probably be available in about 10 years. In the Tsangji Plain, as long as you have enough high-grade magic crystals, you can buy resources below the Bright World Warlock rank. However, most of the Infinity Warlock, Monarch, Holy, and Empyrean grade materials are very rare and priceless. Once they appear, they will cause countless forces to compete over them. Once the Infinity Warlock grade materials are bought, it will be very difficult to get them." Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and said, "Who bought those materials?" Yu Yan's eyes shimmered with disgust and killing intent. Ancestor Moken, an Infinity Warlock who specializes in extraordinary insects. His current research topic is to fuse ordinary humans with extraordinary insects. At the same time, he is collecting the materials of the Fallen Angel Pool. The Great Cloud Dynasty protects ordinary people and is not allowed to use innocent ordinary people for biological experiments. However, in the Chaos Demonic Realm, there are monsters who can't stay in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng asked domineeringly, "Ancestor Moken? Did you find his lair?" Since Ancestor Moken is a ferocious monster, Yang Feng doesn't need to talk too much nonsense with him. As long as he can lock onto Ancestor Moken's position, he can find a way to kill him. Yu Yan, who is well aware of Yang Feng's style of doing things, answered directly, "His lair is in the Savage Insect Plain." Chapter 758. As one of the 36 primary material planes, Savage Insect Plain is currently one of the 36 recognized Grade 2 planes discovered by human warlocks. In the vast universe, there were naturally some second-class planes. However, those second-class planes were either hidden or recognized as second-class planes. Savage Insect Plane is one of the planes that has given birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider is a Warlock Emperor rank existence born in Savage Insect Plane. The Feisua Plane's goddess Lolth is one of the 108 children of the Primal Chaos Mother Spider. Even among the 36 primary material planes, there were differences in grade. God Blood Plane has only given birth to one Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the first true ancestor. Therefore, it is at the bottom of the 36 primary material planes. Savage Insect Plane has given birth to more than one Warlock Emperor rank existence. In fact, its grade is higher than that of God Blood Plane. There were countless transcendent insects and transcendent demonic insects in the savage insect plane. Because it was conquered by human warlocks, there are many traces of human warlocks left in savage insect plane. Of the humans' 8 great warlock dynasties, apart from the first warlock dynasty and the 8th warlock dynasty, the other 6 great warlock dynasties had once ruled the savage insect plane. Therefore, the savage insect plane had many relics of the 6 great warlock dynasties. After the collapse of the 7th warlock dynasty, the Magic Note dynasty, the savage insect plane established 4 dynasties under the influence of the 6 warlock dynasties. The 4 dynasties are Carapace dynasty, Demonic Wing dynasty, Insect dynasty, and Demonic Spider dynasty. The 4 rulers of the Demonic Insect dynasty are all warlock monarch rank existences. At the same time, legend has it that Holy Spirit warlock rank existences are hidden in savage insect plane. Therefore, even Sungji plane's human warlocks don't dare to rashly set foot in savage insect plane. Many of the Sungji plane's cruel and vicious warlocks would choose to flee to the savage insect plane. Because of this plane, Sungji plane's 4 dynasties' human warlocks don't dare to rashly go here. Green Shell City is one of the major cities belonging to Carapace dynasty. Walking inside the Green Shell City, Yang Feng looked at the city full of exotic charm and exclaimed in admiration, "This is the Green Shell City? How interesting!" The savage insect plane was filled with all kinds of giant extraordinary magic insects, so Green Shell City was very different from human cities. The entire Green Shell City's roads were 600 meters wide, and the entire city was filled with all sorts of huge transcendent plants. The ground was also covered with dense grass. There were all kinds of transcendent devil insects in the huge transcendent plants and bushes. In the sky above the main street, huge transcendent demonic insects could be seen flying here and there. On the streets, there were countless magic sports cars galloping on the ground. In those magic sports cars, there were many devil insects that were mostly in human form, but some of them maintained their insect form. The might of the 8 great warlock dynasties shook the world, and even the Dawn dynasty was tyrannical for a time, with practically no one being able to restrain it. Among the 8 great warlock dynasties, 6 warlock dynasties ruled the savage insect plane and transformed the countless demonic insects of the savage insect plane, giving birth to many queer extraordinary life forms. The devil insects in human form and insect form were traces that the human warlocks once ruled this plane. In the era when the human warlocks ruled the savage insect plane, the human aesthetic concept replaced the aesthetic concept of this plane. The intelligent transcendent devil insects in the savage insect plane also evolved into human forms. Over time, the savage insect plane gave birth to many devil insects in both human and insect forms. Savagery and civilization, these 2 completely different forms appeared in the Green Shell City, showing the current situation of the savage insect plane. Yang Feng walked up to a 100-meter tall, 1,000-meter thick huge tree, which had clearly undergone alchemy transformation, and was divided into different rooms. The laughter of men and the weeping of women came from the huge tree. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew up, broke through a window, and entered the 8th floor of the huge tree. On the 8th floor, there were 5 young men sitting on chairs made from beautiful human girls refined by evil alchemy. On the ground, there was a naked human beauty crawling on the ground for the pleasure of the 5 male warlocks. The eyes of a young man with short green hair and a scorpion tail imprint on his forehead shimmered with killing intent, and he barked, "Who are you? How dare you break in? You want to die, don't you?" Yang Feng's gaze fell on a handsome young man with a scarlet scorpion engraved on his forehead in the middle of the crowd, and he said coldly, "You are the Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master? The son of old demon Moken?" "I am Scarlet Scorpion." "Who are you?" "The Green Shell City is my father's territory." "Are you courting death by coming here?" The Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master glanced at Yang Feng, then crushed a scarlet bead decisively, and a message quickly flew out and spread into the distance. Yang Feng drew a sword, pointed at the Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master, and said coldly, "It's you." The 100,000 resentful souls of the Tsangji Plains Maple City asked me to take your wretched life. What else do you have to say? A cruel smile flashed in the eyes of the Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master, and he clapped his hands. Maple City? I've slaughtered many cities. I don't even remember what the Maple City is. Besides, I've seen a lot of idiots like you. Basically, I've made you stupid heroes into human candles. Listening to your wails is really interesting. The eyes of the four human beauties lying on the ground suddenly turned bloodshot, countless blades grew from their joints, and they erupted with starry sky warlock rank auras and suddenly shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished his sword, and resplendent sword rays shone, and the four human beauties were chopped into countless pieces in an instant. The Scarlet Scorpion Tower Master said with a cold smile, "What a cruel person. They are all innocent humans who were just controlled by my spell. To be so vicious, what's the difference between you and me? You're just a hypocrite. Bastard, what's the difference between you and us? You're just a hypocrite." The other young men said mockingly. The difference between me and you? I'm a human, you're a beast. As for why I want to kill you, it's because you're an eyesore. Yang Feng took a step forward, and glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly spread out. With a flash of sword rays, the young man who shouted the most merrily was torn apart and turned into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. Glorious sun warlock. Damn it! He's a glorious sun warlock. The faces of the remaining young men changed dramatically, and they pissed their pants in fear. Magic light erupted from their bodies, and spatial fluctuations enveloped them. Spatial disorder. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the space became chaotic and the spatial fluctuations became chaotic. The teleportation spells were interrupted at once. Yang Feng waved his sword, and a black sword ray shone, cut through the void, and slashed another young man into pieces. Spare me. Sir, please spare my life. Don't kill me, I'll give you magic crystals, soul stones, spare me. My father is the deputy city master of Green Shell City, he'll definitely pay me a ransom. The two young men knelt on the ground and begged Yang Feng. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng waved his sword, and a black sword ray flashed, and the other young man was cut into pieces. Stop! Just as Yang Feng was about to slay the son of the deputy city master, a roar came from afar, and glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power swept over. Die! With a flash of a black sword ray, the son of the deputy city master of Green Shell City was cut into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. How dare you kill people in our Green Shell City? I'll eat you. Along with a ferocious roar, a glorious sun warlock rank fluctuation of power spread from behind, and a black scorpion tail exuding poisonous gas pierced through the wall of the tree house and stabbed towards Yang Feng like a black bolt of lightning. Scarlet Scorpion uttered with a ferocious smile, "Now that the Black Scorpion General is here, you're dead." The Black Scorpion General is one of the 6 experts of Green Shell City, a pinnacle glorious sun warlock existence. Countless powerhouses have died at his hands. He is the strongest bodyguard of the Scarlet Scorpion. Is that so? Yang Feng smiled and slashed with the sword in his hand, and a black sword ray slashed the huge scorpion tail and erupted with intermediate bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. No. No. I don't want to die. The huge scorpion tail crumbled inch by inch and quickly spread towards the Black Scorpion General, shredding him into pieces. The Black Scorpion General let out a roar full of despair that shrouded the whole city. He's dead. The Black Scorpion General was killed. Who? Who dares to come here and kill the Black Scorpion General? In Green Shell City, there was a burst of frightened discussions. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the 100-meter-long corpse of the Black Scorpion General entered his hand and stored it in a storage ring. When Scarlet Scorpion saw this scene, his body trembled, his eyes flashed with fear, and he stared at Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Stop. I can promise you anything, so stop and spare my life." My father is Ancestor Moken. If you kill me, he won't let you off. Chapter 759. Die, you bastard. Yang Feng looked at Scarlet Scorpion, who has a look of despair on his face, and his eyes shimmered coldly. He brandished his sword, and a black sword ray shone and slashed towards Scarlet Scorpion. Stop! Infinity Warlock rank breath diffused from the Scarlet Scorpion Pagoda Master, and the wisp of Infinity Warlock force formed a huge palm that extended a finger and touched the black sword ray. The black sword ray, which has just easily slain a glorious sun warlock, collapsed inch by inch. After the black sword ray was smashed, most of the Infinity Warlock rank power dissipated, and the remaining power condensed into an old man with long black hair, a short stature, and a distorted face. The old man, who looks very uncomfortable, appeared in front of Scarlet Scorpion. A cold ray flashed in the eyes of the old man, and he said solemnly, I am Ancestor Moken. Friend, he is my son. If he has offended you in any way, I apologize to you on his behalf. Please give me some face, and let's be friends. Ancestor Moken, who do you think you are? Do you think an old thing like you can save someone I want to kill? A trifling power projection, break for me. Yang Feng smiled coldly and slashed with his sword, and a black sword ray sliced the old man into pieces in an instant. Unabated, the black sword ray enveloped the Scarlet Scorpion Pagoda Master in an instant and chopped him into countless pieces. A strange rune, invisible to the naked eye, flew out of Scarlet Scorpion, landed on Yang Feng, and formed a strange rune on him. Bastard, you dare to kill my son, what gall! A junior Infinity Warlock rank breath gushed out from a hidden valley 1,000 kilometers west of Green Shell City, and a black figure soared into the sky, turned into a black ray, and flew towards Green Shell City. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew out of the tree house. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and a 10-meter-long green praying mantis engraved with mysterious runes descended from the sky and slashed at Yang Feng with its blade. The earth cracked, and a 30-meter-long one-horned longhorn bull burst out of the ground and mercilessly stabbed at Yang Feng with its spear-like horns. Fools, just two glorious sun-grade insects actually dare to come and kill me? You really don't know what's good for you. Die! Yang Feng smiled coldly and brandished the sword in his hand, and two black cross-shaped sword rays slashed at the green praying mantis and the huge one-horned sky bull. The black cross-shaped sword light, which contained the power to shatter everything, instantly slashed the green praying mantis and the huge one-horned sky bull into pieces, causing countless fragments to fall to the ground. General Green Mantis, General Devil Horn was killed by him. What a savage human. Bright World Warlock, he's a human Bright World Warlock. The complexion of the surrounding devil insects changed dramatically, their eyes shimmered with fear, and they screamed loudly. Bright World Warlocks were existences comparable to intermediate Divine Force rank existences. Even in Savage Insect Plane, Bright World Warlocks were of the upper echelon. Now that a Bright World Warlock has appeared here, they were naturally shocked. The swarm of devil insects scattered in all directions. Among devil insects, the orders of superior insects of the same race cannot be resisted. However, it is very difficult to order other races. Most of the devil insects who have transformed into humans possess wisdom and fear. Without an order, they naturally won't come forward to throw away their lives. Yang Feng released his soul force and sensed Ancestor Moken's fearsome aura coming from afar. Yang Feng smiled, turned around, blurred into motion, and flew away. You want to leave? Damn human warlock, do you think this is your human Sangji plane? A cold and cruel voice sounded, and a 4-meter-tall devil insect with a dinosaur-like head, 4 pairs of insect wings on the back, and a humanoid body exuding Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly walked out. Behind the dragon-headed devil insect, there is a wasp queen with many marks of wasps on her body, but she has a sexy figure and exudes a seductive aura. There is a freak with a fiend head, a humanoid body, a pair of insect wings on the back, and a scorpion tail on the back. Savage insect plane is one of the 36 primary material planes, second only to Zhangji plane. Many powerful existences have come to this plane when they travel many planes in the universe, which is why there are so many strange species in savage insect plane. Dragon Insect General. The #1 expert of Green Shell City. He has never been defeated. Dragon Insect General, Wasp Queen, Fiend Scorpion General, with the three of them taking action, that human warlock is dead. This isn't Zhangji plane. Those damn human warlocks dare to behave atrociously in our Green Shell City, they're really reckless. When the devil insects hiding aside saw the three powerhouses block in front of Yang Feng, their eyes revealed a look of excitement at once. In the eyes of the devil insects on the savage insect plane, the human warlock Yang Feng was an invader. They naturally support their own people. Interesting, you want to block my way with just the few of you? You're overestimating yourselves. Yang Feng chuckled, then blurred into motion and slashed out with his sword, and 9 sword rays suddenly shot out and flew in 9 different directions. Yang Feng's true body disappeared along with the sword rays. My children, go. The Wasp Queen waved her lily-white hand, and a palm-sized insect nest appeared in her hand. Countless fist-sized gold wasps flew out of the insect nest, turned into a dense swarm, and rushed towards Yang Feng. When the dense swarm of gold wasps flew out, their wings flapped according to some mysterious pattern. The buzzing sound lingered and formed a golden sound wave net that swept towards the 9 sword rays Yang Feng has transformed into. The 9 sword rays split the sound wave net, but the power of the other 8 sword rays was directly weakened by 30%. Found you. The eyes of the dragon insect general shimmered fiercely, and he blurred into motion. Leaving behind an afterimage, he appeared in front of Yang Feng like a clap of thunder. Runes shone on his body, and he sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. An archaic black dragon projection exuding archaic breath suddenly rose from behind the dragon insect general and barreled towards Yang Feng with a crushing aura. In front of the archaic black dragon might, ordinary bright world warlocks would be intimidated, unable to budge. The archaic black dragon projection, which contains the powerful will of an archaic black dragon, completely sealed the space, forcing Yang Feng to go all out and confront it head-on. Not bad, Dragon Insect General, you have some skill. It's worth it for me to use some of my true strength to deal with you. Yang Feng smiled coldly, operated the essence of devour, spread the fingers of a hand, and a black whirlpool that looks like it can devour everything suddenly appeared in his hand, and he extended his hand forward. When the right claw grabbed the dragon insect general's right hand, the vortex that can devour everything twisted, and the will projection of the archaic black dragon was completely devoured by the vortex and turned into Yang Feng's power. No! There was a flash of panic and despair in the eyes of the dragon insect general, and he issued a miserable scream. The huge whirlpool in Yang Feng's right hand sucked him in, and his body twisted and fell into Yang Feng's right hand. He turned into ashes, leaving only a magic core and a storage ring behind. He was insta-killed. The dragon insect general was insta-killed. How is this possible? The devil insects who were secretly watching from the side were all dumbfounded and could not believe their eyes. The dragon insect general is the guardian of Green Shell City. Over the past thousands of years, countless powerhouses have died at the hands of the dragon insect general. In the eyes of the devil insects in Green Shell City, the dragon insect general is an invincible god of war. Yet the dragon insect general was insta-killed by Yang Feng, which is simply unbelievable. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared behind the fiend scorpion general and slashed with his sword, and a black sword ray slashed the fiend scorpion general into pieces in an instant. A look of horror on her face, the wasp queen pleaded mournfully, "No. Don't kill me. I'm willing. Unfortunately, this is savage insect plane." A voice of regret sounded, and a black sword ray enveloped the wasp queen and sliced her into countless pieces. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the storage rings and 2 magic cores of the Wasp Queen and the Fiend Scorpion General flew over and fell into his hand. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. This time, no one dared to stop him. They could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng fled into the distance. At this moment, lights suddenly flashed in the center of Green Shell City, and a strange rune suddenly appeared, and ripples swept in all directions like a tide. Green Shell City was destroyed. A human Bright World Warlock attacked in our savage insect plane. To dare come to our Green Shell City, what gall! The Carapace Dynasty's cities around Green Shell City were alarmed, and countless devil insects were released to prepare for war. At the same time, Bright World Warlock rank devil insects began to be mobilized. Chapter 760. That kid is so fast. No wonder he dared to come here and kill my son. If I can't kill him, White Scorpion Madonna won't let me off. When Ancestor Moken scanned Yang Feng with his tremendous soul force, he clearly sensed that Yang Feng is escaping at a frightening speed. He was both shocked and angered. Ancestor Moken clenched his teeth and chanted an incantation. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence flew out and turned into a pair of blood-colored wings that landed on his body. The strange blood-colored wings pierced into his body and began to absorb his power like crazy. They turned into giant insect wings. The densely packed insect wings overlapped and rumbled. Violent gales blew past, and traces of the law of wind flowed around them. As if he merged with the wind, Ancestor Moken jumped and teleported to places with wind, and approached Yang Feng at an incredible speed. Little bastard, I caught you. Go to hell. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Ancestor Moken appeared in front of Yang Feng, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of palm-sized extraordinary insects, black demon slayer insects, suddenly flew out, turned into a fearsome insect cloud, and swept towards Yang Feng. Most extraordinary insects are restrained by fire, but black demon slayer insects are different. They have extremely high resistance, can absorb all kinds of magic power, and can even devour fire. Only a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse can kill them with a meteorological spell. Otherwise, even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, without a special secret treasure, they will find it difficult to kill them with a single blow. A competition of numbers? I'm the best at this. Yang Feng chuckled, then the space around him distorted, and a swarm of Type 2 Undyings suddenly flew out, turned into afterimages, and slayed the black demon slayer insects. Accompanied by flashes of blade rays, the Type 2 Undyings slayed the black demon slayer insects one after another. The black slaying insects were also very ferocious. They left many wounds on the bodies of the Type 2 Undyings, but their venom couldn't cause too much damage to the Type 2 Undyings. Ancestor Moken's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this, and he said with a solemn expression, "Mechanical puppets? Who are you? Why are you here to kill my son?" The battle prowess of the Type 2 Undyings is astonishing. When Ancestor Moken saw the densely packed Type 2 Undyings, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, as expected of the Infinity Warlock. His reaction was really fast. I am the young master of the Undying Mountain, Lei Ming. I have come to take your dog life. With a flash of black light, Alexia, who was equipped with the Fallen Angel armor, shot out from the forest. She held the Fallen Angel sword and slashed at Ancestor Moken. Ancestor Moken's face fell. His right hand blurred and turned into a mantis blade arm, and he slashed out with a green blade ray that slashed at the Fallen Angel sword. The Fallen Angel sword emitted a black sword ray that slashed the cyan blade ray to pieces, and then severed one of Ancestor Moken's arms. With his junior Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, Ancestor Moken wasn't Alexia's opponent to begin with. Now that Alexia has obtained the Fallen Angel armor, her strength has soared by a large margin, and she has completely crushed Ancestor Moken. Ancestor Moken's face fell, and he shouted, "Young Master Lei Ming. I, Ancestor Moken, have no grievances with your undying mountain, so why did you deliberately come here to ambush me? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "There is no misunderstanding. There are two reasons why I came here to kill you. First, you have something I want. The second reason is that you deserve to die. I don't like the look of you. Originally, I planned to take back what I want through trade. But since you don't like the look of me, then I'll just kill you. The wealth you can get from killing an infinity warlock isn't small. Ancestor Moken is extremely cruel. He once slaughtered more than 10 million ordinary people in order to refine a high-grade soul stone. Even though he was chased by Great Cloud Dynasty's demon hunting division, he only restrained himself a little. But he didn't change his nature, and often sneaked into Tsangji Plain to slaughter ordinary people. He was a vicious and fiendish monster. Yang Feng's killing intent was aroused, and he wanted to kill him. Ancestor Moken gritted his teeth and roared wildly, "Lei Ming, I am White Scorpion Madonna's man. If you kill me, White Scorpion Madonna won't let you off." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with understanding, White Scorpion Madonna. No wonder Great Cloud Dynasty didn't dare to kill this old monster. It turns out that he is White Scorpion Madonna's man. White Scorpion Madonna is the daughter of White Scorpion Monarch, one of Carapace Dynasty's 3 monarchs. Among White Scorpion Monarch's countless daughters, she is the only one who has promoted to an infinity warlock. White Scorpion Monarch is a warlock monarch rank existence. Even Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't want to provoke such a fearsome existence at will. Great Cloud Dynasty has Empyrean-grade secret treasures. If the several infinity warlocks use Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can still defeat a warlock monarch rank existence. However, warlock monarch rank powerhouses have frightening mobility. Once the other party is shameless and assassinates people, if the other party shamelessly assassinates them, they will be a huge threat to Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, very few infinity warlocks can defeat a warlock monarch rank powerhouse one-on-one. Only those peerless geniuses who competed with warlock emperors for the throne in the past have that ability. In Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, there are many infinity warlocks, but none of them can contend against a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "If I, Lei Ming, want to kill someone, even White Scorpion Madonna can't stop me. If she dares to come, I'll suppress her as well. Do it." From the forest came the proud cry of a black Feng Huang, and a beautiful and proud black Feng Huang suddenly flew out and slammed into Ancestor Moken's back with terrifying might. Ancestor Moken's strength was far inferior to Alexia and Yu Yen, and now that Yu Yen had launched a sneak attack from behind, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, he was completely enveloped by the black phoenix flames and burned madly, causing him to let out a shrill cry. Ancestor Moken is not a strong divine force rank god. He is just an ordinary junior infinity warlock. Naturally, he cannot resist the siege of 2 pinnacle infinity warlock rank powerhouses. But Ancestor Moken is proficient in countless secret methods. His body fluttered, and his broken body split apart, and a speck of green light flew out. In an instant, the speck of green light split into 36 parts and fled in 36 different directions. At this moment, countless 7-colored rose petals suddenly flew up, densely packed together to form a 7-colored rose barrier that enveloped the void, sealing the void. When the 36 green rays collided with the barrier, they were ricocheted away. Alexia's figure flickered, and a series of afterimages appeared above the cyan light. She brandished her sword, and wherever the sword light containing dark energy passed, all the cyan light was shattered. A green ray flickered, and it turned into Ancestor Moken's form. He knelt on the ground and pleaded loudly, "Young Master Lei Ming, I am willing to surrender. Spare my worthless life. I'm willing to be your slave, your servant, your cow, or your horse. Please spare my lowly life." A monster like Ancestor Moken has no moral integrity. When his life is threatened, he can put down his pride, kneel on the ground, and beg for mercy. But once there is a chance, such a monster will turn around and attack his master. Yang Feng ordered indifferently, "Kill him." Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared behind Ancestor Moken and slashed down with her sword. A black sword ray instantly slayed and annihilated Ancestor Moken, leaving only an infinity core behind. Yang Feng looked at Ancestor Moken's infinity core with some regret. Unfortunately, human warlocks can't evolve as fast as other extraordinary life forms. In God Blood Plane, if I slayed 2 kindred Grand Dukes, I would be able to create an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. God Blood Plane's true blood kindred are the species with the fastest evolution speed that Yang Feng has ever seen. As long as a lesser kindred have the opportunity to devour the true blood of a greater kindred, they can evolve without any bottlenecks. Because of this, Yang Feng's kindred avatar was able to easily evolve into a kindred Grand Duke. Yang Feng scanned Ancestor Moken's storage ring with his tremendous soul force. There is no resentment soul bloodstone. It seems that he left it in his dwelling. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and the 2 infinity warlocks followed by Alexia and Yu Yan flew towards Ancestor Moken's lair. Although the 2 infinity warlocks Alexia and Yu Yan concealed their aura, but the infinity warlock rank aura they released when they slayed Ancestor Moken has alarmed the devil insects. Therefore, no one dared to come out and throw away their lives. They watched helplessly as Yang Feng's group of 3 flew towards Ancestor Moken's lair. "Who are you?" "This is Ancestor Moken's dwelling, Scram." Yang Feng's group of 3 has just flown to Ancestor Moken's dwelling, when a coquettish devil insect with many leech characteristics and exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power blocked in front of them. Yang Feng glanced at the devil insect and said flatly, "A moonlight warlock rank leech devil insect? Interesting, this devil insect can absorb many curses and rare toxins. Capture her alive." Chapter 761. Yu Yan pointed with her lily-white hand, and countless rays of magic light suddenly gathered and formed a giant hand that extended towards the leech devil insect. The grasshopper devil insect opened its mouth, and a pillar of blood containing endless filthy aura soared into the sky, sweeping towards the magic hand in an instant. When the strange pillar of blood slammed into the magic hand, it issued sizzling sounds, and then was crushed by the magic hand. Taking advantage of the momentum, the magic hand grabbed the leech devil insect. As soon as the grasshopper devil insect was pinched by the giant hand, countless runes entered its body and forcefully shrunk it into a finger-sized grasshopper. Yu Yan beckoned with her hand, and the leech devil insect flew into a jade box and was sealed. Alexia's figure flickered, turned into a black stream of light, and flew into Ancestor Moken's cave mansion. Immediately after, a series of miserable screams came from Ancestor Moken's cave mansion. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of reconnaissance robots turned into a breeze and flew towards Ancestor Moken's dwelling. Countless pieces of information were fed back by the reconnaissance robots and analyzed by the optical computer network composed of more than 1,000 level 4 optical computers. Found it. Yang Feng turned into a black stream of light and entered the depths of Ancestor Moken's dwelling. Soon after, he appeared in a cave filled with countless abyssal transcendent rank corpses. In the center of the cave, there is a pond covering an area of about 100 hectares. In the pond, there is a black crystal suspended in the center of the pond. Countless black rune chains extend from the crystal, pierced into the countless abyssal transcendent rank corpses, extracted the power of the corpses, and condensed into drops of black liquid that dripped into the center of the pond. Yang Feng showed a smile. Fallen Angel Pool. Judging from these materials, this is a top fallen angel pool that can give birth to infinity warlock rank fallen angels. A top-notch fallen angel pool is currently the strongest fallen angel pool that human warlocks and gods have mastered and can quickly produce. Above the top-notch fallen angel pool, there were also monarch-level fallen angel pool, sacred-level fallen angel pool, and god-level fallen angel pool. However, those fallen angel pools required massive resources and various rare natural treasures to refine. Many of those materials were treasures that could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. It was extremely difficult to successfully refine them. Break. When Yang Feng flew out of the cave, he slashed with his sword, and a black sword ray enveloped the huge cave. Rumble. Along with loud rumbles, the huge mountain was cut in half by Yang Feng's sword strike. Yang Feng extended his hand, and countless runes entered the cave with the top fallen angel pool, and the cave shrank until it was the size of a palm and entered his hand. Infinity Warlocks already possess the terrifying power to pluck stars from the sky and destroy a grade 9 plane. For Yang Feng to destroy a mountain range was just a piece of cake. What's this? At the moment when Ancestor Moken's cave dwelling collapsed, Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a palm-sized statue engraved with black armor full of barbs flew into his hand. The statue has a humanoid shape, crimson eyes, and exudes a queer aura. The queer aura coming from the statue made even a bright world warlock like Yang Feng feel a little uncomfortable. In the vast universe, there are countless queer existences, many of which even human warlocks don't know about. Yang Feng searched the database and found that even with his rich database, there is no record of this statue. Yang Feng contemplated for a while, then his heart stirred slightly, and he sealed the strange statue in a jade box. The target is in hand, let's withdraw. Yang Feng, Alexia, and company flew away without hesitation. How dare you kill my white scorpion Madonnas, man? A ferocious roar came from afar, and the clouds in the void shifted and formed the projection of a sexy and enchanting woman with a white scorpion mark on the forehead, a scorpion tail wrapped around the waist, and a sexy and flirtatious woman staring coldly at Yang Feng's group of 3. An Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can kill a Great Warlock rank powerhouse with one blow from 10,000 kilometers away. At the same time, they can also project themselves from 10,000 kilometers away. However, such a projection doesn't have any power. It's just a deterrent and an attitude. Scram! A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng barked and flicked his finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly flew out, entered the projection of White Scorpion Madonna, and burned wildly. In an instant, the projection of White Scorpion Madonna was burned to ashes by the violent 7-color skyfire. Yang Feng's group of 3 blurred into motion, entered a cave, passed through a small astral gate, plunged into the astral boundary, and disappeared. In Savage Insect Plane, there are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Just Carapace Dynasty has 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. After Yang Feng's attack succeeded, he made a prompt decision to escape. If he stays, only death will await him. A quarter of an hour later, 3 powerhouses exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power appeared in front of the cave. The one in the lead of the 3 Infinity Warlocks is White Scorpion Madonna. Behind her stand 2 ferocious-looking devil insect powerhouses with a mixture of insect and human form. Ordinary people will feel their blood run cold at first glance. A devil insect with a dragon-like mouth and a fly upper body asked solemnly, "White Scorpion, shall we go in now?" White Scorpion Madonna's eyes shimmered with the light of wisdom, and she shook her head rationally, "No." Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, I remember now. He's the young master of Undying Mountain who set off a huge storm in Sungji Plain's Great Cloud Dynasty. Great Cloud Dynasty even lost Bright Moon Province to him. This guy is definitely not that simple. If we chase after him, I'm afraid we'll get ourselves killed. According to my father's speculation, there should be a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse standing guard behind Undying Mountain. Another devil insect with a mantis head and a pair of fiend wings on the back asked solemnly, "Are we just going to let this matter go? That's all we can do now. However, if he dares to come to our plane again, I'll definitely kill him." The White Scorpion Goddess coldly snorted. She stretched out her hand and pointed. A white radiance flickered and enveloped the astral gate. The astral gate immediately collapsed and turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. On the other side of the astral gate, an incomparably huge fleet was guarding, and at the same time, countless experts were gathered there. Suddenly, the astral gate distorted, and then collapsed and disappeared. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. He didn't take the bait. What a troublesome guy. If White Scorpion Madonna dared to break through the astral gate, then even if she brought a warlock monarch rank powerhouse with her, Yang Feng would still be able to deal the other party a heavy blow. As for White Scorpion Madonna, it would be best if he could capture her alive. If he couldn't, Yang Feng wouldn't mind killing her. Yang Feng even dared to kill the Blazing Angel suspected to be a warlock emperor's subordinate, let alone a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. After the astral gate disappeared, the huge fleet set off and slowly disappeared into the astral boundary. The Endless Abyss. In a Viscount-grade castle, there are traces of fierce fighting everywhere. In the underground of the castle, there is a huge square. In the center of the huge square, there is a huge fallen angel pool. At this time, there are no more abyssal transcendent corpses around the fallen angel pool. In the center of the fallen angel pool, there is a statue of a fallen angel with a crystal inlaid on the chest of the statue. Tremendous abyssal force swept in from all directions. When the abyssal force entered the crystal inlaid on the chest of the fallen angel pool, drops of black liquid dripped into the pool. The most suitable place to build a fallen angel pool is the Endless Abyss. The Endless Abyss is filled with dark force. As long as the fallen angel pool is built in such a place, it can continuously extract abyssal force and transform it into dark force. Yang Feng's true body, wearing an armor that can isolate the erosion of abyssal force, grabbed the Dawn Blazing Angel Seabass, and came to the fallen angel pool. When the Dawn Blazing Angel Seabass saw the fallen angel pool, his complexion changed dramatically, and he shouted with a look of fear on his face, "The fallen angel pool. You want to pollute me? Corrupt me? Stop. If you do that, my lord won't let you off." Any fallen angel is a traitor to their original master. Once a Dawn Blazing Angel is corrupted by the fallen angel pool, the Dawn Lord will never let them off. Without hesitation, Yang Feng threw Seabass into the fallen angel pool. A copious amount of dark force poured into Seabass like a tide, causing him to scream in horror and despair, "No! Don't!" Wisps of dawn authority gushed out of Seabass, intertwined with the dark force, and cancelled each other out. Seabass's fleshly body constructed from divine force collapsed inch by inch, and then gradually constructed a new fleshly body constructed from dark force. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a wisp of warlock emperor rank Empyrean might gushed out of Seabass and nearly tore the fallen angel pool apart. Abyssal Lord Authority, suppress. The eyes of Yang Feng's abyssal fiend Earl Avatar shimmered fiercely, and he roared, and a tremendous amount of abyssal force suddenly erupted and suppressed the wisp of Empyrean might. Chapter 762. A tremendous abyssal will suddenly descended and collided with the wisp of Empyrean might. The violent clash of wills set off a huge energy storm in the real world and blew the water of the fallen angel pool about. In the end, the wisp of Empyrean might was eroded by the abyssal will and turned into nothingness. The wisp of Empyrean might and the abyssal will are virtually on the same level. However, the wisp of Empyrean might is like water without a root, while the abyssal will is rooted in abyss and has an almost endless supply, which is why it can easily suppress the wisp of Empyrean might. Yang Feng guessed that the Dawn Blazing Angel wouldn't fall so easily, which is why he summoned the Abyssal Lord Avatar here. In terms of fighting strength alone, Yang Feng's true body can suppress the Abyssal Lord Avatar with one hand. However, Yang Feng's true body isn't an Abyssal Lord, after all. Naturally, he can't rely on the protection of the Abyssal Will. As soon as the wisp of Empyrean might was suppressed, the fallen angel pool full of corrosive force entered the Dawn Blazing Angel and eroded the defenseless Dawn Blazing Angel. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the fallen angel pool, and countless black runes entered the pool. At the same time, he threw a high-grade soul stone into the pool. 10 days later, a fearsome aura spread from the fallen angel pool, and Seabass flew out of the pool, landed on the ground, knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Well met, my lord." When Yang Feng saw this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Seabass and the other two blazing angels are all Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels. After they are transformed into Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels, they are definitely a powerful force in Yang Feng's force. Yang Feng stared at Seabass with a dignified expression and asked solemnly, "The Dawn Lord you speak of, is it the Dawn Lord of the Tsangji Plains 8th Warlock Dynasty?" The 8th Warlock Dynasty's Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, was a peerless expert who unified the entire Tsangji Plain and conquered countless plains. If he hadn't been defeated by a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in his prime, suffered serious injuries, and was forced to hide in the Tsangji Plain to recuperate, and ultimately never left the Tsangji Plain, he would have been considered one of the strongest human Warlock Emperors. In the vast universe, there were countless planes, and similarly, there were countless deities who wielded the power of Dawn, the Lord of Dawn. Yang Feng wanted to confirm whether the Dawn Lord was the Tsangji Plains 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. "My lord, since we were born, the Dawn Lord told us that he is the great 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. He is now the supreme god of Dawn Plain, the Lord of Dawn. From my observations and the information I have, the Dawn Lord is indeed the Tsangji Plains 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. According to the Tsangji Plains classification, Dawn Plain is a Grade 2 plane, a plane of the same grade as the 36 primary material planes. It was discovered by the Dawn Lord at the time, and served as his escape route. The Dawn Lord can be said to be the Dawn Lord of the 8th Warlock Emperor, or not. At the time, before the Dawn Lord's true body was besieged, one of his avatars ignited his divine fire, absorbed the countless Dawn Godheads he collected, and advanced to a god in one fell swoop. The King of Dawn is my former master. Seabass explained in detail for Yang Feng. Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that, so it was an avatar. Gods were favored by the plain origin. As long as their true body stayed in their divine country, they could live for more than 1 million years. Many powerful human warlocks would make an avatar and promote to a god in another plane. In this way, even if the soul of the true body decayed and he died, he could use an avatar to extend his life. However, although gods have a very long lifespan, but they are still bound by the plane. Once a god's true body leaves the plane for more than 10 days, they will weaken at a terrifying rate of 1% per day. If they leave the plane for less than 4 months, they will weaken to death. The only way to survive is to transform and break away from the identity of a god. Therefore, most gods come to other planes in the form of avatars. Yang Feng pondered for a while and asked, "How many Bright World Warlock rank angels and above does the Dawn Lord currently have?" Seabass answered, "As far as I know, the Dawn Lord has 896 Bright World Warlock rank angels, 172 Infinity Warlock rank angels, and 9 Warlock Monarch rank angels. As for Holy Spirit Warlock rank angels, I have never seen them, and there is no intelligence to prove their existence. However, according to the Dawn Lord's style of conduct, there should be 1 or 2 Holy Spirit Warlock rank blazing angels guarding him." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade, 172 Infinity Warlock rank angels and 9 Warlock Monarch rank angels. As expected of a former Warlock Emperor powerhouse, his underlying strength is really amazing. The Dawn Lord was a Warlock Emperor of the Tsangji Plain in the past. Along the way, he has destroyed who knows how many planes, killed more than 1,000 Dawn Lords, and obtained countless resources. Since the Dawn Plane is one of his trump cards, it naturally obtained his support, which is why it has so many powerhouses. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "Seabass, I captured the 3 of you alive. Will the Dawn Lord send people to suppress me? A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The Dawn Lord is no longer as powerful as the 8th Warlock Emperor. But if he insists on suppressing Yang Feng, As long as he sends 4 Warlock Monarch rank Blazing Angels plus Infinity Warlock rank Angels as his wings, Yang Feng's forces in the Bright Moon Province can be leveled. With the power at the Dawn Lord's disposal, if he mobilizes all his angel legions, he can even destroy the Great Cloud Dynasty. No. Although the Dawn Lord is powerful, but he clearly has more powerful enemies to deal with. During the past hundreds of thousands of years, they have been holed up in the Dawn Plain, and they have steadily expanded outwards step by step. As far as I know, there are already 372 planes that have fallen into the Dawn Lord's control, and they have established a perfect defense system. Since the 3 of us have fallen into your hands, it means that you have the power to kill Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels. According to the Dawn Lord's way of doing things, he should carefully investigate you. After finding out your details, he will send someone to negotiate with you. He will redeem you. Master, if you don't want to thoroughly offend the Dawn Lord, then it's best to keep the other 2 Blazing Angels. When you negotiate with the Dawn Lord, you can exchange them for other benefits and eliminate the other party's hatred. Seabass, who is well aware of the Dawn Lord's way of doing things, sold Yang Feng information on his former lord. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, if I transform the 3 Blazing Angels, what will the Dawn Lord's reaction be? Seabass uttered, then there will be a blood feud between the 2 of you. Unless you can come up with greater benefits to resolve this hatred, once the time is ripe, the Dawn Lord will mobilize countless powerhouses to give you a fatal blow when you are in the most danger. Yang Feng waited again and again, and finally chose to give up on transforming the other 2 Blazing Angels into fallen angels. The Dawn Lord is a supreme god of a plane. His strength is far inferior to that of the 8th Warlock Emperor at the time. However, his strength is still terrifying, and he is not an existence that Yang Feng can resist. If the hatred can be resolved, Yang Feng doesn't mind returning the 2 Blazing Angels to the other party. Yang Feng uttered, however, the Dawn Lord is really patient. He hasn't come looking for trouble for so long. Seabass uttered, when the Dawn Lord dominated an era, he had countless subordinates, but he also sowed a lot of hatred. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people besieging him at the time when he was old. His avatar naturally became more careful. After all, he is much weaker than before. Only by staying in the Dawn Divine Country can he feel at ease. The stronger the person, the higher the level of contact, the stronger their friends would be. Similarly, the strength of their enemies would also be stronger. At the time, the Dawn Lord suppressed the world and defeated countless strong enemies. Most of the strong enemies died at his hands, but those who survived grew into extremely terrifying existences. Now, the Dawn Lord can only hide in the Divine Country to ensure his safety. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he heaved a sigh of relief, so that's how it is. Unless the Dawn Lord uses his true power, he basically can't threaten my safety. As long as I don't court death, I won't provoke him to go all out to destroy me. After all, he has stronger enemies. Compared to those enemies, I'm not qualified. Even though the Dawn Lord is just an avatar, but in his eyes, his enemies are Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. A trifling Infinity Warlock rank force is nothing in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Feng felt the box sealed by the statue he snatched from Ancestor Moken tremble slightly. With a thought, he took out the box and opened it. The strange statue suddenly absorbed abyssal force from all directions. Inside the statue, tiny symbols that Yang Feng has never seen before suddenly appeared and exuded mysterious, strange, powerful, and fearsome fluctuations of power. Yang Feng's Abyssal Earl avatar took out a gourd and poured the abyssal river water towards the strange statue. Like a bottomless black hole, the strange statue frantically devoured the abyssal river water. Chapter 763. The water of the abyssal river in the lake was absorbed by the weird statue, yet there was still no end to it. Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar used his Abyssal Lord authority and beckoned with his hand, and the water of the Abyssal River thousands of kilometers away suddenly flew out, turned into a torrent, and poured into the weird statue. After devouring the Abyssal River water for a day and a night, the weird statue finally trembled. Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar pressed with his hand, and the water of the Abyssal River floated in the void, motionless. After about a dozen plus breaths of time, the weird statue cracked and revealed a black square crystal. When Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar saw the black square crystal, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed the square crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as the square crystal entered Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar, a fearsome force broke out in an instant and entered his body. Originally, Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord avatar gained a lot of power on the bloody battlefield and became a pinnacle Abyssal Fiend Earl. Now that he obtained the power of the square crystal, he transformed again, crossed the huge bottleneck between Abyssal Fiend Earl and Abyssal Fiend Marquis in one fell swoop, and evolved into an Abyssal Fiend Marquis. Yang Feng glanced at the Abyssal Fiend Marquis avatar that has evolved into an Abyssal Fiend Marquis and frowned, saying, "There is no record of this power in the database. I need to analyze and study you." There is no record of the weird statue in Yang Feng's Warlock database. No one knows if the weird power will change the connection between the avatar and the true body. The world of warlocks is full of weirdness. It is impossible to see it from the perspective of humans. In the world of warlocks, ice containing the law of ice can freeze fire. Human souls can be exchanged with each other. In the world of warlocks, Earth's absolute zero is just a joke. Under the effect of the law of ice, it can even reach a temperature far higher than Earth's so-called absolute zero. There is no record of the weird statue in Yang Feng's Warlock database, which aroused his vigilance. If he isn't careful, then once the Abyssal Fiend Marquis avatar is contaminated, and it may eventually betray him. The Abyssal Fiend Marquis avatar agreed decisively, understood. After passing through a top-grade warp gate, Yang Feng and the Abyssal Fiend avatar came to a fully equipped underground laboratory in Bright Moon Province. The most advanced and cutting-edge scanners began to scan and analyze Yang Feng's Abyssal Fiend avatar. There's nothing wrong with his soul. My body is 5% stronger than an ordinary golden horned. My bones have been strengthened by 3%. My blood has been enhanced by 12%. Based on the analysis of the information we currently have, the final conclusion is that the incarnation had been strengthened and there was nothing abnormal about it. As for the square crystal, after analysis, it should be a type of high-level life form mana that the statue had transformed into. The conversion method and absorption efficiency of this kind of biological mana is beyond what we currently possess. Messages were sent back one after another. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, saying, "Can the statue's technology be analyzed?" According to the analysis of the information we currently have, the level of technology of this statue surpasses the technology of our Shi clan in its heyday. There was a huge gap between them. If he wanted to analyze the technology of this statue, he would have to obtain the information of this statue's civilization. Otherwise, please unlock Shizu technology to the highest level. Only then will it be possible to analyze the technology of the next level. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and he stared at the statue with a dignified look in his eyes. This statue is so amazing. How did it appear in the Zhangji Plain? Since Yang Feng came to the Great Cloud Dynasty, he has almost never stopped collecting information about the Warlock civilization. According to the various information he has, when the Shizu dominated the universe, they were at their peak and could slay great holy step existences. But against Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, the outcome of the battle is unknown. The level of this statue surpassed the level of technology of the Shizu in their heyday, which means that the statue came from a terrifying civilization far beyond this universe. Such a terrifying civilization is very likely to give birth to eternal sovereigns, or even more terrifying and powerful existences. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then handed the statue to his Abyssal Fiend avatar. The world of warlocks is extremely strange. Since I can appear here, then naturally there may be existences or items from other higher universes that have descended into this world. Those eternal sovereigns may be existences from higher universes that descended into this world. Existences of that level are not existences that I can come into contact with for now. If I continue to think about it, then it will just be groundless worries. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of the Bright Moon Province's Undying Mountains headquarters, a young man with short blonde hair, a medium build, and a faint smile on his face appeared at the foot of the mountain. Behind the young man was a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They were all outstanding figures that could only be found once in a million. Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread, and he said loudly, Dawn Divine Emissary Pui is here to greet the young master of the Undying Mountain. Please come in. A gold ray shot out from the Undying Mountain's headquarters, landed in front of the Dawn Divine Emissary Pui, and formed a gold staircase. Pui and the two people behind him stepped on the gold staircase. With a flash of gold light, they appeared in a vast hall. There is a person sitting on the throne in the hall. It is Yang Feng. On the left and right of Yang Feng stand the two powerhouses Alexia and Yu Yan respectively. Both of them are shrouded in a mist of magic, making it impossible to see their faces. At the same time, there are faint Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power in the dark. Pui stepped forward, bowed slightly to Yang Feng, and revealed a strange smile. Dawn Divine Emissary Pui greets the young master of the Undying Mountain. In other words, greetings Battle Demon Sect's Great Elder Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. How did you find out? After Yang Feng became the incarnation of the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, he almost never appeared in public using his identity. Only when he fought against the emissary of the Dawn Lord did he use his identity. The Dawn Lord just grasped that flaw, and yet found out his true identity in such a short period of time. This kind of investigative ability is simply terrifying. Pui smiled and flexed his muscles. After all, my lord was once the master of the Zhangji Plain. In the Zhangji Plain, few things can escape my lord's eyes and ears. Yang Feng responded flatly, I am Yang Feng. Pui uttered, Young Master Yang Feng, we had a little conflict with you before. Reportedly, 3 blazing angels fell into your hands. Please return them to us. In exchange, we are willing to pay an equal price. After that, we can write this off. Angels are divided into 9 grades. The upper 3 grades are blazing angels, throne angels, and wisdom angels. The middle 3 grades are primary angels, energy angels, and force angels. The lower 3 grades are authority angels, great angels, and angels. Blazing angels are the most powerful beings among angels of the same rank. They can evolve into beings with supreme god rank battle prowess. Throne angels can evolve into beings with warlock monarch rank battle prowess. Wisdom angels can evolve into beings with infinity warlock rank battle prowess at most. At the time, the 3 Dawn Blazing Angels resisted the siege of countless experts under Yang Feng's command. From this, it can be seen how strong they are. Yang Feng said flatly, of the 3 Blazing Angels, I have already transformed one into a fallen angel. I can only return the other 2 to you. Of the 2 Blazing Angels, take one as an apology for accidentally transforming a fallen angel. As for the other, you only need to pay the resources needed to cultivate an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, and then you can take it away. Behind Pui, the beautiful woman with a sexy figure spread her angel wings, and Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power emanated from her. She stared fiercely at Yang Feng. What, you transformed our brother into a degenerate? You damned heretic! If you don't apologize to us and compensate us, then our great lord will never let you off. Yang Feng's eyes radiated a fierce ray, and as if a fierce beast has awakened, a fearsome aura spread from him. He stared coldly at the beautiful Infinity Warlock rank throne angel and uttered frigidly, the great Dawn Lord is indeed very powerful, far stronger than me. But I also fought my way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This time, it was your Dawn Divine Country's people who took the initiative to attack me. I have already given you face by taking a step back. Or, does the Dawn Divine Country want to fight me to the death? If Yang Feng falls out with the Dawn Lord, he can only choose to give up Tsangji Plain's Undying Mountains Foundation and be forced to flee to Red Rage Plain. However, with Yang Feng's terrifying power, once he attacks the Dawn Divine Country, as long as he has the right strategy, he can definitely kill more than 10 Infinity Warlock rank angels. Pui frowned slightly and shouted in a deep voice, "Celine, shut up." The beautiful throne angel glared at Yang Feng and kept silent. What a barbarian, he doesn't know any negotiation skills. Pui glanced at Yang Feng with contempt in his eyes, but he sighed in his heart, it's a pity that this barbarian has a lot of power. I can't fall out with him for now. Having investigated Yang Feng's rise, Pui is aware that Yang Feng has a terrifying power in his hands. Although that power cannot compare to the Dawn Lord's accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years, but once he falls out with Yang Feng, it is very likely to break the balance between the Dawn Lord and other powerful existences. Chapter 764. Pui uttered with a smile, "Since you said so, young Master Yang Feng, then we'll give you face and deal with this matter according to your opinion." When Yang Feng saw Pui take a step back, his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he mused, it seems that the Dawn Lord doesn't want to make a big deal out of this. His troubles shouldn't be small. None of the 8 Warlock Emperors is a simple character. If someone dared to attack an Infinity Warlock subordinate to them during their heyday, then with a single order from them, countless powerhouses will destroy or expel the enemy to the astral boundary, the endless abyss, the netherworld, or other places that even the forces of the Warlock Emperors can hardly cover. The Dawn Lord was not a magnanimous Warlock Emperor, and the number of enemies he destroyed at the time was also innumerable. Now that Pui has given in to Yang Feng, it is clear that the Supreme God Dawn Lord has countless troubles to deal with. He doesn't want to make a strong enemy. Pui said, "Young Master Yang Feng, I also brought the Great Dawn Lord with me this time. I hope that our two families can form an alliance and help each other out." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and pondered for a while, saying, "Ally? I'll think about it." Pui opened his hand, and a cube-shaped communications crystal flew out of his hand and flew towards Yang Feng. "This is my communications crystal. If you want to contact me, young Master Yang Feng, you can do so through the communications crystal." When Pui saw Yang Feng grab the communications crystal, he showed a smile, bowed to Yang Feng, and uttered, "Then I'll take my leave first." Yang Feng waved his hand, and gold light enveloped Pui's group of 3 and teleported them out of Undying Mountain. Ally? Is it so easy to be an ally of the Dawn Lord? Although you can get great benefits by becoming an ally of the Dawn Lord, but you also have to face the Dawn Lord's enemies. If I become an ally of the Dawn Lord, I'm afraid that the first person to be eradicated will be me. After Pui's group of 3 left, a cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he calculated coldly in his heart. The best way to destroy an enemy is to go from weak to strong. When dealing with an enemy of the same rank, first destroy the enemy's weakest wings and allies, and then destroy the enemy. This is the way to go. By allying with the Dawn Lord, although Yang Feng can obtain great benefits, but he must also face the enemies of the Dawn Lord. For the current Yang Feng, an enemy on the level of the Dawn Lord is still too powerful. After completing the agreement with the divine emissary of the Dawn Lord, Yang Feng's true body hid in a secret place in Bright Moon Province and entered closed-door cultivation. Yang Feng has mastered the resources of Bright Moon Province, Ligui Province, Yu Province, Red Rage Plain, and many other forces. These resources are enough for him to quietly practice cultivation until he reaches the pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank. There is even hope for him to break through and promote to an Infinity Warlock in seclusion. Under such circumstances, Yang Feng is naturally willing to enter secluded cultivation until the power of his true body reaches the limit, and then leave secluded cultivation to look for the Black Emperor's treasure trove or enter the core world to look for more resources. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Cangzhi Plains cloud capital, one of Yang Feng's avatars, Zhao Fan, is lying on a beach chair in his small villa. In his arms is the short-haired, youthful and beautiful girl Lan Chuxia. It's really peaceful. Yang Feng stroked Lan Chuxia's jade-white, silk-like smooth skin, absorbed the sun force contained in the sunlight, and showed a satisfied smile. When Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank, he was already a genius among geniuses. Although Yang Feng's true body still has countless rare resources that can make his avatar advance to the glorious Dawn Warlock rank, but that will arouse Great Cloud Dynasty's suspicions. In fact, after Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank, it aroused Great Cloud Dynasty's investigation. But after several rounds of investigation, there were no suspicions, and so he was able to sit firmly on the throne of Bureau Chief of Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. Suddenly, a series of violent tremors came from the ground, as if the heavens and the earth were about to collapse. Lan Chuxia, who is lying in Yang Feng's arms like a cat, was taken aback at once. She straightened her petite body and asked, "What's going on?" A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he said solemnly, "I'll go ask." As the imperial capital of Great Cloud Dynasty, the Cloud Capital is guarded by countless secret treasures and has more than 1,000 warlock towers. If a warlock monarch rank powerhouse comes to the Cloud Capital to behave atrociously, they will be quelled. It is impossible for an ordinary earthquake to affect the Cloud Capital. But now that the Cloud Capital has been affected by an earthquake, it is definitely not an ordinary earthquake. Yang Feng took out a communications magic box, selected Bai Yuxian's imprint, and connected. After a while, Bai Yuxian's voice came from the communications magic box. "Zhao Fan, why are you looking for me?" Yang Feng asked, "Your Highness, do you know what happened in this earthquake?" As a peerless genius of the Bai family, Bai Yuxian is very well informed, even more so than Yang Feng, who has control over Undying Mountain. After all, Great Cloud Dynasty is much stronger than Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. Bai Yuxian replied, "I don't know. Even I don't know what happened in this earthquake." At this moment, a vast and boundless aura spread out from the eastern world's time-sky city, spreading out in all directions. What rich life magic energy! It's coming from the time-sky city. Yang Feng has quietly arranged surveillance robots in various areas of the Great Cloud Dynasty. When the vast and fearsome aura diffused from the time-sky city, the countless surveillance robots immediately sent feedback to the level 4 optical computer network and analyzed the source of the aura. In Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng, who is absorbing countless resources and strengthening the 9 small worlds inside him, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and he flew towards a warp gate. During those 2 years, Yang Feng not only had his surveillance robots quietly stationed in various places of the Cangzhi Plains 4 dynasties, but he also quietly set up many warp gates in various places of the 4 dynasties. After passing through the warp gates, it only took Yang Feng a few minutes to appear in a cave near the time-sky city. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng flew into the sky and looked in the direction of the time-sky city. In the surroundings of the time-sky city, warlock powerhouses flew into the air and looked in the direction of the time-sky city from afar. They saw a huge rift open in the location of the time-sky city, and a copious amount of gold light gushed out from the huge rift. When the gold light gushed out from the ground, it combined with the air on the ground and formed seeds, huge stones, and magic crystals that sprayed in all directions like raindrops. Some low-level warlocks continuously cast spells from the sidelines, forming mage hands that reached towards the sky and scooped up the magic stones and magic crystals. On Earth, the eruption of the golden light was equivalent to a tornado in the sky. Within the tornado, there was an endless amount of cash floating. Attracted by the magic crystals, 3 moonlight warlocks cast spells to grab the resources ejected from the gold light. Once a moonlight warlock stepped into the transcendent realm, they became a transcendent. Moonlight warlocks are transcendent rank powerhouses. But on the Tsangji plane, moonlight warlocks have to fight for their own resources. Rogue moonlight warlocks who are unwilling to join major forces and want to establish their own forces also have to fight for resources. The rest of the warlocks above the moonlight warlock rank stared at the rift that sprayed gold light with dignified and shocked looks in their eyes. No one knows what happened. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking sound, the huge rift split open 1,000 kilometers wide, and a copious amount of gold light gushed out from the ground. Under the impact of the fearsome golden light, the tens of thousands of low-level warlocks issued miserable screams, their bodies twisted, and they turned into all kinds of strange beings. Then, their bodies burst open and turned into clouds of blood mist, which combined with the golden light and became new resources. As soon as the golden light poured into the 3 moonlight warlocks, they trembled at once, and then, as if insects stuck in a spider's web, they couldn't budge and were in unbearable pain, and their bodies began to change. Warlocks can absorb life magic energy to evolve and become more powerful. However, there is a limit to the amount of life magic energy a warlock can absorb at each rank. In a short period of time, if a large amount of life magic energy is poured into a warlock, their fleshly body will explode. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he blurred into motion and fled frantically. Along with flashes of light, the Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank cast secret methods and fled into the distance. The earth shook and cracked open 100,000 kilometers wide, and dazzling gold light soared into the sky. Suddenly, a giant tree with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers broke out of the earth, pierced through the sky, and entered the starry sky. A vast and boundless mighty force emanated from the giant tree and spread in all directions. The giant tree pierced through the Tsangji Plain's atmosphere, and then its crown suddenly split into 9 branches, each of which has a floating continent with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers suspended above it. Thin branches extended out of the strange giant tree and pierced into different voids, continuously extracting all kinds of power and sinking into the floating continent in the treetop. Chapter 765. From time to time, a leaf will fall from the giant tree's crown and fly towards the 9 floating continents. When each leaf falls, it will turn into a floating continent that looks like many stars orbiting the moon. Whatever it is, there must be a treasure on it. Go! With a scorching gleam in his eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a dense swarm of Type 2 Undyings as well as a large number of 4th-generation battle robots flew out of the 9 small worlds inside him and flew towards the floating continent formed from the giant tree like a tide. At this time, there are countless munitions factories in the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng. His true body is like a mobile super carrier, and he can release all kinds of battle robots at any time to deal with various combat environments. The eyes of the Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks present shimmered with greed, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light flying towards the floating continent formed from the giant tree. As old monsters who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, the Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks have experienced countless adventures and all kinds of strange phenomena. Naturally, they are aware that there must be a treasure on the huge mysterious ancient tree. Virtually all the warlocks flew towards the floating continents above the canopy and the 9 branches extending from the 9 floating continents. Only Yang Feng's battle robots flew towards different floating continents. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering rumble, an exquisite castle that was filled with countless mysteries flew out from the ground, and in an instant, appeared on a floating continent that was condensed from tree branches. This continent belongs to the Time Imperial Court. Anyone who enters without permission will die. A domineering voice came from the castle, and resplendent rays of light fell on the warlocks and Yang Feng's battle robots. Shrouded by the resplendent light, the warlocks and Yang Feng's battle robots were sent flying. Wisps of incomparably terrifying saint might emanated from the castle and swept across the land. Holy Spirit Warlock. Time Imperial Court. The First Warlock Dynasty. How is this possible? Didn't the First Warlock Dynasty collapse? When the warlocks present sensed the holy might emanating from the floating continent, their faces changed dramatically, and they didn't dare to approach. Holy Spirit Warlocks are the guardians and strongest powerhouses of a race. In the vast universe, most of the guardians of higher races are Holy Spirit Warlocks. Before Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses appear, Holy Spirit Warlocks are the most powerful existences in the world. Even if the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 Warlock dynasties join forces, they may not be the opponent of a Holy Spirit Warlock. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the Western world, and the other 3 Warlock dynasties all have Empyrean-grade secret treasures. By fully stimulating the power of those Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can indeed seriously injure or even kill a Holy Spirit Warlock. However, it is necessary to force a Holy Spirit Warlock into a head-on confrontation in order to seriously injure or even kill the other party. If a Holy Spirit Warlock lowers his status and launches a sneak attack, he can insta-kill an Infinity Warlock. Once the 4 dynasties become enemies with a Holy Spirit Warlock, the 4 dynasties' Infinity Warlocks can only hole up in the capital city. Once they leave the capital city alone, they will most likely die. Boom! A 10,000-meter-long primordial dragon flew out of the earth and landed on another branch floating continent. A cold and domineering voice came from above. This continent belongs to the Taboo Imperial Court. Anyone who enters without permission will die. That's the primordial dragon Wuha, who was slain by the Taboo Lord. It's the mount and palace of the Taboo Lord. Didn't he disappear with the fall of the Taboo Lord? The Taboo Imperial Court. Hasn't the Taboo Lord died yet? Shocked by the sudden appearance of the primordial dragon, the human warlocks fled from the branch floating continent. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord is relatively mild-mannered. Due to his humble origin, the Taboo Lord is an ordinary person with almost no cultivation aptitude. Along the way, he plundered the bloodline of countless powerful life forms, purified the bloodline, and finally reached the summit. Therefore, he is extremely murderous. Not only does he kill his enemies, but he also shows no mercy to human warlocks. Seeing this scene, the human warlocks flying towards the other branch floating continents stopped and stared at the other branch floating continents. Boom! The earth split open, and a 10,000-meter-tall giant engraved with countless runes broke out of the earth and jumped onto a branch floating continent. A flat voice came from the sky, and a fearsome aura spread from the branch floating continent. This continent belongs to the Transcendent Imperial Court. Anyone who enters without permission will die. The Headless Giant General Pavilion. That's a peerless powerhouse who was slain by the Transcendent Lord. That's a fearsome existence that can compete with the Transcendent Lord, and it's a chariot that the Transcendent Lord later refined. He didn't disappear. The faces of the human warlocks changed dramatically, and they commented. Boom! A star palace engraved with countless star diagrams flew out from the ground and landed on a branch floating continent. Dazzling beams of star light flew over from afar and landed on the star palace, and projections of stars appeared above the star palace. A gentle voice came from the star palace. This continent now belongs to the Star Imperial Court. No one is welcome to enter without permission. Different from the other warlock emperors, the Star Lord is the most gentle among the 8 warlock emperors. The warlocks of the Star Imperial Court are also relatively gentle. Boom! The earth shook once more, and a huge mountain range shrouded in a boundless black aura abruptly flew out and landed on a floating continent. It was filled with a deathly aura and the most mysterious nether river that ran through it. A strange voice came. This continent now belongs to the Death Imperial Court. Only the dead can enter without permission. Boom! The earth split open again, and a 10,000-meter-tall palace engraved with countless runes and shrouded in mysterious mist flew out and landed on a branch floating continent. A proud voice came, "This continent now belongs to the Magic Note Imperial Court. Anyone who can hand over a secret treasure recognized by the Magic Note Imperial Court can enter this continent and become a member of the Magic Note Imperial Court. Otherwise, trespassers will die." The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts have appeared. What about the Golem Imperial Court and the Dawn Imperial Court? What's going on? Why did they appear? Didn't the 8 Warlock Imperial Courts collapse? When the human warlocks saw the 6 powerful forces appear in the sky, their eyes flashed with astonishment. The 8 Warlock Imperial Courts of the Tsangji Plain were the most glorious era of human warlocks. Even the Dawn Imperial Court shocked the 36 primary material planes with its might. No force dared to fight the Dawn Imperial Court. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts are extremely powerful and invincible existences. Even the Warlock Emperor rank existences who have lived for millions or tens of millions of years in the 36 primary material planes and hidden in the astral boundary, the endless abyss, the netherworld, and the endless starry sky, don't dare to confront them head-on. But now that the forces known as the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts have appeared and occupied 6 branch floating continents in one fell swoop, all the warlocks stopped at once, not daring to act rashly. At the moment when the warlocks stopped, countless battle robots flew into the remaining 3 branch floating continents. As soon as they entered a branch floating continent, Yang Feng saw through the perspective of the battle robots that there are spirit springs, magic energy lingering, and all kinds of rare extraordinary plants and rare materials that would make infinity warlocks envious grow everywhere. In the center of each branch floating continent, there is dazzling golden light, as if something precious is being nurtured and born. Yang Feng's battle robots suddenly turned into streams of light and flew towards the center of the branch floating continents at their highest speed. In the center of each floating continent was a golden lake. In the center of each golden lake was a small bell, a bow, and a shield. You can only choose one. If you take more, you'll suffer a backlash and die. If you only take one, you'll benefit greatly. When Yang Feng saw the 3 treasures, the fate algorithm in his sea of knowledge trembled, reminding him of the hidden opportunities and dangers. I need a shield. Only by staying alive can everything be possible. Yang Feng made a prompt decision. A battle robot flew into a golden lake, grabbed a shield, and suddenly flew out, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards him. As if tangible gazes descended from the sky, they followed the battle robot and focused on Yang Feng, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts exudes Holy Spirit Warlock rank fluctuations of power. Even Yang Feng may not be able to resist an all-out attack of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse at this time. A black ray suddenly flickered, appeared silently from the void, and extended its hand towards the shield in the hand of the battle robot. Die! With a flash of anger in his eyes, Yang Feng erupted with intermediate bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power, blurred, and appeared in front of the black figure. He extended his hand and operated the essence of Devour, and a black hole suddenly appeared in his hand and engulfed the warlock in an instant. Chapter 766. After Yang Feng insta-killed the warlock, he grabbed the shield, and wisps of pure power seeped out of the shield, entered his body, and nourished his fleshly body and soul. Yang Feng grabbed the shield, his heart in turmoil. His figure fluttered, and he flew into the distance. What treasure is this? If the warlock groups known as the 6 warlock dynasties had taken action before, Yang Feng would have turned around and left without competing with them. After all, once a Holy Spirit warlock took action, it would be impossible for Yang Feng to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. But now that the shield was in his hands, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't give up on this shield full of mystical power and origin. As soon as the shield entered his hand, the fate algorithm inside Yang Feng trembled, filled with joy, indicating that the shield is of great benefit to Yang Feng's future. Yang Feng conquered Yu Province and Bright Moon Province and obtained the treasure trove of the kindred Grand Duke, the treasure trove of the 2 Grade 4 planes, and countless other treasures. However, the only treasure that had received the revelation from Fate algorithm was this shield. One could imagine how precious that shield was. Even if a Holy Spirit Warlock takes action, even if Yang Feng has to expose countless trump cards, he will take away this shield full of mystical power. Each of the warlock groups of the 6 warlock imperial courts occupied a branch floating continent. As if gods, they overlooked the warlocks below and allowed the warlocks to fight over the treasures on the remaining 2 branch floating continents. A motley crew, they don't even have a bright world warlock. What if I let Alexia and Yu Yen take action and take away the remaining 2 treasures? With a thought, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and began to calculate. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and a projection of the stream of fate slowly appeared beside him. If a warlock emperor like the Time Lord can see the sea of fate with the fate algorithm and a Holy Spirit warlock can see the river of fate, then a bright world warlock like Yang Feng can see the stream of fate, then it is already terrifying enough. Suddenly, Yang Feng's body trembled slightly, his eyes overflowed with blood, and he spat out a big mouthful of blood, his aura suddenly weakened. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. This won't do. Alexia and Yu Yen can easily snatch the 2 treasures. However, that would also attract terrifying enemies. An enemy like that is not an existence that I can resist at the moment. Through the fate algorithm, Yang Feng has vaguely guessed that the Holy Spirit warlocks of the 6 warlock imperial courts are under some kind of restriction. However, if Yang Feng insisted on taking away all the treasures nurtured by the floating continents, then the warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties would definitely get rid of him. Yang Feng looked at the branch floating continent with some regret. Unfortunately, each branch floating continent is a real treasure trove. If you can occupy it and nurture it carefully, you'll be able to get a steady stream of wealth. The branch floating continents are filled with rich life magic energy. At the same time, there are countless extraordinary plants and extraordinary minerals. Each branch floating continent is a paradise for warlocks far beyond the cloud capital. However, the branch floating continents can only be occupied by tyrannical enough forces. The forces under Yang Feng's command are already considered to be influential in the Zhangji Plain, and are even stronger than the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. But compared to the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties, they are far inferior. Yang Feng looked at the branch floating continents with regret in his eyes. It's a pity. If this magical tree were to emerge in another few thousand years, then I would definitely have a place on the 9 branch floating continents. If nothing unexpected happens, in another 20 years, Yang Feng will be able to advance to an infinity warlock in seclusion. At that time, he will collect the evolution materials for the level 5 and level 6 strongholds. Once he succeeds, he will have the capital to attack the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Within a few thousand years, he will be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock. At that time, he will have a place on the 9 branch floating continents. Suddenly, the earth split open, and golden rays of light shot out from the earth. As if tearing apart the earth, a resplendent ray of light carrying terrifying might appeared in front of Yang Feng in an instant. A slender, handsome man with a gold mark on his forehead, a slender figure, and a golden mark on his forehead glanced at Yang Feng contemptuously and said coldly, "Aboriginal monkey of the surface world, hand over the split heaven shield in your hand. Otherwise, die." Yang Feng frowned slightly. The surface world? In other words, you're from the core world. The core world is a mysterious area that only a very small number of warlocks know about. The core world is located in the Zhangji Plains underground, but it is located in a mysterious space of a higher latitude. The Great Cloud Dynasty's underground world and the core world are completely different spaces and existences. In the core world, there exists the essence accumulated by the 8 warlock dynasties, powerful Holy Spirit warlocks. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, the Dawn Dynasty, no Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences have come to the Tsangji Plane because there is a group of human Holy Spirit Warlocks in the core world. The handsome man said arrogantly, I didn't expect that a mere aboriginal monkey of the surface world would know about the existence of our core world. Hand over the split heaven shield. That isn't something an aboriginal like you can control. Go to hell. There was a flash of killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step forward and operated the essence of Devour. A Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared, suppressed the space, and, as if it can devour everything, pressed towards the handsome man. Essence. It seems that I underestimated you, aboriginal of the surface world. It turns out that you have some skill. However, you aren't the only genius in this world. The peerlessly handsome man smiled coldly, and his pinnacle bright world warlock rank fluctuations of life force suddenly changed. As if a primordial dragon that has existed since the eternal era has awakened, an azure dragon emerged, roared, and, carrying fluctuations of world force, slammed its claw into the Devour Black Moon. Pure and overbearing dragon force, which seems to surpass all existences, broke out in an instant and smashed the Devour Black Moon with absolute power, and then slammed into Yang Feng's fist. Boom! An incomparably terrifying energy shockwave spread out in all directions, setting off an incomparably violent storm in the air. Yang Feng was sent flying for more than a dozen kilometers and spewed out a mouthful of blood. A dignified look flashed in his eyes, so strong. This fellow is a warlock genius who formed a small world and grasped essence. He is a warlock genius who has found his own path. To run into such a monster-level genius, the core world is really powerful. Along the way, Yang Feng has defeated countless experts of the same rank. This is the first time he has met a warlock genius who formed a small world and grasped essence. The handsome warlock exudes endless fluctuations of dragon force, and true dragon projections surround him, making him look like a dragon god in charge of dragons. He looked at Yang Feng with a proud expression and uttered coldly, for an aboriginal of the surface to be able to grasp essence, you're a pretty good genius even in the core world. I, the true dragon crown prince, am the young master of the true dragon race, a warlock destined to become the 9th warlock emperor. Submit to me and become my subordinate, and you can follow me all the way to the top. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Interesting, a mere bright world warlock dares to talk to me like this, what a reckless thing. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated the battle demon secret method, and a white battle demon armor suddenly appeared and covered him. When the white battle demon armor covered Yang Feng, the life force inside him surged frantically, and his speed increased 5-fold. Yang Feng took a step forward, and the world ring inside him extracted world force from the 9 small worlds. The Devour Black Moon suddenly erupted and, as if it has evolved into a huge black hole, crushed towards the true Dragon Crown Prince. 3 dragons unite. When the true Dragon Crown Prince saw the Devour Black Moon containing Yang Feng's true power, his countenance flickered, and he barked. 2 dragon shadows flew out from the 2 treasure boxes on the back of the true Dragon Crown Prince and entered the body of the primordial green dragon. The eyes of the primordial azure dragon lit up. As if it possessed intelligence, it extended its claw and, carrying dragon force that could pierce through planes, crushed everything and slammed into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon. As if able to devour all power, the huge Devour Black Moon swallowed the primordial azure dragon projection and frantically absorbed the power of the primordial azure dragon projection. The primordial azure dragon projection struggled frantically inside the Devour Black Moon and shrank. Damn it, it turns out that an aboriginal like you is also a powerhouse who formed a small world. Since you dared to scheme against me, then go to hell. When the true Dragon Crown Prince saw this scene, his face fell, and he flicked his wrist and swallowed a monarch-grade secret treasure true dragon bead. In an instant, the true Dragon Crown Prince's body fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long archaic azure dragon shrouded in archaic aura. Exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, the archaic azure dragon descended from the sky and enveloped in an overbearing essence of power barreling towards Yang Feng. Once archaic dragons reach adulthood, they are glorious dawn warlock rank existences and wield a variety of essences. Among them, the essence of power is an essence that archaic dragons must master. Chapter 767. You have a secret treasure. I have one too. Yang Feng squeezed the ruler magic cube in his hand, and the ruler armor suddenly appeared on his body. The ruler armor with 3 infinity cores inlaid poured power into his body and frantically improved his strength. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in the sky and urged the essence of devour, and 2 black holes shrouded his fists barreled towards the true dragon crown prince. Boom! Boom! The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. In the wake of the fierce battle between Yang Feng and the true dragon crown prince, space distorted and the earth cracked. When the magic fluctuations from the fierce battle between the 2 powerhouses slammed into the ground, they blasted open numerous huge holes. So strong. Is that a bright world warlock? What a terrible monster. The battle between them is almost comparable to that of infinity warlocks. No, even a weaker infinity warlock may not be their opponent. When the warlocks who gathered with ill intentions saw the fierce battle between Yang Feng and the true dragon crown prince, their countenance changed dramatically, and they retreated to the side, not daring to get close. Unless it is a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, even if it is a glorious dawn warlock, if they are careless, they will be killed by the 2 powerhouses. This guy is really strong. He's an evenly matched opponent. But now is not the time to swap pointers. I must defeat or kill him. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and spatial ripples appeared on his body. A dense swarm of Type 2 Undyings suddenly flew out of Yang Feng and flew towards the true dragon crown prince like a tide. The true dragon crown prince opened his mouth and blew, and violent wind blades turned into a tornado that swept the Type 2 Undyings away. Under the violent wind blades containing the law of wind, the energy shields of the Type 2 Undyings collapsed one by one, and the super alloy armor capable of withstanding a Moonlight Warlock's all-out attack was sliced into pieces. Taking advantage of the moment when the true Dragon Crown Prince was distracted, Yang Feng appeared in the abdomen of the true Dragon Crown Prince in a flash and stabbed with his hands. His hands containing the essence of Devour stabbed into the true Dragon Crown Prince's abdomen and tore open a large hole, and a large amount of dragon blood sprayed out. Some of the extraordinary plants on the ground underwent all sorts of miraculous changes after absorbing the true Dragon Crown Prince's dragon blood. Despicable, shameless native of the surface. He actually found a helper. How shameless. Do you know what the glory of a warlock is? With a roar, the true Dragon Crown Prince operated the essence of power and twisted his body with inhuman agility. The true Dragon Hunt sent a claw containing the essence of power that sealed Yang Feng's escape route. Those are my puppets, just like your secret treasures. If you have the ability, then don't use your secret treasures. Fight me. Yang Feng's fist slammed into the true Dragon Crown Prince's claw, and a violent force erupted in an instant and sent the true Dragon Crown Prince flying by 12+ meters. The wreckage of the Type 2 Undyings in midair suddenly flew up and instantly condensed in midair. They turned into streams of light, shot towards the true Dragon Crown Prince, and slashed with their swords. Along with flashes of light, 3-centimeter deep wounds appeared on the true Dragon Crown Prince's dragon scales. These mechanical golems are really troublesome. A look of fear flashed in the true Dragon Crown Prince's eyes. He opened his mouth and spurted a cyan dragon's breath that enveloped the Type 2 Undyings. In the wake of the cyan dragon breath, the Type 2 Undyings exploded and turned into powder, unable to regenerate. When the true Dragon Crown Prince's power was divided, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared on his back and punched the true Dragon Crown Prince's dragon scales. The essence of devour surged and frantically devoured the true Dragon Crown Prince's flesh and blood. Damn native of the surface world, I'll remember you. What's your name? The true Dragon Crown Prince suddenly issued a cry of pain, then turned into a dragon and soared into the sky. Surrounded by clouds and mist, he roared at Yang Feng like a dragon god who wields the power of thunder and rain and can unleash a monstrous flood with a thought. The true Dragon Crown Prince is a top warlock genius. Although he was seriously injured by Yang Feng twice in a row, but he understands that he is not Yang Feng's opponent, and so he chose to withdraw from the fight. Yang Feng frowned slightly, pondered for a while, and then uttered decisively, "Undying Mountain, no, Battle Demon Sect's Great Elder Yang Feng." Since the Dawn Lord can find out Yang Feng's background, it means that most of the Undying Mountain's background has been exposed to top warlock groups. There is no value in concealing it. The eyes of the true Dragon Crown Prince hidden in the clouds shimmered coldly, and he uttered solemnly, "Very well, Yang Feng. I didn't want to use this method. However, the Split Heaven Shield is too important to me. So, Guardians, show yourselves." "Yes. Young Master." Two Infinity Warlock rank dragon might came from the sky, and an Eastern Black Dragon and an Eastern White Dragon flew out of the void and appeared beside the true Dragon Crown Prince and stared at Yang Feng with their huge dragon eyes. The true Dragon Crown Prince looked at Yang Feng like a dragon god from the clouds and said solemnly, "Yang Feng, hand over the Split Heaven Shield." Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, "Alexia, Yu Yan, come out." Two Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power gushed out, and the two Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses quietly guarding Yang Feng suddenly flew out, appeared behind Yang Feng, and stared at the two Infinity Warlock rank Eastern Dragons without showing any weakness. "Let's go." The true Dragon Crown Prince glanced at the two Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Alexia and Yu Yan, narrowed his eyes, frowned, and ordered decisively. With the two Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Alexia and Yu Yan guarding him, even if the true Dragon Crown Prince uses his trump cards, he may not be able to defeat Yang Feng. Moreover, this is the surface world, where Yang Feng can get a steady stream of support, while the true Dragon Crown Prince only has two Infinity Warlock rank guardians. If they fight to the death, the true Dragon Crown Prince and the two Infinity Warlock rank guardians will be in danger of dying. Infinity Warlocks, on the other hand, are difficult to kill. But this is based on the premise that Infinity Warlocks come and go like the wind, size up the situation, and flee at the slightest mistake. Yang Feng took a deep look at the true Dragon Crown Prince with excitement and expectation in his eyes. This guy is really strong. If the core world is full of such freaks, that was really interesting. I originally thought that I was already strong enough and should be invincible in the same realm, but it seems like it's not that simple. In the surface world of the Tsangji Plains main world, Yang Feng has hardly met an evenly matched opponent of the same rank. The true Dragon Crown Prince is definitely the strongest genius Yang Feng has ever met. He's actually on par with the true Dragon Crown Prince. Interesting. Looks like the surface world is not that simple. After all, it's a place that gave birth to a warlock emperor. It still has some talents. Rumble. Rumble. Amidst the earth-shattering earthquakes, rays of incomparably resplendent light continuously flew out from the underground world. From time to time, gazes swept Yang Feng, Alexia, and Yu Yan beside him, and then flew in the direction of the giant tree. Without stopping, Yang Feng operated a secret method, turned into a stream of light, and plunged into a huge cave with a warp gate. After passing through one warp gate after another, he returned to the secret room in the Bright Moon Province. As soon as he returned to the Bright Moon Province, Yang Feng observed everything that happened in the Time Sky City through a holographic projection. After the forces of the 6 warlock dynasties seized the 6 branch floating continents, they stood still. The continent in the treetop seems to be shrouded in a mysterious and powerful membrane. When the human warlocks flying towards the treetop floating continents touched the mysterious membrane, they suddenly lost all their strength and fell into the treetop floating continents, never to fly back up again. Most of the human warlocks are shrewd. After dozens of warlocks died, seeing that the warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties didn't move, the rest of the warlocks naturally didn't dare to break into the continent in the center of the treetop. The branch floating continents and the leaf floating continents below the treetop floating continents were guarded by the warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties. The human warlocks who dared to attack the leaf floating continents were killed by the warlocks of the 6 warlock dynasties. The human warlocks can only fight over the remaining 3 branch floating continents as well as the leaf floating continents under their jurisdiction. Overnight, a large number of Bright World warlocks and Infinity warlocks emerged from who knows where and fought over the 3 branch floating continents as well as the leaf floating continents below them. Yang Feng looked at the warlock groups fighting fiercely, and a question suddenly welled up in his mind: why haven't the forces of the Dawn Lord and the Golem Lord appeared? Could it be that there are some hidden secrets? Human warlocks founded a total of 8 warlock dynasties and suppressed countless planes. Even the weakest Dawn dynasty was recognized as a flourishing and resplendent warlock dynasty that stood above countless planes. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, experts were as common as clouds. In each era, more than 30 human Holy Spirit warlocks were born. Chapter 768. Any Holy Spirit warlock is the guardian god of a higher race, a powerful existence that can shelter a race. God Blood Plane is one of the 36 primary material planes, yet it has only given birth to 9 true ancestors. From this, it can be seen how powerful and rare Holy Spirit warlocks are. Every human warlock imperial court will give birth to more than 30 Holy Spirit warlocks, which is a heaven-defying number. Holy Spirit warlocks are the wings of warlock emperors, and they are the foundation for powerful warlock emperors to control countless planes. When the Golem Lord and the Dawn Lord came into being, they had more than 30 Holy Spirit warlocks as subordinates. The other 6 warlock dynasties have continued in the Tsungji Plains core world, but the Golem dynasty and the Dawn dynasty haven't. This gives people a very strange feeling. Yang Feng stared at the branch floating continents and mused, the Dawn Lord only has a supreme god avatar left. In their divine country, a top supreme god can rival a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. But that's all. It's normal that he doesn't dare to come. Since the Golem dynasty's powerhouses don't dare to come, there must be something I don't know about. Through the fate algorithm, Yang Feng perceived that the 9 branch floating continents are supreme cultivation holy lands that surpass the cloud capital. Almost no warlock can resist the temptation of practicing cultivation on the branch floating continents. Yang Feng carefully observed the fights surrounding the 3 branch floating continents, and then his heart suddenly stirred. There are no Holy Spirit warlocks or warlock monarch rank powerhouses. In this case, I might have a chance. After Yang Feng obtained the Bright Moon Province, Yu Province, Red Rage Plain, and the Kindred Grand Duke's territory, he obtained a huge amount of resources, and the number of his mechanical legion has increased several-fold in the past 2 years. If a Holy Spirit warlock doesn't appear, then even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, Yang Feng is confident that he can force the other party to retreat. With a thought from Yang Feng, a swarm of battle robots flew out of the bases, passed through one warp gate after another, and flew towards the mysterious giant tree piercing the sky. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Yang Feng won't give up the fight for the branch floating continents. This continent belongs to the Breast Dynasty. An immemorial space-breaker dragon whale, which is tens of thousands of meters in length and engraved with countless mysterious runes, passed through the void and descended on a branch floating continent, leaving ripples in its wake. 13 Infinity warlocks flew out of the immemorial space-breaker dragon whale. Armed with secret treasures, they led 72 Bright World warlocks, 361 Glorious Sun warlocks, 1,672 Moonlight warlocks, and countless Starry Sky warlocks to attack the Bright World warlocks and Infinity warlocks on the branch floating continents. The immemorial space-breaker dragon whale released a cyan light. Enveloped by the cyan light, the Brest dynasty's warlocks were blessed by dozens of strengthening spells. At the same time, every minor injury they suffered was quickly healed. Shrouded by the cyan light, the warlocks of the Brest dynasty crushed their way forward as if they were a single entity. Wherever they passed, the other warlocks would either flee or be blown up. When the warlocks on the branch floating continents saw the Brest dynasty descend, they cast various secret methods and escaped from the branch floating continents. Yang Feng watched the Brest dynasty crush their way forward, and a scorching shade flashed in his eyes. 13 Infinity Warlocks, 72 Bright World Warlocks, 361 Glorious Sun Warlocks, and 1,672 Moonlight Warlocks. Coupled with the warlocks on the space-breaker dragon whale, it seems that the Brest dynasty has mobilized all its elites. If that's all they have, then I can mobilize all my forces and barely fight them. In the past 2 years, the number of transcendent rank experts under Yang Feng's command hasn't increased by much. But the number of 4th-generation battle robots has exceeded 6 million. Coupled with the hundreds of millions of strengthened 3rd-generation battle robots, if it's a positional battle, Yang Feng has the power to fight the Brest dynasty's elites. This continent belongs to the Bajor dynasty. A massive white mountain emerged out of thin air, then descended onto one of the floating continents. 15 Infinity Warlocks, 36 Bright World Warlocks, 152 Glorious Sun Warlocks, 2,132 Moonlight Warlocks, and countless Starry Sky Warlocks and Great Warlocks flew out from the White Mountain and attacked the remaining warlocks. The White Sacred Mountain radiated light full of an ancient and sacred aura. Illuminated by the white light, the warlocks of the Bajor kingdom were blessed by dozens of strengthening spells. Like wolves and tigers, they cast world-shaking spells barreling towards the surrounding warlocks. The torrent of spells crushed all the warlocks blocking their way and turned them into a mist of blood that scattered in all directions. This continent belongs to the Catered dynasty. A 7-colored rainbow descended from the sky, piercing through the void before piercing into the final branch floating continent. A huge castle was pulled by 8 western primordial dragons through the rainbow. It strangely traversed the endless distance and appeared on the last branch floating continent. 11 Infinity Warlocks, 63 Bright World Warlocks, 369 Glorious Sun Warlocks, 1,963 Moonlight Warlocks, and countless Starry Sky Warlocks and Great Warlocks flew out of the huge castle and attacked the remaining human warlocks. A gold light screen also shot out from the huge castle. Enveloped by the gold light screen, the warlocks received terrifying enhancements and defeated the warlocks of the other major forces. Countless warlocks cast secret methods, turned into streams of light, and flew away from the floating continent. However, the warlocks didn't leave. Instead, they gathered together, and soul ripples permeated the space, conveying information. The Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Catered dynasty are indeed extremely powerful. They can crush any warlock group present. But after all, the 3 dynasties didn't have invincible and terrifying strength like the 6 warlock dynasties. If the warlock groups present could unite, then they could tear the 3 dynasties to pieces. One after another, rays of light flew over from afar, and one after another, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses that ordinary people rarely see in their lifetime flew over, gathered around the branch floating continents, and stared coldly at the 3 remaining branch floating continents. Undisguised, powerful life force fields diffused from the Infinity Warlocks and combined with the surrounding life magic energy, forming all kinds of strange phenomena. Because there are too many powerful warlocks gathered in that area, it formed a high-energy area. Any existence below the level 1 warlock rank will be killed and become part of the freaks as long as they get close to the high-energy area. No one dared to covet the branch floating continent occupied by the warlock groups of the 6 great warlock dynasties. After all, the might of the 6 great warlock dynasties shook the world and suppressed countless planes. Moreover, the branch floating continents where the 6 warlock dynasties are located exudes faint wisps of Holy Spirit warlock rank aura. In the Zhangji plane, a Holy Spirit warlock can suppress the surrounding warlocks. Therefore, the warlock groups naturally don't dare to clash with the 6 warlock dynasties' warlock groups. Endless malice reverberated among the warlock groups, undercurrents surged, and frigid killing intent accumulated. Yang Feng's mechanical legion quietly rushed over from different places, lurked around the giant tree, and locked on the 3 branch floating continents. Yang Feng previously gave up on occupying the 3 branch floating continents because he was afraid of Holy Spirit warlocks. Once a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse takes action, any warlock occupying the branch floating continents will die. Now that the 6 warlock dynasties' warlock groups are silent, and the legendary Holy Spirit warlocks hiding in the core world haven't shown up, Yang Feng has some speculations. The appearance of the 3 dynasties further corroborated Yang Feng's speculations. This ignited the flames of ambition in him again. At this moment, the void distorted. A huge dragon ship that was 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters tall flew over from the distance. It was pulled by 9 eastern golden dragons. An incomparably powerful aura spread out from the dragon ship. That's the 9-dragon boat of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty finally made a move. It can't be helped. After all, the branch floating continents are extremely important to human warlocks. If the Great Cloud Dynasty can't occupy a branch floating continent, it won't be qualified to continue to dominate the Eastern world. The surrounding warlocks stared at the huge 9-dragon boat with a dignified look in their eyes. The Great Cloud Dynasty is the most powerful warlock group in the surface world, and it has many experts under its command. As the Time Sky City is within the sphere of influence of the Great Cloud Dynasty, it is much faster and more convenient for the Great Cloud Dynasty to mobilize experts and elite troops than other forces. This branch floating continent belongs to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Warlocks of the Cater Dynasty, please leave this place at once, or we'll fight. Bai Wuqing, who is dressed in a black armor and exudes an overlord aura, is standing on the 9-dragon boat. Dragon Chi surged behind him, and fearsome auras spread in all directions. Behind Bai Wuqing, there are 36 Infinity Warlocks, and 36 Infinity Warlock rank auras soared into the sky. Chapter 769. Yang Feng looked at the Infinity Warlocks with a cold look in his eyes. For the branch floating continent, the Great Cloud Dynasty is really going all out to transfer so many Infinity Warlocks. Infinity Warlocks are not cabbages. They are top powerhouses in any world. In theory, Infinity Warlocks are powerhouses of the same rank as strong Divine Force rank gods. The most famous Infinity Warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty are the 3 Grand Ministers and 9 Ministers, the 8 Marshals, the 13 Grand Princes, the 4 Demon Marshals, the Secret Treasure Division's Division Chief, the Demon Hunting Division's Division Chief, and the other Plane Development Division's Division Chief. In addition, there are also 15 Infinity Warlocks recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty. The 55 Infinity Warlocks have to guard the vast world of warlocks known as the Great Cloud Dynasty. At the same time, they have to suppress the other planes conquered by the Great Cloud Dynasty, guard against God Blood Planes' true blood kindred, hellions hidden among human warlocks, suppress the countless other races in the demonic realm, and seal abyssal rifts. Each place requires Infinity Warlocks to be completely suppressed. By transferring 33 Infinity Warlocks to fight over the branch floating continent, the Great Cloud Dynasty is clearly going all out. Once the 33 Infinity Warlocks leave their encampment, many restless races are bound to take the opportunity to stir up trouble. A handsome man with blonde hair, a burly figure, and a great sword in hand walked out of a huge castle, stared at Bai Wuqing standing on the 9-dragon ship, and said solemnly, "Your Majesty Bai Wuqing. As long as you leave here today, the Cater Dynasty will cede the Rand Province and the Wakey Province to the Great Cloud Dynasty." The Cater Dynasty is a dynasty formed from 20 provinces. The Rand province and the Wakhi province are equivalent to 1/10 of the Catered dynasty's territory. For the branch floating continent, the Catered dynasty is even willing to give the Great Cloud dynasty 2 greater province fiefs. Bai Wuqing pointed a huge black rod at Querestha and said solemnly, Querestha. The Great Cloud dynasty is determined to get that continent. Get out of the way, or fight me. The 9-dragon ship flashed, and a ferocious-looking backed fiend exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out of the 9-dragon ship. Immediately afterward, a 1,000-meter-long magic note astral dragon-winged 9-tailed scorpion covered in a purple carapace, with huge dragon wings and 9 scorpion tails on its back, exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. A 10,000-meter-long flaming ancient giant shrouded in endless flames flew out of the 9-dragon ship. One after another, infinity warlock rank weapons flew out of the 9-dragon boat, each of which exudes a fearsome life force field. Before long, 152 infinity warlock rank weapons exuding infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power appeared in the void, as if occupying and suppressing the void. Only an orthodox dynasty like the Great Cloud dynasty that has occupied the Zhangji Plains eastern world for more than 10,000 years can possess 152 infinity warlock rank weapons. Although the Infinity Warlock rank weapons are far from being comparable to true Infinity Warlocks, but when the 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons join forces, even a Warlock Monarch rank existence would have to give way. Otherwise, if they are careless, they will be suppressed. Even if the Battle Demon sect and the other 10 great sects and 8 great families use all their strength, each force can take out a dozen Infinity Warlock rank weapons at most. Looking at the 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, Quaranta's pupils constricted, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he said solemnly, Your Majesty Bai Wuqing, I am not the monarch of the Catered dynasty, and I have no right to make decisions on behalf of the Catered dynasty. I will ask His Majesty for instructions. Please wait a moment. Since Bai Wuqing mobilized 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, it shows that he has made up his mind to cut off all means of retreat. The 33 Infinity Warlocks and 152 Infinity Warlock rank weapons already represent the top forces of the Great Cloud dynasty. After all, the Catered dynasty is far away from the Eastern world. For them to be able to transfer 11 Infinity Warlocks in a hurry is already their limit. The preparation of these weapons cannot compare to that of the Great Cloud dynasty at all. If the two sides fight, the Catered dynasty will lose without a doubt. Filled with dignity, Bai Wuqing issued an ultimatum indifferently, 2 minutes. I will only wait for 2 minutes. If you still haven't made a decision after 2 minutes, then you are my enemy. If you still haven't made a decision after 2 minutes, then you are my enemy. The Great Cloud dynasty has shown overwhelming strength, which is why Bai Wuqing chose to negotiate to avoid the losses of the Great Cloud dynasty's attack on the Catered dynasty. Although Bai Wuqing is somewhat obstinate and self-opinionated, but he still has the air of a wise monarch. Quaranta frowned slightly, and then flew into the castle. I'll let you have this floating continent. I hope you can hold it. A dozen seconds later, the Catered dynasty's castle suddenly flew out and landed tens of kilometers away from the branch floating continent. Evidently, it has no intention of leaving. The Great Cloud dynasty's 9-dragon ship flew into the floating continent originally occupied by the Catered dynasty. That's the Nangong family. Yang Feng willed, and a large amount of information filtered by the optical computer and filtered out the information he wanted. The nano-armor of a Type 2 Undying Twisted took the appearance of young Master Lei Ming, and flew towards the Nangong family's warship. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming requests an audience with Brother Nangong Wumi. When Yang Feng flew near the Nangong family's warship, a soul fluctuation enveloped the warship like a tide. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. It's that Undying Mountain's young master. The Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming who occupied the Bright Moon province, the Ligui province, and the Yu province. On the Nangong family's warship, the Nangong family's warlocks looked at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. In the Tsangji Plains surface world, the Undying Mountain is recognized as a terrifying force second only to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Even Marshal Yu Yan, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, has joined the Undying Mountain. The fearsome Mechanical Legion has crushed countless powerful enemies along the way. Although the Nangong family is one of the 3 great families still loyal to the Great Cloud Dynasty, but in private, the friendship between Nangong Wumi and Yang Feng is pretty good. The handsome Nangong Wumi walked out of the worship, looked at Yang Feng with a complicated gleam in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Greetings, Grand Duke of the North." Nangong Wumi is still a glorious Dawn Warlock and working hard to break through to the Bright World Warlock realm. Yang Feng, however, has broken through the Godman boundary, and his soul aptitude has advanced to inferior level 9. He has truly become a top powerhouse in the Tsangji Plain, which makes Nangong Wumi jealous. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Nangong, I came here to request an audience with the Nangong family's patriarch. Please introduce me." Nangong Wumi showed a smile, "No problem." With Yang Feng's current identity as the Grand Duke of the North, he can request an audience with the Nangong family's patriarch in person. But by going through Nangong Wumi, he is giving the Nangong family some face. The interior of the worship was enchanted with spatial spells, making it extremely spacious. It was as if it was a self-sufficient city that had everything one needed. In a room of a luxurious villa in the center of the city, there sits a handsome middle-aged man in a silver warlock robe. He is the Nangong family's patriarch, Nangong Sheng. Yang Feng said, "Undying Mountain's Lei Ming greets the Nangong family's patriarch." Nangong Sheng asked flatly, "Grand Duke of the North, what brings you here?" Yang Feng answered, "I hope to form an alliance with the Nangong family's patriarch to attack a continent together." There was a flash of ridicule in Nangong Sheng's eyes, and he sneered, "With just your Undying Mountain, you want to covet a continent? You're overestimating yourself. Please leave, the Nangong family doesn't welcome you." Yang Feng frowned and said coldly, "In that case, I'll take my leave." With that, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew outside. Looking at Yang Feng's departing back, a cold ray flashed in Nangong Sheng's eyes, and he said coldly, "Wumi, don't associate with a bandit like the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming in the future. Otherwise, once His Majesty gets angry, the Nangong family will be in danger of being destroyed." Nangong Wumi frowned and said unhurriedly, "Yes. Patriarch." As soon as Yang Feng left the Nangong family, he flew towards the Zhao family and entered the deepest part of the Zhao family's worship. In a palace on the Zhao family's worship, a handsome young man with a slender figure and a somewhat feminine look, dressed in a silver warlock robe, is sitting on a silver sofa surrounded by a dozen-plus beautiful women of different races. The handsome young man with a somewhat feminine look is the Zhao family's patriarch Zhao Yi, a peerless genius who has already cultivated to the Bright World Warlock rank at the age of 600. He is known as the Night Fox. He is the true ruler of the Zhao family, and he can even mobilize the Zhao family's 2 infinity warlocks. Zhao Yi glanced at Yang Feng indifferently and asked flatly, "Lei Ming, what brings you here?" Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he uttered solemnly, "I want to join forces with your 5 families to plot a floating continent." Zhao Yi uttered flatly, "Sure enough, great minds think alike. I have already contacted the Wang family, the Jiang family, the Shinto family, and the Song family, and they have agreed to the alliance. However, even if the 5 families join forces and you join forces, we still won't be strong enough. Brest Dynasty and Bajor Dynasty are powerful dynasties in the Western world, overlords of this world. Even if Yang Feng and them join forces, they may not be able to defeat any one of them." Yang Feng said, "Then what about the Battle Demon sect, the Bright Moon School, the Saint Demon sect, and the Star River sect?" Chapter 770. Zhao Ye's eyes shimmered brightly, and he looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and said, "Sure enough, there is a Battle Demon sect. In that case, Lei Ming, you should be the true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng. Am I right? Yang Feng. It can't be. Yang Feng. Wasn't he just a moonlight warlock not long ago? How did he become Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming? The beauties by Zhao Ye's side all had looks of shock on their faces. Yang Feng is indeed an influential figure in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Time Sky City, he defeated the supreme geniuses of the Western world in one fell swoop, stepped into the Moonlight Warlock realm, and became a transcendent rank powerhouse. However, no matter how much of a genius Yang Feng is, he is just a Moonlight Warlock. He is not on the same level as the Bright World Warlock rank young Master Lei Ming. One was merely a genius with potential, while the other was a peerless expert whose name shook the world and caused countless people to tremble in fear. Although the beauties by Zhao Ye's side had absolute trust in their master, they were still shocked by the truth and were in disbelief. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, as expected of the Night Fox, one of the most outstanding sages of the Great Cloud Dynasty. That's right, I am the demon-fighting sect's true disciple Yang Feng. Night Fox Zhao Yi is recognized as one of the smartest people in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The two Infinity Warlocks of the Zhao family are far stronger than Zhao Yi, yet they are still willing to listen to his orders because his extraordinary wisdom far exceeds his strength. Zhao Yi closed his eyes, and he exuded a mysterious, sacred, and inhuman aura. Runes appeared in his eyes, and he made deductions beyond the Infinity Warlock rank, the Battle Demon sect, the Bright Moon School, the Saint Demon sect, and the Star River sect. How much power can they mobilize? Yang Feng said, the Battle Demon sect has 2 Infinity Warlocks, the Saint Demon sect has 1 Infinity Warlock, the Star River sect has 1 Infinity Warlock, and the Bright Moon School has 1 Infinity Warlock. Most of the forces of the Battle Demon sect and the other 3 sects have left the Cangji Plain. Wanting to mobilize them in a hurry is tantamount to wishful thinking. The 5 Infinity Warlocks are all the remaining forces of the 4 sects in the Cangji Plain. Zhao Yi muttered to himself, not enough. Even if they joined forces, it wouldn't be enough to defeat the Breast Dynasty. Even if we are lucky enough to defeat the Breast Dynasty, we won't have the strength to deal with the other hungry wolves. When Zhao Yi saw Yang Feng's confident look, his eyes lit up slightly, and he revealed a trace of a smile. That's right. There are so many warlock groups here. As long as we become the most powerful one, we can attract the other warlock groups to join our alliance. As long as we can control the alliance, we will be able to obtain the greatest benefits. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he revealed a trace of a smile. No, we can play a bit bigger. At this moment, the void trembled. In the sky, a star tore through the void, as though it had traversed an endless distance, slowly flying out from the void. An incomparably terrifying saint might gushed out from the star, enveloping the earth. This floating continent belongs to the Puppet Dynasty. Otherwise, all of you will become the puppets of our Puppet Dynasty. The star flew to a floating continent, and all kinds of golems flew out of the star and coldly stared at the warlocks of the Bajor Dynasty. Strands of strange and unimaginable puppet power spread out from the various puppets. Golem Dynasty. That's the Golem Lord's Golem Dynasty. The Golem Dynasty also appeared. Those are golems, there are living golems among them. When the surrounding warlocks saw the star, their faces changed dramatically at once, and they retreated in different directions. The living golems of the Golem Dynasty are extremely terrifying. Like a virus, their queer golem force can quickly spread and erode a race. In his later years, every time the Golem Lord passed by a plane, that plane would turn into countless lifeless golems. It's like the end of the world, leaving people despairing. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Golem Lord may not be the strongest, but he is definitely the one who has killed the most intelligent life forms. The holy mountain of the Bajor Dynasty shone and absorbed the warlocks of the Bajor Dynasty. Then, it trembled slightly, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the floating continent. Although the Bajor dynasty is one of the three dynasties of the Western world, but compared to the Golem dynasty, the gap is like that between a true dragon and an ant. If the Golem dynasty can survive, then even if there is only one Holy Spirit warlock left, it can still sweep through the Bajor dynasty. They can't even muster the will to resist. Zhao Ye's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, the Golem dynasty. In that case, we only have the Breast dynasty left to challenge. Although there is a blood feud between the three dynasties of the Western world, but they are of the same origin after all. At such a critical time, they are bound to band together. Once they band together, we won't stand a chance. Zhao Ye's words have just fallen, when the castle of the Kalister dynasty and the holy mountain of the Bajor dynasty turned into two streams of light and entered the branch floating continent occupied by the Breast dynasty. The joint defense of the three dynasties is impregnable. Even if a warlock monarch rank powerhouse went to the branch floating continent alone, they would only be defeated. Zhao Ye frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "We don't have a chance. If the three dynasties of the Western world join forces, even the Great Cloud dynasty won't be their opponent. As long as the three dynasties are given a bit of time, they will be able to transfer experts and resources from the Western world to defend themselves. By then, the Great Cloud dynasty will only end up in a dead end. I, Lei Ming of the Undying Mountain, hope to become a minion of the Golem dynasty. I am willing to die for the Golem dynasty." The outer armor of a Type 2 Undyings twisted, changed into Yang Feng's appearance, flew to the branch floating continent occupied by the Golem dynasty, and uttered respectfully. One after another, huge warships suddenly appeared in the void. The densely packed main battle robots swarmed over from all directions like a tidal wave. The two Infinity Warlocks Alexia and Yu Yen also exuded Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power and spread in all directions. Undying Mountain. That's the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. What a cunning fellow, to surrender so decisively. The Undying Mountain is a powerful force in the Zhangji Plains surface world to begin with. Now that it has sided with the Golem dynasty is like a tiger that has grown wings. No one can control it anymore. That's the Blazing Angel Alexia and Marshal Yu Yen. They are both Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Ordinary Infinity Warlocks are not their opponents. The Warlocks stared at the dense swarm of battle robots with dignified looks in their eyes. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. How hateful, he deserves to die. Aboard the Nine-Dragon boat, Bai Wuqing took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered coldly. The Infinity Warlocks aboard the Nine-Dragon boat looked at each other without saying a word. Undying Mountain occupied Bright Moon Province, Yu Province, and Ligui Province, and colluded with Great Cloud Dynasty's 5 great families to form a terrifying alliance. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, since your Undying Mountain has pledged allegiance to my puppet dynasty, I will not allow you to do so. If that's the case, dynasty will grant the Undying Mountain a floating continent. An incomparably resplendent ray of light flew out from that planet and shone on a leaf-floating continent. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yang Feng responded respectfully, and the huge fleet flew into the leaf-floating continent and guarded the Golem dynasty's branch floating continent as a wing. Zhao Ye's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light, and he took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a mysterious smile. There's still this move. With a flash of light, Zhao Ye's true body disappeared. Zhao Yi raised his voice. I am Zhao Yi, the patriarch of the Zhao family of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families. Great Cloud Dynasty's 5 great families alliance is willing to serve the mighty Golem dynasty and become dynasty's minions. Please take us in, dynasty. The 5 great families flew over and gathered next to the Zhao family. The Infinity Warlocks of the 5 great families released powerful breaths that soared into the sky. The 5 great families joined forces and gathered 9 Infinity Warlocks and 15 Bright World Warlocks. They formed a huge warlock group. Approved. I'll grant you a floating continent. A ray of light descended from the sky and landed on a floating continent. Zhao Yi responded respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The warlocks of the 5 great families turned into streams of light and flew into another floating continent. An infinity warlock suddenly flew forward and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, we demonic bear heart are willing to become your minions. Please take us in." "Your Majesty, we black wind are willing to become your minions." One after another, warlock groups from the surface world appeared and chose to submit to Golem dynasty. When the 8 warlock dynasties emerged, all warlocks who were unwilling to obey the orders of the warlock dynasties died. The 6 great warlock groups flew out from the core world. Countless warlocks of the core world flew out, entered the leaf-floating continents where the 6 great warlock groups are located, and occupied one leaf-floating continent after another. After weighing the pros and cons, the warlock groups from the surface world chose to side with Golem dynasty. On the Golem star, one of Yang Feng's avatars looked at the warlock groups scrambling to join him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. "The Golem Lord should have been killed, right? He shouldn't mind if I pretend to be him, right?" Chapter 771. Great Holy Step powerhouses are really terrifying. Even though so many years have passed, they can still exude such fearsome holy might. To think that warlock emperors are even stronger than great holy step powerhouses, what terrifying existences. Sitting in the center of the Golem star, Yang Feng's clone looked at the left hand of the brilliant great holy placed in the center. In the center, there are countless metal pipes inserted into the left hand of the brilliant great holy and poured formidable energy into it. At the same time, needle-like pipes inserted into the left hand of the brilliant great holy, and countless runes shone and stimulated the left hand to release wisps of Holy Spirit warlock rank might. The Golem star is the relic site of the Golem dynasty that Yang Feng seized in the past, and it has undergone a series of transformations. At the same time, the various golems that flew out of the Golem star are Yang Feng's spoils, and the golem force that diffuses is the golem force that Yang Feng simulated using other types of energy. Through the screens, Yang Feng looked at the infinity warlocks who chose to surrender, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The Golem dynasty is really amazing. With just its name, it attracted so many infinity warlocks to join it. However, it won't be that easy to take full control of them. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. It seems that Zhao Yi has already noticed something. Unfortunately, he's still not strong enough. If I was given another 100 years, then with my strength alone, as long as no warlock monarch rank powerhouses or above take action, I would be able to occupy a branch floating continent. The infinity warlocks were shocked and deceived by the name of the Golem dynasty. However, these infinity warlocks are all shrewd people. Yang Feng doesn't know when they will see through him. In the center of the branch floating continent occupied by the 6 warlock dynasties, there floated a palace that had no substance, hovering between illusion and reality, as if it was a world of dreams, yet without any fluctuations of dream force. Even the pinnacle infinity warlocks weren't able to detect the strange palace of nothingness. In the strange palace of nothingness, there are 6 people sitting. One of them was a tall and sturdy young man with a rigid face. He had a meticulous and serious air about him. One of them was a peerless beauty dressed in a gorgeous warlock robe, with a pair of cat ears on her head, a voluptuous and sensual figure, exuding an astonishing charm. One of them was a peerlessly handsome young man whose entire body seemed to be surrounded by countless divine lights and shrouded in a layer of domineering aura. One of them was a peerless beauty with her eyes closed. She wore a long robe with countless stars embroidered on it, and she exuded a mysterious aura. One of them was shrouded in a layer of deathly mist. His body was distorted, making it impossible to see his true appearance. The last person was a handsome young man with long blue hair. He had the characteristics of both the Eastern world and the Western world. The rigid young man frowned and said, "That person actually dares to pretend to be someone from the Puppet Empire. How audacious!" The The young man with long blue hair said with a smile, "Interesting, he has a good eye. He knows that the heaven and earth spirit root contains an opportunity. Even if he pretends to be someone from the puppet empire, he still wants to get a piece of the pie." The peerlessly handsome young man, who seemed to be surrounded by divine light and exuding a tyrannical aura, said coldly, "That little bastard dares to offend the dignity of the 8 warlock dynasties and impersonate a warlock dynasty. He must be killed. Otherwise, more people will come to impersonate the 8 warlock dynasties in the future." The peerless beauty with a pair of cat ears on her head, a sexy figure, and a gorgeous appearance said with a light smile, "No, you can't touch this person." The young man shrouded in divine light said coldly, "Taboo monarch. By doing this, that person has already offended the 8 warlock dynasties. Do you want to protect him and make an enemy of the 5 warlock dynasties?" The 6 people sitting in the Void Palace are the current rulers of the 6 warlock dynasties, the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Star Monarch, the Death Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch. Gazes focused on the Taboo Monarch, revealing probing looks. Although Yang Feng fooled most of the warlock groups in the surface world by pretending to be someone from the Golem dynasty, but he couldn't fool the 6 warlock dynasties from the core world, who know countless secrets, and have existed for countless years. For the warlock dynasties, who are very proud of their history, to pretend to be someone from the 8 warlock dynasties is already an affront to them. It's enough for them to punish Yang Feng. The corners of the Taboo Monarch's mouth rose slightly, and she uttered with a charming smile, "This is my lord's will." His will. The countenance of the other 5 monarchs flickered, and they fell silent. The will of the great being behind the Taboo Monarch is not something they can question. Yang Feng's small affront is not enough for the other 5 monarchs to risk offending the great being and make an enemy out of him. The Time Monarch uttered indifferently, "Since it's the will of the great being, then let's forget about it. The top priority now is to ensure the return of the saints." The Transcendent Monarch uttered unhurriedly, "That's right. Everything the great Time Lord saw in the torrent of time has come true over the years. Therefore, the return of the saints is the top priority now." The other monarchs fell silent, and a heavy atmosphere pervaded the air. On the branch floating continent where the Pseudo-Golem dynasty is located, various battle robots have already flown to the branch floating continent and began to build the Skynet defense system. The Skynet defense system capable of suppressing infinity warlocks has already begun to be built. The various components are directly dismantled from other Skynet defense systems and assembled. Therefore, the construction of the Skynet defense system on the branch floating continent is proceeding very quickly. In the center of the branch floating continent, there is a gold lake. Yang Feng slowly came to in front of the gold lake, took out the split heaven shield from his bosom, and tossed it into the gold lake. As soon as the split heaven shield entered the golden lake, it immediately attracted a huge amount of golden lake water into it, nourishing it. The split heaven shield is a treasure Yang Feng seized from the branch floating continent. At the time, he knew that the split heaven shield wasn't fully gestated, and thus couldn't exert its terrifying power. But at the time, he didn't know that no Holy Spirit warlock stepped in to fight for the branch floating continent. Now that the branch floating continent has fallen into Yang Feng's hands, he will naturally put the split heaven shield into the mysterious lake and let it continue to gestate. At the moment when the gold lake boiled, the treasure boxes containing the body parts of the brilliant holy suddenly opened inside Yang Feng's storage treasure, and the parts of the brilliant holy flew out and flew towards the gold lake like raindrops. When the gold lake's water poured over the parts of the brilliant holy's body immediately glued together and released powerful life force. An incomparably dazzling saint radiance suddenly rose from the golden lake into the sky. A terrifying great saint aura spread in all directions. When Zhao Yi sensed the great holy step breath coming from the branch floating continent, his face changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. This is Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath, and it's great holy step Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath to boot. Was my conjecture wrong? Is that really Golem dynasty? Holy Spirit Warlock. So strong, this is Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath, so strong. What a terrifying breath. This is the legendary Holy Spirit Warlock rank. Even Infinity Warlocks can be insta-killed by them. When the warlocks around the heaven and earth spirit root sensed the vast and seemingly endless breath, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with awe. A Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse can insta-kill an Infinity Warlock with a single strike. Only a dozen plus Infinity Warlocks using special Empyrean grade secret treasures can contend against them. As long as the Great Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock spend some time and energy, they can kill all the Infinity Warlocks present. Great Holy Step fluctuations of power. It seems that this little swindler isn't simple. He has the support of a Great Holy Step existence. In the Palace of Nothingness, the 6 monarchs stared at the branch-floating continent with a dignified shade in their eyes. Each Great Holy Step powerhouse is a world-shaking existence. In the 8 Warlock dynasties, they are second only to the Warlock Emperors. Some Great Holy Step powerhouses with astonishing strength can even destroy a race protected by a Holy Spirit Warlock by themselves. No matter what era it is, Great Holy Step powerhouses are among the top powerhouses. The gold holy light shone and, according to a strange law, entered the void. On a hill in the Zhangji plain, a stone suddenly cracked open, and a kidney flew out and disappeared. In the Zhangji plain, in a valley. The ground under the valley trembled slightly, and a 1,000-meter-long giant snake exuding pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. A pained expression on its face, its body twisted, and finally turned into an intestine that disappeared into the void. Standing in front of the Golden Lake, Yang Feng watched as parts of the brilliant Great Holy emerged and merged into his body, and his breath became stronger and stronger. 15 minutes later, apart from his head, the rest of the brilliant Great Sage's body had completely recovered. His entire body was flawless and contained a powerful life force. He gave off a trace of an undying aura and a terrifying saintly might. Chapter 772. Resurrection of the Dead, a Great Holy Step powerhouse is really heaven-defying. Yang Feng saw with his own eyes the parts of the brilliant Great Holy fly back into his body. At the same time, a powerful life force slowly awakened, and his eyes filled with shock. It was common knowledge in the world of warlocks that the dead couldn't be resurrected. If a warlock was killed, it was never heard of the possibility of resurrection. After the death of a devout believer, their soul would return to their divine country. The gods could make petitioners, angels, and other existences with their souls, which was equivalent to reincarnation. Of course, the gods could also put the souls of their believers back into their dead bodies to prolong their lives. However, this would not only consume a lot of divine force, but the souls of their believers would also be eroded by the decaying bodies. After death, their souls would collapse and disappear. The brilliant Great Holy was a warlock from the first Warlock dynasty era, and it has been who knows how many tens of thousands of years since then. During that long period of time, even the souls of the 8 Warlock Emperors decayed, and they eventually died. For the brilliant Great Holy to be able to resurrect, this was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng watched the brilliant Great Holy fly over, and a thought occurred to him. Although it is recorded in the history books that the 8 Warlock Emperors have fallen, but with their extraordinary means, I'm afraid that none of them are dead, or that they aren't dead at all. The brilliant Great Holy had the ability to resurrect the dead. The 8 Warlock Emperors recognized that they were far stronger than the brilliant Great Holy, and their means were heaven-defying. They wouldn't die so easily. Virtually all the parts of the brilliant Great Holy's body have been restored, except for his head. Strange fluctuations suddenly spread, shrouded Yang Feng, and transmitted the location of the remaining head to Yang Feng. Gold threads shot out from the brilliant Great Holy's body, enveloped him, and formed a gold cocoon that sank into the Golden Lake. This is the location of the brilliant Great Holy's head, as well as his last part. Should I go save him now? Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he quickly gathered all the information he collected about the brilliant Great Holy's life and analyzed him. In the world of warlocks, most warlocks repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. But when the forest was big, there were all kinds of people. At the same time, there were also warlocks who did things in a disorderly manner, going against the grain and repaying kindness with ingratitude. In particular, warlocks with abyssal fiend bloodline were even more chaotic. Their chaotic nature would make them kill their saviors without hesitation. The deeds of the brilliant Great Holy were quickly filtered out and flashed through Yang Feng's eyes. The brilliant Great Sage was a peerless prodigy from the same era as the Time King. He was also a hybrid of a human and an ancient god and was born with great power. He was one of the 12 great sages who followed the Lord of Time. At the end of the Archgod era, because the Archgods treated all the races of the Zhangji Plain as if they were pigs and sheep, they discriminated against Archgod hybrids who were equally powerful. Therefore, under the leadership of Archgod hybrids with formidable power, humans and the Zhangji Plain's countless races began to rebel against the Archgod's rule. The 12 great saint-level powerhouses who followed the Time King were all peerless geniuses who fought with the Time King for the right to rule the resistance army. Every one of them was the leader of a huge force. At the time, the brilliant Great Sage was also a formidable opponent of the Time Lord. In the end, he joined the Time Lord's subordinates and fought together with the Time Lord. Judging from the recorded deeds, he was an upright man who repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. After weighing the pros and cons repeatedly and deducing via the fate algorithm, Yang Feng made up his mind to save the brilliant Great Sage. According to the analysis of the available data, after saving the brilliant Great Sage, the probability of him suffering a backlash is 2.3%, and the probability of him obtaining a favorable impression is 97.7%. If the brilliant Great Sage was a cruel, murderous person who would casually refine countless humans into secret treasures, then Yang Feng would never save him. Instead, he would find a way to refine his corpse into secret treasures, or dissect it and suppress it. When Yang Feng checked the location of the brilliant Great Sage's head, he couldn't help but frown. Overlord Sea, this is the sea where the Dulin Imperial Court, one of the 3 Merfolk Imperial Courts, is located. In other words, the head of the brilliant Great Sage fell into the hands of the Dulin Imperial Court. That's not good. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the 3 Merfolk Imperial Courts took the opportunity to snatch an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Sea God Royal Court. The Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Sea God Royal Court, was forged by the 1st Warlock dynasty's many treasures Great Sage using the corpse of a Warlock Emperor rank Merfolk Archgod as well as countless treasures of heaven and earth. It has endless mysteries in the sea. The 8 Warlock dynasties relied on the Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Sea God Royal Court, to command the Merfolk of the Zhangji Plain. Under the pressure of the Sea God Royal Court, the Merfolk of the Zhangji Plain can only obediently submit to the human warlocks and work hard to open up new territories for them. Once the Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Sea God Royal Court, fell into the hands of the 3 Merfolk Imperial Courts, even Holy Spirit warlocks would find it difficult to deal with the Merfolk hiding in the endless deep sea. In the name of the Golem dynasty, have the Merfolk of the Zhangji Plain hand over the head of the brilliant Great Sage. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then shook his head. No. If the Merfolk of the Zhangji Plain concede, then it would be fine. But if they don't concede, and I have no means to punish them, then the prestige of the Golem dynasty will be swept to the ground. If that happens, the Puppet dynasty will lose all its prestige, and this floating continent won't be able to be preserved. The reason why the Golem dynasty that Yang Feng impersonated was able to force the Bajor dynasty to flee in a sorry state as soon as it appeared, without daring to say a word. It was because the Golem dynasty's prestige was so profound that it shook the world. The warlocks who rebelled against the Golem dynasty were all suppressed and reduced to lifeless golems. Although the Golem dynasty that Yang Feng impersonated deterred the warlock groups with ill intentions by unconsciously releasing holy might from the body of the brilliant great sage, but as long as there is a flaw, the rest of the warlock groups will swarm Yang Feng's fake Golem dynasty and tear it to pieces. With a flash of light, Yu Yan, dressed in a tight military uniform and exuding a charming charm, appeared in front of Yang Feng and saluted him. "Lord, you were looking for me?" Yang Feng asked. "If I order the merfolk to offer up their treasures in the name of the Golem dynasty, will they agree?" Yu Yan is Marshal Yu of the Great Cloud dynasty's 8 marshals. She was one of the most outstanding heroines among the countless women of the Great Cloud dynasty as well as a freakish genius warlock. She was extremely knowledgeable and knew most of the Cangji plain like the back of her hand. She was one of Yang Feng's most valued generals. Yu Yan pondered for a while, and then shook her head, although the Cangji Plain Sea only accounts for 3/10 of the entire plain. However, the resources of the entire sea are concentrated in the 3 merfolk imperial courts. The Dulin monarch, the Sea Dragon monarch, and the Legu monarch are all warlock monarch rank powerhouses. In addition, it is said that there are still warlock monarch rank powerhouses hidden in the 3 merfolk imperial courts, and they enshrine the sleeping holy spirit warlock demonic sea holy. Once the demonic sea holy wakes up, coupled with the sea god royal court, even a slightly weaker warlock emperor rank powerhouse can barely contend against them in the sea. Warlock emperor rank powerhouses are the most powerful existences in the world, a miracle of a race. However, there are also strong and weak warlock emperor rank powerhouses. Their souls have decayed to the extreme, and they may die at any time. Compared to the most powerful great holy steppe powerhouses, warlock emperors are only slightly stronger. With the help of the sea god royal court, the demonic sea holy can barely contend against such warlock emperors in the sea. Unless the Golem dynasty gives birth to a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, or seizes the Empyrean grade secret treasure the sea god royal court, the merfolk will never listen to our orders. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, "I want to get a holy grade secret treasure from the merfolk. Can I exchange for it through trade?" The head of the brilliant great holy contains endless mysteries and a part of his soul. If he used the best alchemy techniques, he could definitely refine it into a sage-grade secret treasure. Since the merfolk have the head of the brilliant great holy under their control, it is impossible for them not to know its value. Yu Yan said, "The merfolk occupy the vast sea that is rich in resources. Although the struggles between them are very fierce, but they haven't experienced the apocalyptic war during the collapse of the 8 warlock dynasties. Although the merfolk aren't good at creation, but they have collected many powerful secret treasures developed by us human warlocks. After a long time of accumulation, the number of top-secret treasures they possess is much higher than that of us human warlocks. It's fine to exchange for some low-grade secret treasures, but it's impossible to exchange for a holy-grade secret treasure." When the 8 warlock dynasties collapsed, not only did the Cangji Plain's human warlocks kill each other, but the powerful existences of the 36 primary material planes also descended to the Cangji Plain to hunt down the human warlocks. It was a terrifying war that was practically the end of the world. It was because of the 8 near-apocalyptic wars that many of the top powerhouses of the 36 primary material planes and the Cangji Plain died, leading to the decline of powerhouses and the disappearance of traces. Chapter 773. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then made up his mind, "It seems that I have to go there myself." Yang Feng has many experts under his command. The 2 powerhouses Alexia and Yu Yan are stronger than Yang Feng by more than a notch. However, Yang Feng is proficient in countless secret methods, and the resources he can mobilize are far more than those of Alexia and Yu Yan. If he wants to infiltrate the 3 merfolk imperial courts, he is far better than Alexia and Yu Yan. The ruler of the night is a top assassin to begin with, and concealment is his forte. Yang Feng's true body, who obtained the divine blessing bestowed by his god clone, can borrow part of the ruler of the night's divine force authority, enabling him to wield all kinds of god power. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. However, before that, I have to make preparations first. Feisua Plain. Among the countless stars, there is a star shrouded in endless sea water and filled with countless strange merfolk. This star is the strong divine force-ranked god sea god Hrihuri that the merfolk believe in. With a flash of light, a figure appeared outside the star. The ruler of the night requests an audience with the sea god Hrihuri. A voice rang out from outside the star. It was like a thunderclap that entered the sea and set off waves in the sea. The barrier of the star's divine country parted and revealed a passage. The sea covering the star parted and formed a sea-blue staircase. At the bottom of the staircase, there is a huge temple full of the unique style of the merfolk. The huge temple is the sea god temple where the sea god Hrihuri resides. On both sides of the ocean blue staircase stood many charming mermaids, beautiful clam girls with clamshells on their backs, conch girls with conch shells on their backs, dragon girls with 2 dragon horns on their heads, sea fairies, and all kinds of beautiful mermaids that met the aesthetic standards of humans stood there. In the era of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, the Feisua Plain was also a plain controlled by the Zhangji Plain's human warlocks. On this plane, the aesthetic standards of most intelligent life forms are the same as those of human warlocks. Most of the extraordinary life forms that don't conform to human aesthetics have already been wiped out by human warlocks. The extraordinary life forms that tenaciously survive will evolve in the direction of human warlock aesthetics. Yang Feng walked along the sea-blue stairs, stepped into the temple, and entered the depths of the temple. On the throne of a luxurious palace sat an extraordinary-looking middle-aged human man. This god who looked like a human man was the sea god Hrihuri, a powerful divine power-level god worshipped by the merfolk. Hrihuri looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes. When Yang Feng rose to prominence on the Feisua Plain, he was just a great warlock. A casual blow from Hrihuri can turn Yang Feng into ashes. In less than 100 years, the ant-like Yang Feng has become a powerful existence on equal footing with Hrihuri, which naturally made Hrihuri jealous. Hrihuri asked flatly, "Yang Feng, what brings you here?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Your Majesty Hrihuri, I hope to buy a god armament Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl from you." The Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl was a pearl condensed from the body of an extraordinary life form Sky Shin after its death. It was an existence similar to a human warlock core. Sky Shin were strange extraordinary life forms born from the combination of an Eastern True Dragon and a Dream World life form Nightmare Worm. Once a Sky Shin reached adulthood, it would possess Bright World Warlock rank strength in illusions. Mature Sky Shin pearls possessed Infinity Warlock rank strength in illusions. The Sky Fantasy Shin pearl in Hrihuri's hands was a pearl left behind by a mature Sky Shin after its death. After he obtained the Sky Fantasy Shin pearl, he spent countless years refining and nourishing it, and it became a divine artifact with terrifying power. Hrihuri's eyes flashed with anger, and he uttered coldly, "The Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl is one of my strongest god armaments. If I lend it to you, my strength will be weakened by at least 1/3. Do you think I will sell you this god armament?" Yang Feng responded with a smile, "I can give you a sea source magic stone, a 10,000-year deep sea 7-leaf green lotus root, a 10,000-year sea dragon blood essence stone, and a vial of infinity warlock rank sea dragon king blood essence. With these treasures, if you abandon your divine country and go to another plane in the future, you can quickly cut off your connection with the Feisua Plain, save your life, and possess junior infinity warlock rank strength. Sea Source Magic Stone, 10,000-year deep sea 7-leaf green lotus root, 10,000-year sea dragon blood essence stone, and infinity warlock rank sea dragon king blood essence are Yang Feng's spoils of war. They are already extinct treasures on the Feisua Plain." After hearing Yang Feng's offer, Hrihuri's heart stirred. Gods are indeed very powerful. But at the same time, they are subject to the constraints of the plane origin will and the plane's believers. They are far less free than human warlocks. Once they encounter an enemy they cannot match, it will be very difficult for a god to abandon their plane and flee to another plane. A moment of carelessness, and they will die on the way. This was because the longer they were away from their original plane, the weaker they would be. The treasures offered by Yang Feng can give Hrihari an extra life, free him from the shackles of the god, and allow him to go to another plane to get a new life. Without the treasures provided by Yang Feng, once Hrihari leaves his identity as a god of the Feisua plane, he will be severely injured, and even fall. His origin will be severely damaged, and he will become a level 1 extraordinary life form. Hrihari said flatly, "Not enough, these treasures are not enough. If you want my sky fantasy Shin Pearl, you must come up with better treasures." Yang Feng responded with a gentle smile, "No, great Sir Hrihari, the price I offer is already very sincere. None of those treasures is any less valuable than the sky fantasy Shin Pearl, and they are the treasures you need the most. Please be sure to sell me the sky fantasy Shin Pearl. By the way, the Holy Moon Empire has developed a deep-sea warship that can navigate freely in the deep sea. Moreover, in the near future, there may be several infinity warlocks from the Tsangji plane who will come to visit me. They are very experienced in hunting gods." Hrihari's pupils constricted, his eyes shimmered with anger, and he asked coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Standing in the temple, beautiful female merfolk holy disciples glared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with determination. "If you think so, then so be it. I am determined to get the sky fantasy Shin Pearl, even if I have to be an enemy of a strong divine force rank god. I want it too." Hrihari's eyes flickered, and he took a deep look at Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "Okay, I'll make friends with you. Then I'll sell you the sky fantasy Shin Pearl. However, we still have to sign a Styx oath. Within 10,000 years, if anyone attacks me, you must come to help me." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, 10,000 years is too long. Besides, even if I come to help you, I will only do so to the best of my ability. If you provoke a warlock monarch or a holy spirit warlock that I can't contend against, I will only try my best to mediate for you, and won't join the fight. A Styx oath is extremely binding. No one is willing to break such an oath easily. Even if it is a god with the divine authority of lies, once they make a Styx oath and break it, they will suffer a backlash. After several rounds of haggling, Yang Feng finally exchanged the treasures for the sky fantasy Shin Pearl and left, satisfied. Imperial Father, that Yang Feng is really too much. Why did you agree to his conditions, Imperial Father? In the ocean, our sea tribe is the strongest. We are not afraid of anyone. A beautiful mermaid goddess wearing a pearl hat, a gem dress made of countless gems, long silky blue hair, and skin as translucent as jade shrouded in divine force walked out, stared at Yang Feng's departing figure, and asked Hrihari. The treasures Yang Feng took out are indeed more valuable than the sky fantasy Shin Pearl. But he was too aggressive, and even gave the impression of a forced purchase. This made the beautiful mermaid goddess very dissatisfied. She is the intermediate divine force rank god, see god of war Basana. She has a fiery temper, and she is a warmonger. Hrihari said unhurriedly, Yang Feng was able to promote to a strong divine force rank god in a short period of time and kill the ruler of the night, the god of massacre, the god of fire, and the god of war. His strength is by no means simple. I'm not sure if I can win against him. Hrihari has extraordinary experience, although we merfolk are tyrannical, but human warlock alchemy is even more mysterious. Yang Feng made his fortune through alchemy. Moreover, in the secular world, his alchemy is extremely powerful, and he has countless mystical secret treasures. The low-level merfolk are not the opponents of those alchemy weapons. Try not to clash with Yang Feng. Otherwise, if we're not careful, we'll be exterminated. I know. An enigmatic ray streaked past Bosana's eyes, and she turned and left the palace. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, a figure teleported to the border of the sea divine country, blurred, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Yang Feng, stop right there. A voice reverberated in the vast starry sky. Yang Feng turned around and saw Sea God of War Basana, who was wearing a pearl hat and a gem dress with a trident in hand, traverse the void, and appear behind him. Yang Feng took a closer look and asked, "You are Sea God of War Basana?" Yang Feng has recorded the information of Feisua Plains gods in his database. Apart from some mysterious deities whose true bodies had not been seen for years, he knew all the other famous deities very well. Chapter 774. Enveloped in blue divine light, Basana has a proud expression on her face, and her beautiful eyes are filled with scorching fighting spirit. "That's right, it's me. Yang Feng, you bullied me and forced my father to sell you the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl. I refuse to accept this. If you have the ability, then come and fight me. As long as you can defeat me with your own strength, I will acknowledge you, and I will no longer pursue the matter of you forcing my father to sell you the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl." Gods wield different authorities, which represent a certain law of the plane. The authorities wielded by gods are extremely powerful, and their character will be affected by the authorities. The god of massacre, who wields the authority of massacre, is a bloodthirsty and proficient in countless secret methods of massacre. The ruler of the night, who likes to appear at night, is a top assassin. The god of war, who likes to fight on the front lines of war, likes to fight. Without a strong enough godhead, a god will be dominated by authorities. The stronger a god is, the less likely it is for authorities to affect their character. However, even if most gods understand this, they will still let authorities affect their character, which will make it easier for them to grasp authorities and laws, make them stronger, and make it easier for them to advance. As if narrating a fact, Yang Feng uttered calmly, "I am a strong divine force rank god, while you are just an intermediate divine force rank god. You have no chance of winning against me." Yang Feng's god clone has absorbed the godheads of 4 strong divine force rank gods, the ruler of the night, the god of fire, the god of massacre, and the god of war. This makes it extremely difficult for his god clone to continue evolving. However, it also endows his god clone with super fighting strength. In Feisua Plane, even the radiant primary god Prados may not be the opponent of Yang Feng's god clone one-on-one. Bosana's eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit, and she uttered, "I know. Come to my divine country. In my divine country, you will be weakened to the same level as me. If you lose, return the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl to me. As long as you can beat me, I will submit to you." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "If you beat me, I will return the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl to you. If I win, what's in it for me? Unless you can take out a treasure of the same level as the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl, or use the treasure I just gave to your father to bet with me. Only then will I fight you with Bright World Warlock rank power." Basana frowned slightly, and her aura stagnated as she fell into deep thought. The Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl was a treasure that even Yang Feng was tempted to purchase from the Tsangji Plain from the sea god Hrihari. This treasure is priceless. Even infinity warlocks will go crazy for it. The treasures that Yang Feng just handed to the sea god Hrihari were first-rate treasures that couldn't be found on the Feisua Plain and could only be found on the Tsangji Plain and other plains. Basana might be the sea goddess of war, but she couldn't produce such a treasure. Yang Feng smiled maliciously and reminded, "Blazing Angel, if you have a Bright World Warlock rank C Blazing Angel, then you can use it as a wager for the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl." Basana frowned, "Blazing Angel? Will a Bright World Warlock rank Throne Angel do?" Throne Angels are superior angels that can evolve to the Infinity Warlock rank. However, their evolution potential is much worse than that of Blazing Angels. As such, they aren't valued by the gods. Every Blazing Angel was a treasure that could only be obtained by the gods every 1,000 or even several thousand years. Yang Feng's god clone already has believers who have transformed into angels. However, he doesn't have a single superior angel, let alone a Blazing Angel. Yang Feng uttered decisively, "No." Basana suddenly fell into hesitation. She has only cultivated one Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel by chance, and that's the only one she has. Blazing Angels are her right-hand man, the best weapon of war, and they have helped her defeat many powerful enemies. Angels are the best weapons of the gods as well as the main force for them to develop other planes as a source of faith. Gods can't leave the shackles of their plane. Angels are equivalent to their hands and feet, their swords. Yang Feng tempted like a fiend, if you can find a treasure of the same rank as a Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel, then, for every treasure you find, I will seal one of the 4 authorities of night, fire, war, and massacre when I fight you. If you can find 4, then I will seal the 4 authorities and fight you fairly with Bright World Warlock rank power. If I use one of the 4 authorities when I fight you, then it'll be considered my loss. How about it? Bosana's heart stirred, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. Seal the 4 authorities. Yang Feng's god clone wields the 4 authorities of night, fire, war, and massacre. He has no shortcomings in assassination, purification, and frontal combat. Although Bosana didn't say it out loud, but she is afraid of him. If the 4 authorities Yang Feng wields are sealed, then Bosana's odds of winning will more than double. Feisua Plains gods and Sungji Plains human warlocks are in private contact. The gods have eyes and ears and spokespersons in Sungji Plain. The gods already know that Yang Feng is a true disciple of Battle Demon sect, that his true body is just a moonlight warlock. The reports of the gods lag behind, coupled with the misleading information released by Yang Feng, and that he defected to a mysterious force and obtained the help of that mysterious force. Only then did he luckily become a strong divine force rank god of Feisua Plain. If Yang Feng doesn't use the 4 strong divine force rank authorities, he will only be able to wield Bright World Warlock rank power with a mere Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. Just like a child holding a sledgehammer, he won't be able to exert his true strength. Bosana glanced at Yang Feng, and a smile appeared in her eyes. This Yang Feng is a peerless genius of Battle Demon sect, a freak who formed a virtual world. However, with his Moonlight Warlock rank battle sense, if he wants to wield Bright World Warlock rank power to fight me, an intermediate Divine Force rank C God of War, then without using the 4 strong Divine Force rank authorities, he won't have a chance of winning. Yang Feng said with a smile, of course, the fight between us won't take place in your divine country. Otherwise, I have no chance of winning. We must fight on land without a sea in astral boundary. With a smile, Yang Feng quietly operated fate algorithm, and queer fate threads wrapped around Bosana. Bosana felt a little relieved. If we fight on land, my strength will be weakened by more than 40%. Is this his plan? However, even so, if his Bright World Warlock rank avatar doesn't use the 4 strong Divine Force rank authorities, I'm confident that I can beat him up. Besides, when he learns my secret, his expression will be very interesting. If Yang Feng doesn't weaken Bosana, she will suspect that Yang Feng is plotting something. Now that Yang Feng has openly proposed to weaken her strength, she immediately felt relieved. Bosana hesitated for a moment, and then said, I only have 1 Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel. In addition, I also have 1 Throne Angel. 5 Glorious Sun Warlock rank Throne Angels and 7 Glorious Sun Warlock rank Wisdom Angels. Yang Feng uttered flatly, these aren't enough, I only want the Blazing Angel. Bosana hesitated for a moment, and then gritted her teeth and uttered, then I'll bet my divine country with you. In a place that Bosana didn't notice, strange threads of fate, invisible to the naked eye, slowly entered her body. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, not enough. Your divine country is only worth 2 Sky Fantasy Shin pearls at most, which can only seal 2 of my divine force authorities. Of course, if you insist on doing so, I can agree to fight you. Bosana fell into distress. If she wants to fight, she naturally has to win. If she loses, her losses will be tremendous. Yang Feng said in a seductive tone, sounding like a devil tempting others, don't you still have collateral? It's you. If you use yourself as collateral, you can seal 2 of my divine force authorities. In this way, won't your chances of winning be higher? Basana suddenly realized, that's right, there's still me. Wisps of strange destiny power quietly entered Bosana's body. After all, Basana is an intermediate divine force rank god. Even though she was hit by Yang Feng's spell, but her mind isn't completely deceived. She took a deep look at Yang Feng, but if I lose, I'll fall into this man's hands. Yang Feng continued to tempt her, as long as you can defeat me, not only will you win glory and dignity, but even the sky fantasy Shen Pearl will belong to you. That's a pinnacle strong divine force rank god armament. A gambler's mentality welled up in Basana at once. That's right, as long as I defeat him, everything will be mine. Bosana's eyes shimmered with scorching fighting spirit, and she uttered impatiently, okay, I promise you. Let's sign a contract. Okay. When Yang Feng saw Basana jump into the pit he dug, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a smile shimmered in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a gold contract appeared in front of Basana. Basana carefully examined the contract. After confirming that there are no mistakes, she signed her name, glanced at Yang Feng proudly, and sent him astral coordinates. This is a celestial body I found while traveling in astral boundary. Have your bright world warlock rank avatar wait here. I'll go invite some witnesses to witness the duel between us. Pity flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, witnesses? Are they here to witness your defeat? All of a sudden, Basana revealed a smile full of confidence. They're here to witness your defeat. Chapter 775. Astral Boundary. On a desolate celestial body without a trace of life, countless reconnaissance robots are searching around. At the same time, various types of radars are scanning the area, looking for possible hidden ambushes. Nothing unusual. A stream of light descended from the sky, landed on the celestial body, and revealed its figure. It is Yang Feng's true body. 100-meter-long giant leaf boat filled with the aura of nature flew out of the void and hovered 100 meters above the desolate and silent planet. Yang Feng looked at the exquisite leaf boat and saw 7 beautiful goddesses standing on the deck of the leaf boat. The 7 goddesses looked at Yang Feng with curiosity in their eyes. With a flash of blue light, the sea goddess of war Basana dressed in a blue armor with a trident in hand flew down from the leaf boat and landed in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the 7 goddesses and said with a smile, that is the goddess of the forest Sevilla, that is the maiden of flowers Fran, the goddess of books Yani, the maiden of ice Weena, the goddess of the lake Ida, and the goddess of dance Frederica. Basana, you really have a wide circle of friends, to be able to make so many friends from different camps. The goddess of the forest Sevilla is a goddess of the elven pantheon. The maiden of flowers Fran, the goddess of books Yani are goddesses of the neutral pantheon, and the maiden of ice Weena is a goddess of the Titan pantheon. The goddess of the lake Ida is a goddess of the beastman pantheon. The goddess of dance Frederica is a goddess of the Zalia pantheon. To think that the sea goddess of war Basana can make friends with so many goddesses of different camps and pantheons. Clearly, she has a wide circle of friends and is very popular. Yang Feng, Florence is my favorite mortal chosen. She is the most beautiful dancer among my followers. Will you give her back to me? The tall and sexy goddess of dance Frederica, who is dressed in a red dance dress, exudes amazing charm, has coquettish blonde hair, and has twin peaks nearly bursting out of her clothes, pleaded pitifully with Yang Feng. The goddess of dance, Frederica, was beautiful and pure. She was born with the innate ability of divine charm. Not many male gods could resist her pleas. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and wisps of fate force shrouded Frederica. Frederica, if you want Florence back, then don't be afraid. Take part in the bet between Persephone and me. If she wins, I will give you back Florence, and if you lose, you will give yourself to me. What do you think? Frederica shook her head, no, I never gamble. Yang Feng mused, sure enough, fate algorithm isn't an omnipotent secret method. Boss Anna had already wanted to fight me, but the fate algorithm caught onto it and amplified her thoughts. Frederica is just a weak divine power level deity, but she has never thought of fighting me. The fate algorithm can't affect her. Fate algorithm is the most precious secret method Yang Feng obtained from the Eternal Continent. This secret method is more valuable than the Battle Demon Sect's Battle Demon secret method. Yang Feng has eaten the Feisua Plains apple of wisdom, and his wisdom is comparable to that of a pinnacle infinity warlock. However, it is somewhat strenuous to cultivate the fate algorithm. He can only analyze the mysteries of this secret method by experimenting in different ways. Boss Anna pointed at Yang Feng with the strong divine force grade god armament dark blue trident and said solemnly, "No need to talk nonsense. Yang Feng, is this the avatar you chose to fight? If so, then let's start the fight. I'll let you experience my power." Yang Feng smiled, and wisps of intermediate bright world warlock rank life force slowly spread from him. "Yes, the one to fight is me." However, this is not my avatar, but my true body. Shock flashed in Bosana's beautiful eyes, and she exclaimed, "Your true body? Isn't your true body a moonlight warlock? How come you're a bright world warlock?" The gap between controlling bright world warlock rank power with moonlight warlock rank combat sense and genuine bright world warlock rank power is enormous. No matter how talented a warlock is, if they use moonlight warlock rank combat sense to control bright world warlock rank power, they will be easily defeated by a bright world warlock. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Moonlight warlock? Your intelligence is too backward." However, most of the true intelligence has been blocked by me. Apart from the top warlock groups and intelligence organizations in the Tsangji Plain, not many people know about me. So that's how it is. No wonder you agreed to seal 4 authorities to fight me. You even tempted me to place bets. Boss Anna took a deep breath and showed Yang Feng a bright smile. "However, I have a secret that I haven't told you, and that is, I'm much stronger on land than in the sea." Mysterious runes appeared on Bosana's body, and countless weapons such as blades, spears, swords, halberds, bows, and other weapons floated around her and exuded powerful light. In an instant, Boss Anna appeared in front of Yang Feng and stabbed the trident in her hand towards him in a mysterious trajectory. Battle Demon Secret Method. With a thought from Yang Feng, a set of white battle demon armor suddenly appeared around him, and he sent a fist containing the law of power barreling towards the trident with the force of empty tide crushing the void. Like a snake, the dark blue trident twisted slightly, pierced through the sealed space, made a turn, and strangely stabbed into Yang Feng's right shoulder, pierced through the battle demon armor with amazing defensive power, and stabbed in. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he suddenly retreated briskly. He frantically extracted world force and burst out with a fearsome force that sent the dark blue trident flying. Boss Anna frantically burned divine force, turned into a blue ray, and stuck to Yang Feng like a maggot. The dark blue trident in her hand appeared and disappeared mysteriously, stabbing at Yang Feng from all kinds of incredible angles. Boss Anna burned her divine force and focused it on the dark blue trident. Whenever the dark blue trident stabbed Yang Feng, the fearsome divine force erupted and blasted a big hole in Yang Feng's body. A large amount of blood spilled from Yang Feng's body. Thanks to the formidable self-healing ability of the primal chaos imperishable body, the wounds healed quickly. When the bright world warlock rank blood inside Yang Feng dripped onto the earth was affected by his terrifying life force field, and strange phenomena appeared one after another. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of the lake Ida flickered with extraordinary splendor, and she said with a smile of excitement, "Amazing, Boss Anna is really amazing. Her martial arts are really strong." The goddess of books Yani uttered with a smile, "Too strong. This kind of martial arts can only be achieved with the blessing of a special authority. It's just that the authority of the sea goddess of war can't be that strong. She still has other hidden divine authorities." The Maiden of Ice Weena stared at Yang Feng with a smile on her face, that Yang Feng is also freakishly strong. His recovery rate is comparable to that of our god bodies. No, it's even faster than the recovery rate of our god bodies. It seems that this guy's true body is also very strong. He's not trash. In the sky, several goddesses commented on Yang Feng. On the ground, Yang Feng was forced to retreat step by step due to Bosana's eruption of power. Wounds burst open on his body, and a large amount of blood spilled on the ground. Bathed in blood, Yang Feng frowned and said unhurriedly, "See authority?" "No." "What authority is that? How come it's so powerful?" "On land, the authority of the sea goddess of war should be reduced by 40%. With that doubt in your mind, you'll be defeated by me." Bosana showed a complacent and confident smile, stabbed the dark blue trident into Yang Feng's left arm again, and divine force gushed out and blasted open another huge bloody hole. This authority improves your martial arts in an all-round way. In terms of martial arts alone, I'm not your opponent with the blessing of the authority. However, it's a pity that the loser is still you. Because, I am the strongest. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and his aura suddenly changed. As if an ancient beast has awakened, the world ring inside him frantically extracted the world force of the 9 small worlds inside him, erupted, and sent a fist flying. In the blink of an eye, the world power of the 9 small worlds formed 9 illusory stars that contained terrifying laws of power. They sealed the void and crushed down on Bosana with peerless might. If martial arts don't work, then crush her with absolute power. Using one's strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses, this is how warlocks fight. So strong. Is this Yang Feng's true strength? That's a peerless genius who formed a virtual world for you. Bosana's face flickered, and she clenched her silver teeth and frantically burned divine force. Endless divine force crystals burned. Void life forms changed the environment and forcibly formed a sea 10 kilometers in radius around her. Countless angels, saints, and petitioners appeared behind Bosana and chanted hymns of praise. Vast fluctuations of divine force gushed out of Bosana, and she stabbed the dark blue trident into the sky, engulfed the sea water, and turned into a blue beam piercing through the sky barreling towards Yang Feng. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the blue beam finally collapsed inch by inch. 2 of the 9 star projections collapsed, and the remaining 7 star projections slammed into Bosana. Chapter 776. A copious amount of god blood burst out of Bosana's body and sprinkled on the ground. Beams of blue divine light shone and rapidly healed Bosana's body, repairing it. Maiden of Ice Weena's face flickered, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and she uttered solemnly, "What a scary guy." His martial arts can't compare to big sister Bosana's, so he crushed her with power. What a terrifying power. This eruption of power is comparable to that of a strong divine force rank god. Among Bosana's several goddesses, Maiden of Ice Weena specializes in combat, so she is more aware of Yang Feng's terror. Shock flashed in Goddess of Books Yanni's beautiful eyes, he's too strong. Even if he is a warlock who formed a virtual world, he shouldn't be this strong. Goddess of Books Yanni's book collection ranks in the top 3 in Feisua Plain. She has read countless books and grasped a great deal of knowledge. Among the 7 goddesses, she is the most knowledgeable. Even he was shocked by Yang Feng's abnormally formidable power. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a true god Empyrean imprint engraved with countless mysterious runes and suppressed a large number of transcendent rank powerhouses suddenly appeared. The true god Empyrean imprint exuded the aura of devils, fiends, infinity warlocks, gods, and many other powerful auras. With the power of the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng, the true god Empyrean imprint expanded and turned into a huge imprint covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius, enveloped by countless mysterious runes, and exuding the aura of holiness and evil. As if carrying the power of 9 worlds, it formed 9 ripples of runes that crushed towards Basana. Damn it, this guy's true body is so strong. Basana madly burned her divine power. Beams of blue divine light wrapped around her body, and the seawater turned into flood dragons that shuttled around her, healing her body. This allowed her to recover 80% of her strength in an instant. A look of concentration on her face, Basana's eyes flickered with brilliant light, and she converged all her power. Like an ordinary person, she thrust the dark blue trident towards the true god Empyrean imprint. When the dark blue trident pierced the rune ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint, the earth-shattering divine might hidden inside erupted in an instant and slashed the rune ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint. Rumble. At the moment when the dark blue trident collided with the rune ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint, a frightening force capable of destroying heaven and earth enveloped the land. Like a fragile eggshell, the ground shattered and rocks flew in all directions, shooting towards the astral boundary. The dark blue trident pierced through the first layer of the true god Empyrean imprint's rune ripples, and then continued to pierce through the second layer and the third layer of the true god Empyrean imprint. Every time the dark blue trident pierced through a layer of the true god imperial seal, a terrifying force came crashing down, shattering the ground Basana was standing on, and the entire planet began to collapse and shatter. Amazing, your martial skill is really powerful. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak. Suppress. Yang Feng looked at Basana struggling inside the true god Empyrean imprint's rune ripples with the dark blue trident in her hand, and his eyes shimmered coldly. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. The countless rune ripples of the true god Empyrean imprint turned into countless rune chains that stabbed towards Basana like sharp rune spears. Inside the rune ripples, Basana is like a bug stuck in a spider's web. After she brandished the dark blue trident with great difficulty and smashed several rune spears, the remaining rune spears stabbed into her body, and countless runes emerged and quickly sealed Basana's power. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. Amidst the deafening sounds, the abandoned planet disintegrated, collapsed, and turned into countless meteorites that sputtered in all directions. The abandoned celestial body is even worse than a grade 9 plane. It cannot bear the fight between Yang Feng and Basana. If a fight between intermediate divine force rank gods took place in Feisua Plane's secular world, it would cause landslides, and countless ordinary people would die. It is for this reason that gods fight in astral boundary. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful and heroic sea goddess of war Basana, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. You lost. With a stubborn expression on her face, Basana frantically sensed the godhead in an attempt to communicate with it and mobilize divine force. However, countless runes that were as black as ink were wrapped around her divinity, completely cutting off the connection between her and the divinity. She can't mobilize divine force at all. The countless black runes have sunk into Basana's skin, flesh, and bones, leaving her with earth-shaking power. But her limbs are sore, and she can only exert the strength of an ordinary woman. Basana tried several times, but she still can't muster a trace of power. A look of disappointment on her face, Basana sighed faintly. Yes, I lost. I will fulfill my promise. From now on, everything I have is yours. Then let's go to your divine country. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint flew out. With a flash of light, countless black rune chains flew out of Basana and entered the true god Empyrean imprint. As soon as the countless black runes disappeared, Basana sensed a powerful force gushing out of her, which made her feel indescribably happy. That godlike power was just like authority, full of alluring sweetness. Anyone who once possessed that incomparably powerful power and then lost it would collapse even a god. Goodbye. After Basana regained her strength, she said deeply to her 6 sisters, and then turned into a ray of blue light and flew away from astral boundary with Yang Feng. Staring at Yang Feng's disappearing figure, the goddess of dance Frederica waved her little fist and gritted her teeth, saying, "Damn it, that Yang Feng is really annoying. It's not enough that he snatched my Florence, but now he also snatched big sister Basana. How hateful. Maiden of Flowers Fran uttered with a smile, little fool, maybe your big sister Basana was snatched away by Yang Feng, and she's secretly happy. Maiden of Ice Weena also smiled and said, yes, big sister Basana is proud and arrogant, and she has always wanted to find a man stronger than her. But in Feisua Plain, those who are stronger than her are either old men or enemies. Otherwise, they are opponents or enemies of the sea pantheon. In Feisua Plain, she can't find a man who suits her taste. Since Yang Feng defeated her, she might be snickering in her heart. Goddess of Books Jenny thought for a while, and then said, from the information obtained so far, Battle Demon Sect's true disciple Yang Feng isn't a tyrannical person. He belongs to the neutral order camp. He controls a tremendous force, and he isn't stingy with his women. Excluding the problem of his excessive number of women, becoming his woman is also a good choice. Goddess of the Forest Sevilla also came over and gossiped. In that case, Basana got a blessing in disguise. In the eyes of believers, these goddesses are aloof, sacred, and inviolable. Every move of theirs contains great meaning, as if they are omniscient and omnipotent. But in fact, they also have their own joys, sorrows, and sorrows. It's just that their strength is far above that of ordinary people, which is why they appear omniscient and omnipotent. Feisua Plain, in a divine country shrouded by a vast sea. With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng and Basana appeared in the divine country. Basana waved her lily-white hand, and blue light shone and entered the sea. The azure sea suddenly churned and surged, and a huge palace shrouded in a blue barrier, covering an area of thousands of square kilometers, slowly rose from the sea. Countless beautiful clam girls, sea elves, and other merfolk petitioners, holy spirits, and sea angels emerged from the sea and bowed to Basana full of respect and piety. Welcome back, my lord. May my lord be invincible and invincible. Yang Feng glanced at the sea angels curiously. The sea angels are not much different from ordinary angels in terms of appearance. They also have a pair of angel wings on their back. However, the angel wings of the sea angels are constructed from divine force and part of the authority of the sea. Even though they won't become a hindrance to them in the sea, but will instead become a help to them, allowing them to swim faster. Among the sea angels, there are two angels that stand out from the masses. They exude bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. Clearly, the two angels are Bosana's strongest subordinates. Of the two sea-blazing angels, one has snow-white skin, a head of wavy blue hair, a tall and sexy figure, and exudes a noble and elegant aura. The other sea-blazing angel had wheat-colored skin and short blonde hair. Her figure was also voluptuous and sexy, but she had a wild beauty. Basana pointed to the angels with long blue hair and short blonde hair and introduced them to Yang Feng. Yang Feng, they are my most capable assistants, Marina and Karma. Marina is a blazing angel and Karma is a throne angel. Although they are both bright world warlock rank angels, but Marina's fluctuations of power are clearly much stronger than Karma's. Marina, Karma, I lost to Yang Feng in a fair fight. Henceforth, Yang Feng is your new master, his orders have a higher authority than mine. There was a flash of reluctance in Bosana's beautiful eyes, and she took out a Sea Angel Pool's control center and erased her soul brand. Chapter 777. At that moment, all the sea angels within the divine kingdom felt as if something was missing from their souls. Horror flashed through their eyes as they fell into panic. If it wasn't for Basana standing in front of them, the sea angels would have fallen into chaos. Reluctance shimmered in Bosana's eyes, but she still handed the sea angel crystal to Yang Feng. Marina trembled, her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair and fear, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Great Lord, are you going to abandon us?" Karma also looked at Basana with a look of despair on her face, and her delicate body trembled. These sea angels are Bosana's devout believers. Marina and Karma, on the other hand, were Bosana's most devout saints converted into beings. They followed Basana and fought all over the place, growing up together. Even without the sole restriction of the sea angels' pool, they are still loyal to Basana and regard her as their master. But now Basana handed the sea angel crystal to Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng takes control of the sea angel crystal, no matter how unwilling the sea angels are, they will be forced to obey Yang Feng's orders. Bosana's behavior is almost equivalent to abandoning all the sea angels, which makes them despair. Basana trembled slightly, and 2 streams of tears fell from her beautiful eyes. I'm sorry. It's because I lost that I became like this. I'm sorry. My lord, you're not wrong. It's this damn man who's wrong. I'll crusade against him for you. With a flash of killing intent in her beautiful eyes, Marina stared at Yang Feng and beckoned with her hand, and a huge spear appeared in her hand. In the sea, spears, tridents, and other weapons are far more commonly used than swords. Most of the weapons sea angels use are spears and halberds. Basana raised her eyebrows and barked, "Stop. I've already signed a contract with him, and even I've lost to him. If you attack him, we will all suffer a backlash from the contract." Startled, Marina put down the spear, knelt in front of Basana, and uttered with a pained expression, "Yes. My lord. I was wrong." Karma, holding a halberd, gritted her teeth, and stared at Yang Feng with a look of deep hatred on her face. If it wasn't for Basana stopping her, she would have rushed up and fought Yang Feng. Yang Feng received the sea angel crystal, smiled, and tossed it to Basana. "It's your reward." After Basana received the sea angel crystal, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. She grabbed the sea angel crystal and said hesitantly, "This, I lost to you." Yang Feng smiled and said, "Yes, you lost to me. This sea angel crystal was already mine, but I gave it to you as a reward. Now it's yours again." As long as Basana is Yang Feng's person, everything about her will be under his control. To be able to cultivate a bright world warlock rank blazing angel and a bright world warlock rank throne angel, Bosana's ability to cultivate angels is outstanding. It is more appropriate for her to manage the sea god country. "Thank you." There was a flash of gratitude in Bosana's beautiful eyes, and she grabbed the sea angel crystal and branded it with her soul brand. In an instant, all the ocean angels within the divine kingdom felt that what they lacked was being filled again. There was a flash of joy in Marina's beautiful eyes. She gave Yang Feng a knight's salute and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir. From now on, I will offer you my loyalty second only to my lord." Karma performed a knight's salute to Yang Feng and said, "Me too. I offer you my loyalty second only to my lord. Get up." There was a look of satisfaction in Yang Feng's eyes, and he entered the temple with Basana. Yang Feng said, "Basana, I have an operation against the sea, and I need to borrow Marina." With a sweet smile on her face, Basana responded, "Okay, I will have her cooperate with you." A day later, on the branch-floating continent, in a cave engraved with countless mysterious runes and filled with illusory aura. Yang Feng walked in, came to a fantasy spring in the cave, and uttered flatly, "Show yourself." From the phantom spring, a humanoid robot with a huge eye on the head engraved with runes appeared beside Yang Feng. The phantom ruler, which seems to exist between the real and the illusory, has a humanoid body structure, a huge eye on the head, is almost transparent, and is engraved with strange runes. Devourers and phantom rulers are ultimate weapons of the Shizu. They are weapons that can evolve continuously. Apart from having the same primordial body, different Devourers and Phantom Dominator had different abilities as they evolved. The final ultimate body and perfect body mostly grasped different abilities. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the Sky Fantasy Shin Pearl suddenly flew out of his hand and flew towards the Phantom Ruler like a meteor. Fluctuations of joy came from the phantom ruler, and it grabbed the sky fantasy Shin pearl. Countless strange runes and wisps of incomparable power emanated from the phantom ruler's right hand. They pierced into the sky fantasy Shin pearl and frantically absorbed the power of the sky fantasy Shin pearl. The sky fantasy Shin pearl suddenly blurred, turned into an existence hovering between illusion and reality, and appeared on the phantom ruler. Strands of strange, and powerful fluctuations spread out from the phantom ruler. When Yang Feng sensed the change in the phantom ruler, his eyes flashed with excitement. It evolved. After devouring the sky fantasy Shin pearl, the phantom ruler's strength increased by a large margin. The phantom ruler and devourers are ultimate weapons of the Shizu that can evolve into Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Every time they evolve, their strength will increase tremendously. A vague breeze blew past, and the phantom ruler disappeared like a bubble and entered Yang Feng's body. As soon as the phantom ruler disappeared, as if it doesn't exist in this world, it doesn't release any fluctuations of power. If Yang Feng wasn't its master, he wouldn't be able to sense its existence. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. The phantom ruler is indeed one of the ultimate weapons of the Shizu. Even though it is just an initial form, but after absorbing the sky fantasy Shin pearl, it possesses such queer power. Even if it is a great holy step powerhouse, if the phantom ruler doesn't show up, they won't be able to detect its existence. On the edge of the Overlord Sea, in a depth of 40,000 meters, there is a city that covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, is engraved with countless mysterious runes, and is full of human warlock style. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, each of the warlock dynasties firmly controlled the Zhangji plain. Whether it is the sky, the land, the sea, the swamp, the desert, the underground, or the core world, they were all under the control of human warlocks in those eras. In the 8 glorious eras of human warlocks, human footsteps and relics were left in countless places, bearing witness to the glory of the human warlock dynasties. The city is called Green Whale City, and it is a city established by human warlocks in this sea. Now that this city has become a stronghold of merfolk, you can see grotesque merfolk exuding fearsome auras swimming around the Green Whale City. Interesting, so this is a relic site of human warlocks in the sea. It seems that human warlocks and merfolk lived together in this city. Walking in the Green Whale City, Yang Feng browsed the various buildings in the city, and wisps of strange aura diffused from him. Marina, who is following behind Yang Feng, looks at the huge transcendent rank merfolk powerhouses who don't seem to have seen anything, and her heart is filled with shock. What's going on? Why didn't those merfolk discover us? This man is indeed a powerhouse who defeated my lord. He's so queer and powerful. In the Green Whale City, there are many huge buildings. Clearly, they were built for the giant merfolk. In the deep sea, there are many giant merfolk. Their wisdom isn't inferior to that of human warlocks. However, they are very proud and disdain to learn shape-shifting spells. Even transcendent rank powerhouses won't change into human form. The giant merfolk possess a lot of knowledge that human warlocks yearn for, and they possess great power. Therefore, human warlocks are quite respectful of their wise ones. In the center of the Green Whale City, there is a huge castle hundreds of times larger than the human warlock cities in the surface world. In the huge castle, there are many 7 or 8 meters tall green whale merfolk guards with the upper body of a whale and the lower body of a human. Each of the tall green whale merfolk guards possesses great warlock rank strength. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, each one of them would be an overlord rank powerhouse. As if strolling in his back garden, Yang Feng and Marina easily stepped into the castle and walked along the castle. In the depths of the castle, many 5 to 6 meter tall green whale powerhouses with human and whale features on their heads began to appear. Most of them possess Starry Sky warlock rank strength, and there are even transcendent rank powerhouses comparable to Moonlight warlocks. Enveloped by the phantom fluctuations released by the phantom ruler, the green whale powerhouses let Yang Feng and Marina swagger into the deepest part of the castle as if they were blind. In a garden in the deepest part of the castle, there sit a middle-aged man and a woman about 4 meters tall. Their appearance is no different from that of humans. They only retain a little bit of green whale features, but each of them possesses pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank strength. They are the green whale monarch couple. Chapter 778. Yang Feng turned around and left with Marina. The eyes of Yang Feng's incarnation of Jing Bahai shimmered fiercely, and he roared and sent a fist flying. A huge archaic dragon whale projection suddenly appeared and inhaled. Yang Feng uttered, "She is an alchemical synthetic life form I sealed in a taboo stone in a human warlock relic site. I named her Mary, and she is now my personal maid. She is very strong. The green whale race is a veritable overlord force in the Green Luo Sea. In this sea, only some deep-sea fierce beasts hidden in the deep sea are stronger than the green whale monarch and his wife. The rest of the merfolk are not the opponents of the green whale monarch and his wife." The green whale monarch exhorted worriedly, "The Dullan imperial court is the place where the royal family that the green whale race is loyal to is located. In that place, experts were as common as clouds, and experts were as common as rain. There are even bright world warlock and infinity warlock rank powerhouses. When you get there, make more powerful friends. Also, keep a low profile. Don't provoke the silk pants of the imperial court." The headquarters of the Dullan imperial court, the Dullan city, used to be the residence of the East Sea monarch, one of the 4 sea monarchs of the 8th warlock dynasty. It was also the residence of the East Sea monarch in the era of the Magic Note dynasty. That's the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court. With a flash of light, a 3-meter-tall, stocky, handsome young man with green whale characteristics and pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power strode up to in front of Yang Feng with dull eyes. The green whale monarch frowned slightly and sighed, "You can leave." Marina's eyes shimmered with a misty shade, and then she regained her clarity and stood quietly behind Yang Feng like a maid. Yang Feng swaggered to the back garden with Marina in tow, pulled a chair, sat down next to the green whale monarch and his wife, and ordered indifferently, "Jing Bahai, come out." Yang Feng is sitting in a luxurious litter inlaid with countless pebble-sized 7-color pearls and holding the sexy, enchanting, and noble Marina in his arms. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he passed through the huge whirlpool and saw the true body of the Dullan city. That's the Dullan city. Sure enough, it was not inferior to the holy land of cultivation in Yunjing city. However, compared to the branch floating continent, it's far inferior. Seeing this scene, Marina's heart was filled with shock. What kind of magic is this? This is too scary. It's actually the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Why would he come to our Dullan imperial court? A giant hand containing the law of water descended from the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng with fearsome might. In the endless sea, it was once the back garden of human warlocks. There were countless human warlock ruins from the 8 great warlock dynasties eras. It was not unusual to find some strange things. Along with flashes of black light, Jing Bahai shrank into a black dot, flew into the true god Empyrean imprint, sealed it, and then landed on Yang Feng's right arm and formed a black tattoo. An incomparably violent vortex emerged from the mouth of the primordial dragon whale. With a frantic twist, the terrifying hand was directly crushed into pieces. Yang Feng's true body suddenly changed and turned into the burly and domineering body of Jing Bahai. The phantom ruler suddenly emerged and pointed at Yang Feng and Marina, and a rune suddenly flashed and entered Yang Feng and Marina. Her Highness the First Princess of the Dullan Imperial Court is indeed amazing. However, I heard that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is also the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, which is why he can suppress countless princes and princesses to become the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. He and the first princess of the Dullan Imperial Court are indeed a good match. It should be for the sake of the first princess of the Dullan imperial court. The Overlord Sea region was ruled by the Dullan imperial court, one of the 3 imperial courts of the merfolk. Any merfolk force that occupied a region of the Overlord Sea region had to pay tribute to the Dullan imperial court every year. Only then could they legitimately occupy that region and plunder its resources. Damn it, this damn outsider dares to dream of marrying the first princess of the Dullan imperial court, how hateful. The Green Whale monarch is well aware that Jing Bahai is indeed an invincible existence in this sea. But in the Dullan imperial court, there are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. A bright world warlock rank merfolk powerhouse has the power to destroy the Green Whale race. The Green Whale monarch is not willing to let his irascible and tyrannical son provoke these fearsome existences. As the residence of the 2 East Sea monarchs, the Dullan city has been built by human warlocks into a flourishing, artistic, and exquisite building. Yang Feng said flatly, "From now on, I am Jing Bahai. And you are my handmaiden, Mary. To dare attack me, Jing Bahai, what gall! I will pull out your tendons." Whale devour secret method. Yang Feng responded coldly, "Got it." At this moment, 2 blue-scaled serpent dragon beasts, which were 100 meters long and had the heads of dragons but bodies like huge snakes, were covered in a layer of blue snake scales, and exuded a terrifying glorious sun-grade life force, pulled a luxurious carriage inlaid with countless treasures of the sea. Shrouded in blue waves, they swam above the experts who came to pay tribute and headed toward the huge whirlpool. The eyes of the Green Whale monarch and his wife sobered up. The phantom ruler, hovering between real and illusory, slowly appeared, and illusory fluctuations enveloped the Green Whale city like a tide. Jing Bahai is the young master of the Green Whale race as well as a peerless genius of the Green Whale race. At just 2,000 years old, he has already reached the pinnacle glorious sun realm, and his battle prowess is slightly higher than that of the Green Whale monarch. In the Green Luo Sea, he is a tyrannical, unbridled, and lawless character. Yang Feng responded, "Got it." There are countless powerful permanent spells enchanted in the Dullan city, which can continuously extract life magic energy from the surrounding sea to replenish the life magic energy consumed by the Dullan city, setting off huge whirlpools around the city. Merfolk without moonlight warlock rank cultivation bases can only go to the Dullan city through a specific route. Otherwise, they won't even be able to block the huge whirlpool outside the Dullan city. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he operated the powerful law of water, and the archaic dragon whale he formed exuded a fearsome might capable of devouring everything. The deep-sea freaks around Yang Feng dodged in all directions, not daring to resist the giant hand. Yang Feng has already investigated Jing Bahai's character. He has a lot of fun playing such a tyrannical, unbridled, and unsophisticated character. In the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince acts unscrupulously, taking any woman he wants. Except for women with a bright world warlock rank or above background, he doesn't fear the rest of the women. At this time, it is the tribute season. The area hundreds of kilometers in radius around the entrance of the Dullan city is completely enveloped by countless strange-looking deep-sea monsters. If these deep-sea monsters were placed on Earth, they would be a deep-sea overlord, an invincible existence. As soon as they saw the young man, many of the Sea Clan's experts began to discuss among themselves. Their eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the first princess of the Dullan Imperial Court aren't on the same level as them. They can only look up to each other and talk about them behind their backs at most. The countless deep-sea monsters lined up in a row and moved towards the Dullan Imperial Court in order. When the Sea Dragon Crown Prince passed by Yang Feng, he glanced at him, and then his gaze fell on Marina. His eyes rippled slightly, and as if it's a matter of course, he extended his hand. There are merfolk powerhouses from the Overlord's seat sitting on top of the deep-sea monsters. The deep-sea monsters are dragging carts of rare treasures born in the sea. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless black rune chains gushed out like a tide and enveloped Jing Bahai. As if they have a life of their own, the countless runes sank into every corner of Jing Bahai's body. Yang Feng has already scouted this information, which is why he chose to infiltrate the Dulin Imperial Court through the Green Whale race. By disguising himself as a Golem Imperial Court, Yang Feng occupied a branch floating continent. At the same time, he shouldered the fate of not allowing failure. As such, he must be careful. Hey, I didn't expect to see such an outstanding person in this place. The Green Whale monarch didn't pursue the matter, but said solemnly, "It's almost time to pay tribute. I want you to go." A few days later, dozens of huge sea beasts exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power pulled carts loaded with all kinds of resources towards the Dulin Imperial Court. Beside the young man, there were more than a dozen sea race girls kneeling. Every single one of them was extremely charming and enchanting. When the Green Whale monarch saw Marina standing respectfully behind Yang Feng, a dignified shade flashed in his eyes, and he asked unhurriedly, "Bahai, who is she?" A bright world warlock rank sea blazing angel like Marina can easily kill a glorious sun warlock. But to manipulate the mind of a glorious sun warlock from a distance and make them muddle-headed and irrational, Marina has never heard of such a spell. In the luxurious litter, there is a tall and handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a blue dragon scale on the forehead, and wisps of dragon might exuding from him. He looks like a noble god walking in the secular world. Chapter 779. Archaic Dragon Whale. A trifling archaic dragon whale dares to be impudent in front of me. In the sea, we primordial sea dragons are the noblest. Dragon Devour Secret Method. The sea dragon crown prince smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, and extended his hand. Blue runes flew out of the sea dragon crown prince's body and frantically extracted the life magic energy in the ocean. Suddenly, the phantom of a terrifying primordial sea dragon that was thousands of meters long and exuded an ancient and suffocating aura. It was like the source of the Sea Clan. According to legend, the primordial sea dragon was the first true dragon to come to the Tsangji Plain and the ancestor of the merfolk. Legend has it that before the primordial sea dragon came to the Tsangji Plain, there were countless powerful sea beasts in the Tsangji Plain Sea. However, these sea beasts had no wisdom. After the primordial sea dragon arrived, it mated with all kinds of sea beasts and gave birth to all kinds of merfolk with wisdom. As soon as the primordial sea dragon projection appeared, the merfolk powerhouses in an area of hundreds of kilometers in radius felt their bloodline tremble, as if they encountered an irresistible superior existence. As soon as the primordial sea dragon projection appeared, the merfolk powerhouses who only had starry sky warlock rank strength were forced to kneel on the ground, trembling all over. The ferocious primordial sea dragon pounced on the primordial dragon whale, and the two terrifying extraordinary creatures that only existed in myths and legends began to fight fiercely. An incomparably violent whirlpool formed as the two ferocious extraordinary creatures fought. It spread in all directions, sweeping towards the surrounding deep-sea behemoths and merfolk powerhouses. The deep-sea behemoths and merfolk powerhouses retreated one after another. Some deep-sea behemoths that couldn't retreat in time were drawn into the violent whirlpool, torn into countless pieces by the whirlpool, and turned into pillars of blood. Compared to the primordial sea dragon's secret method, the green whale race's secret method is far inferior. If this goes on, I'll lose. Yang Feng looked at the archaic dragon whale and the primordial sea dragon fighting each other in the sea with a furious expression on his face. But his heart was very calm, and he easily deduced the result. Although the primordial dragon whale was frantically fighting against the primordial sea dragon, its body was already crumbling inch by inch. It was being devoured by the primordial sea dragon. Is an origin sea dragon that amazing? Take a look at the prowess of the dragon-slaying crossbow I found in a human warlock relic site. The eyes of Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai flashed with anger, and he bellowed and flicked his wrist, and a level 8 secret treasure dragon slaying crossbow suddenly appeared in his hand. The blue dragon slaying crossbow radiated resentment that can only be obtained after slaughtering thousands of dragons. With a flash of blue light, the dragon-slaying crossbow bolt was attracted by the sea dragon blood inside the sea dragon crown prince, crossed tens of nautical miles, and stabbed the sea dragon crown prince in the heart, nailing him to the litter. A look of incredulity on his face, the sea dragon crown prince spewed out a large mouthful of blood, pointed at Yang Feng, and said in a trembling voice, You. As the crown prince of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court and the future successor of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince was proficient in countless secret techniques. His status was incomparably noble and he hid an incomparably powerful strength. Even a junior Bright World Warlock may not be his opponent. Yet he was seriously injured by a merfolk from a remote place using the dragon-slaying crossbow, a secret treasure specially used to deal with dragons. This shocked and angered him. The dragon-slaying crossbow is a secret treasure specially developed by the Magic Note dynasty to deal with dragons. Although the dragon-slaying crossbow has mediocre effects against other extraordinary life forms, but it has terrifying destructive power against dragons. Even if it is an Infinity Warlock rank dragon powerhouse, if they are shot in the heart by the dragon-slaying crossbow, their power will be sealed, and they will be at the mercy of others. Trash. Go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he operated the law of water, merged with the water, appeared in front of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince as if teleporting, and punched the Sea Dragon Crown Prince in the face. Crack. A copious amount of blood splashed, and the originally handsome face of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince caved in, and countless bones broke. Stop! The dozen-plus merfolk girls beside the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, who are quite loyal, cast spells and barreled towards Yang Feng. Die! Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he operated the Whale Devour secret method, and the dilapidated immemorial dragon whale suddenly appeared, opened its maw, and sucked the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the dozen-plus merfolk girls into its maw. The maw of the dragon whale that can devour and crush everything suddenly burst out with a huge whirlpool, and the dozen-plus merfolk girls turned into a mist of blood. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's body was cut open, and he was dripping with blood. If it wasn't for his tyrannical fleshly body, he would have been crushed by the violent force gushing out of the dragon whale's maw. So fierce. Who is that guy? It looks like he's going to kill the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Who is that guy? Why is he so fierce? That guy is Jing Bahai, a peerless genius of the green whale race. He has already practiced cultivation to the quasi-bright world warlock realm 300 years ago. He is a tyrant in the Green Luo Sea, and he is used to running amok. To think that he even dared to kill the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. People from small places are ruthless. Unscrupulous. To even dare to kill the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, how lawless. Haha, the number one genius of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court's younger generation, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, was actually killed by a bumpkin from a remote area. That's really interesting. When the spectating merfolk powerhouses saw Yang Feng use the Whale Devour secret method to kill the Sea Dragon Crown Prince step by step, they showed a smile of excitement. Most of the spectating merfolk powerhouses are Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses, with only a few dozen being Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses. These Glorious Dawn Warlock rank merfolk powerhouses are from large merfolk tribes. Each of them has a very noble identity, and they have the possibility of marrying the first princess of the Dullan Imperial Court. Now that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, who poses the greatest threat to them, is about to be killed by Yang Feng, they are very happy. Naturally, no one will come to the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's rescue. Stop! At this moment, intermediate Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of life came from Dullan City, and a giant hand formed from the Law of Water extended towards Yang Feng. Pinch him to death if you have the ability. Yang Feng smiled unruly, grabbed the sea dragon crown prince, shone with countless drops of water, sealed the sea dragon crown prince into the head of a halberd, and stabbed towards the giant hand. With a sigh, the giant hand formed from the law of water collapsed. In Dulin City, the merfolk Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse didn't dare to fight Yang Feng head-on. That is equivalent to him and Yang Feng attacking the sea dragon crown prince at the same time. Bombarded by two powerhouses, even if the sea dragon crown prince doesn't die, he will be half dead. With a flash of blue light, a middle-aged man with a tortoise shell on his back, a medium build, a square face, big ears, and an extraordinary bearing appeared in front of Yang Feng. The middle-aged man looked at the sea dragon crown prince sealed in a halberd, frowned, and said solemnly, "I am Dulin Imperial Court's Spirit Turtle Admiral. Jing Bahai, the sea dragon crown prince is an honored guest of the Dulin Imperial Court. Release him at once. If you release the sea dragon crown prince, I can reduce your punishment. This son of a bitch, to dare attack me, he's courting death. Spirit Turtle Admiral, the green whale race is loyal and devoted to the Dulin Imperial Court. Yet you declare me guilty, aren't you afraid that everyone will be disappointed? Besides, I've always had a bad temper. If I'm not careful, I may pinch him to death." Yang Feng unhurriedly removed the sea dragon crown prince's secret treasures one by one, and then pinched the sea dragon crown prince in his hand. The sea dragon crown prince spewed out a large mouthful of blood and looked at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes. A look of shock on his face, Spirit Turtle Admiral leaned forward and shouted, "Stop." Yang Feng uttered with an unruly smile, "Spirit Turtle Admiral, if you move again, I'll pinch him to death. Then I'll take the green whale race's tribute and leave here." Spirit Turtle Admiral asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Yang Feng uttered with an unruly smile, "First, the sea dragon crown prince took the initiative to attack me, so he will bear all the consequences. Second, a 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus. Third, a monarch-grade soul stone. Meet these 3 conditions, and I'll let him go. Otherwise, he must die today." Soul Admiral uttered with an unsightly expression, "The first condition is fine, but the second and third conditions are too much." The 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus is one of the most precious treasures of the Dulin Imperial Court. It can increase the chances of merfolk breaking through to the Bright World Warlock rank by 10%. As for the monarch-grade soul stone, it is a precious treasure that is commonly used in all planes. If an ordinary angel can fuse with a monarch-grade soul stone, they can evolve into a blazing angel with strong evolution potential. As long as they have enough resources, they can easily evolve into a Bright World Warlock rank blazing angel. The monarch-grade soul stone is one of the top materials that Yang Feng needs for the evolution of the Phantom Ruler. The Phantom Ruler is the ultimate weapon Yang Feng created by fusing the Warlock civilization and the Shizu civilization. It has endless potential. At the same time, it needs to consume resources that make ordinary people despair. Then you can only get the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's corpse today. With an unruly smile on his face, Yang Feng tore off the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's arm, threw it away, and sealed it in a treasure box. A copious amount of blood flowed out of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's right arm and sprinkled on the ground. "Okay, I agree to your conditions." At this moment, a cold voice came from Dulin City, and a peerless woman with long black hair, dressed in a silver-white robe, snow-white skin, a voluptuous figure, exquisite facial features, and big black eyes that seemed to contain endless charms slowly walked up to in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 780. Her Highness the First Princess. That's the first princess of the Dulin Imperial Court, she's really beautiful. That's the first princess of the Dulin Imperial Court, she's really beautiful. The experts of the Oceanic clan, who were riding on giant deep-sea beasts, looked at the black-haired, black-eyed, peerless beauty with admiration in their eyes. Yang Feng looked at the first princess of the Dulan imperial court, and his heart trembled, and his steel-like willpower wavered slightly. If he hadn't practiced several top Empyrean grade secret methods and had a strong spirit, he would have been captivated by her. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam. This is an innate ability, natural charm, and it's a top innate ability. Natural charm is not a spell, but an extraordinary power that some extraordinary beings with special bloodlines are born with to attract the opposite sex. Even though Yang Feng knows that the first princess of the Dulan imperial court is born with natural charm, but he can't use spells to resist it. As a result, he has a favorable impression of her at first sight. When male life forms below the Starry Sky Warlock rank see the Dulan imperial court's first princess, they will be captured by her. As long as she wills it, those male life forms will become her subjects, unable to extricate themselves. Only transcendent rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank can resist her natural charm, but they will have a favorable impression of her. So it's the first princess of the Dulan imperial court. You're indeed the first of the 6 most beautiful pearls. 10,000 years Sea Heart 5-color Narcissus and Monarch grade Soul Stone, hand them over. I'll give you this dead worm. As if grabbing a chicken, Yang Feng grabbed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince with a broken arm and flung him, and a shock force entered the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and ruptured his internal organs, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood again. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince has primordial Sea Dragon bloodline, he would have died a long time ago. I'll kill you. You damn beast, if I don't die, I will skin you alive and torture you to death in the future. Even though the Sea Dragon Crown Prince hasn't died yet, but his eyes are filled with shame, indignation, and resentment. As the Crown Prince of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, he is extremely noble and possesses fearsome strength. However, before he could display his earth-shaking strength, Yang Feng pierced his heart with the dragon-slaying crossbow and sealed his power. Now that he has been humiliated by Yang Feng in front of everyone, his heart is filled with endless killing intent. A 2.5-meter-tall tiger shark prince with several shark patterns on his face and intermediate glorious sun warlock rank breath walked out and berated Yang Feng loudly, "Jing Bahai, you impudent. The one in front of you is the first princess of the Dulan, the daughter of the great Dulan monarch. Quickly release the true dragon crown prince in your hands and beg for forgiveness from her highness." Yang Feng glanced contemptuously at the tiger shark prince and berated, "You good for nothing, if you have the guts, then fight me to the death." Highness, Yang, and dragon prince, and sect. Among merfolk, the law of the jungle prevails, and the strong are revered. The law of the jungle prevails among merfolk, where the strong are revered. What matters is the fist, not the mouth. When the tiger shark prince was berated by Yang Feng, his face flushed, his body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Feng, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Although Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai relied on the dragon-slaying crossbow to suppress the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, but he himself possesses quasi-bright world warlock rank strength. The Tiger Shark Prince is just an intermediate glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse. For ordinary extraordinary life forms, he is already an unreachable transcendent rank powerhouse. But he is not Yang Feng's opponent. In a fight to the death with Yang Feng, there is no way he can survive. Outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. What a disgrace. He wanted to step on Jing Bahai to make a name for himself, but he didn't even dare to fight after being humiliated by Jing Bahai. What a waste. This guy has a silver spear but a wax stick, just like human warlocks, he can only rely on his mouth. Ridiculing voices came from behind the tiger shark prince. His eyes shot with blood, he turned around, but didn't find anyone speaking. There are only traces of magic fluctuations. Evidently, someone cast a spell to ridicule him. Enough. Jing Bahai, this is a 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus. I'll give you a monarch grade soul stone later. The first princess frowned slightly and waved her lily-white hand, and a 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus, which radiates 5-colored light and is sealed in a transparent crystal, flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus with a scorching shade in his eyes. 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus, I didn't expect to get such a good treasure under such circumstances. The 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus is a precious specialty of the Zhangji Plains merfolk. Apart from the Zhangji Plain, only some grade 2 plains with powerful sea origin can produce them in small quantities. The 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus can not only be used to attack the bottleneck of the Bright World Warlock rank, but it can also nourish the body and soul of a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has been in contact with the 3 merfolk imperial courts in an attempt to buy a 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus, but to no avail. Yang Feng glanced at the spirit turtle admiral and said with a cold smile, "First princess, since you came in person, I should give you face. However, there are some despicable people making things difficult for me. I'm worried that I won't get the monarch grade soul stone I deserve. Please go to the trouble of getting the monarch grade soul stone. I'll wait for you here." There was a flash of anger in the spirit turtle admiral's eyes, his aura churned, and killing intent shimmered in his eyes. "Damn brat." Dulin Imperial Court's first princess frowned and said coldly, "Fine. I'll go get the monarch grade soul stone." A nearly transparent figure walked out of the body of the Dulin Imperial Court's first princess and disappeared with spatial ripples. After a dozen breaths of time, the almost transparent figure walked out of the void and handed a sealed box to the first princess of the Dulin Imperial Court. The first princess flicked a finger, and the sealed box flew towards Yang Feng. "This is the monarch grade soul stone you want." Yang Feng smiled lightly, and a stream of water rolled up the sealed box and, as if an invisible hand, opened the sealed box, and a monarch-grade soul stone exuding a strong sense of existence suddenly appeared inside the sealed box. "Here you go." Yang Feng tossed the sea dragon crown prince towards the Dulin Imperial Court's first princess like a piece of trash. "Your Highness Crown Prince." An anxious expression on his face, the spirit turtle admiral hurriedly stepped forward, hugged the sea dragon crown prince, and cast a spell. Blue streams of water full of healing power wrapped around the sea dragon crown prince like flood dragons and nourished and repaired his body. The sea dragon crown prince is a race with tyrannical fleshly body to begin with. Even after being tortured by Yang Feng, he is still extremely powerful. Surrounded by the blue streams of water, the originally sunken handsome face healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few breaths of time, his appearance has been restored. Although the sea dragon crown prince's appearance has been restored, but he looks like he is on the verge of death. The spirit turtle admiral's face suddenly flickered, and he cast several spells to break the seal on the sea dragon crown prince, but they didn't have any effect. An unsightly expression on his face, the spirit turtle admiral stared at Yang Feng and shouted, "Seal! Why don't you undo the seal on the sea dragon crown prince?" The first princess raised her slim eyebrows, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and uttered, "Undo the seal." Yang Feng chuckled and extended his hand, and a black rune chain suddenly flew out of the sea dragon crown prince and entered his hand. As soon as the black rune chains disappeared, a powerful life force field diffused from the sea dragon crown prince. The right arm that was torn off by Yang Feng quickly regenerated, and bright world warlock rank fluctuations of life diffused from the sea dragon crown prince. Bright world warlock rank. The sea dragon crown prince has already evolved to a bright world warlock. How terrifying. No wonder the sea dragon imperial court chose him as the crown prince. At such a young age, he has already evolved into a human bright world warlock rank existence. This kind of cultivation talent is simply heaven-defying. It's not impossible for him to become the new sea dragon king in the future. What an idiot. Just now, he only used Glorious Sun Warlock rank power, which was why Jing Bahai's sneak attack was successful. Now he's angry out of humiliation. Voices full of shock, ridicule, and ridicule came from the rear. Bright World Warlock rank merfolk powerhouses are regarded as top fighting force in the 3 imperial courts. The merfolk powerhouses gathered here are all young geniuses of the Overlord Sea, the future successors of many merfolk forces. Among them, the peerless geniuses only possess Glorious Sun Warlock rank strength. With Bright World Warlock rank strength, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince has already surpassed the merfolk geniuses of the Overlord Sea by far, making them both envious and apprehensive of him. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes flickered fiercely, and a copious amount of water surrounded him and formed flood dragons full of intelligence. He enunciated each syllable, Jing Bahai, you're dead. Give me back my treasures. Yang Feng smiled coldly and shook the dragon-slaying crossbow in his hand. Are you an idiot? These are my spoils of war, and so are yours. If you want these things, then take out better treasures to exchange for them. Or should I say, come and fight with me again. Let's see if your fleshly body is stronger or my dragon-slaying crossbow is stronger. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince was furious. I wasn't on guard just now, which is why you succeeded in your sneak attack. Now that I'm on guard, only death awaits you. Chapter 781. Yang Feng smiled coldly, surged with killing intent, and said frigidly, then let's fight again. If you lose, then let Her Highness the First Princess redeem your life with more treasures. As far as Yang Feng was concerned, Jing Bahai's identity was nothing remarkable. With the Phantom Ruler, he can easily transform into another merfolk powerhouse. Reckless thing. Although I don't know how many outdated secret treasures you got from the ruins. But a trifling green whale dares to insult my noble primordial dragon race. You're dead. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince smiled in anger, and a violent life force field gushed out, and a copious amount of seawater formed the projection of a primordial sea dragon behind him. Strange blue runes suddenly appeared and formed an abstruse divine armor in front of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Profound Ice God Armor is a powerful spell developed by sea dragons specifically to deal with the dragon-slaying crossbow, a secret treasure used against dragons. The dragon-slaying crossbow could make the dragon race's proud defense, which could resist all kinds of spells, lose its extraordinary power and be easily penetrated. However, it doesn't have much destructive power against the Profound Ice God Armor. Just now, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince was restrained and sealed by Yang Feng's dragon-slaying crossbow because of a moment of carelessness. In terms of real strength, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is far stronger than Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai. Fearless, Yang Feng said with a cold smile, Your Highness the First Princess, if you don't stop this stupid dragon, then don't blame me for being merciless. I'll use a secret treasure to kill this stupid dragon. In the human warlock relic site, I got more than one secret treasure, the dragon-slaying crossbow. It's more than enough to kill a stupid dragon without a secret treasure like you. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes narrowed, and he revealed a dignified look. Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai is far weaker than the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. However, secret treasures developed by human warlocks are mysterious and full of mysteries. Some single-use secret treasures are even more powerful, and can even insta-kill Bright World warlocks. All the secret treasures on the Sea Dragon Crown Prince have fallen into Yang Feng's hands. If he is hit by those strange secret treasures, then even if he is a Bright World warlock rank powerhouse, he will be in danger of dying. The Spirit Turtle Admiral frowned, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and remained silent. He doesn't want to be hit by a secret treasure that can insta-kill Bright World warlocks. Dullan Imperial Court's first princess said indifferently, Everyone, stop. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes shimmered coldly, and he said coldly, Since your highness said so, I'll give you face. Jing Bahai, you're lucky to have your dog life. With all his secret treasures taken away by Yang Feng, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's combat power dropped by more than 50%. Under such circumstances, he chose to endure. In the Sea Dragon Imperial Court, there are countless Sea Dragon princes and Sea Dragon princesses. There are countless sea race geniuses competing for the position of Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Besides, the Sea Dragon King in CC, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, the Emperor, and the Emperor, and finally, the Feng has. The Sea and Star. Geniuses who don't know how to endure have already become skeletons. The first princess took out an invitation card with a 7-color narcissus pattern and handed it to Yang Feng. This is the Dullen Narcissus Banquet. Jing Bahai, if you have time, please do me the honor of attending. Yang Feng took a deep look at the first princess and said with a smile, I will definitely go. Damn it, that bumpkin from the countryside is really lucky to be able to participate in the Dullen Narcissus Banquet. That's a gathering place for the most outstanding geniuses of the Dullen Imperial Court. What ability does that bumpkin have to be able to participate in the Dullen Narcissus Banquet? That bumpkin clearly threatened Her Highness before, yet Her Highness invited him to participate in the Dullen Narcissus Banquet. That's really hateful. Envious gazes focused on Yang Feng from other places. The Dullen Narcissus Banquet is a banquet held by the first princess. Every year, only the most outstanding geniuses of the Dullen Imperial Court can participate. It is a stepping stone to entering the upper class of the Dullen Imperial Court. In the eyes of the Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk, the green whale race, where Jing Bahai belongs to, is just a country bumpkin from a remote sea. Even glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses are vaguely rejected and looked down upon by the Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk powerhouses. But once Jing Bahai can participate in the Dullen Narcissus Banquet, his status will change. He will become an aristocrat of the Dullen Imperial Court and be revered by countless people. The Dullen Narcissus Banquet is a gathering place for the most outstanding geniuses of the Dullen Imperial Court. It is a top social venue. If you aren't a fool, you can make a few more friends at the Dullen Narcissus Banquet. By then, you will have a few more transcendent rank friends and accumulate connections with terrifying power. A blue light extended out of Dullen City, passing through the whirlpools around the city and appeared under the feet of the first princess of the Dullen Imperial Court, forming a blue staircase. With an ethereal temperament, the first princess stepped on the blue staircase and walked towards the Dullen City. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the Spirit Turtle Admiral also stepped on the blue staircase. Yang Feng chuckled, then shamelessly led the tribute team up the blue stairs. With a flash of blue light, the blue staircase turned into a beam of blue light, contracted, and entered the Dullen City. What a beautiful city! As expected of the former residents of the East Sea Monarch. As soon as he entered the Dullen City, Yang Feng saw 1,000-meter-tall beautiful buildings full of merfolk style appear in front of him. One of the tall buildings was refined from countless red coral reefs using magic. The entire building was a kilometer tall and was surrounded by countless beautiful fish. The fish surrounding the coral reefs were all extraordinary lifeforms, red pearl fish. By eating a red pearl fish, an ordinary person with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude will have an inferior level 3 soul aptitude. There is also a 1,000-meter-tall building carved from a giant dragon clam pearl. The tall building carved from the giant dragon clam pearl contains a tremendous amount of life magic energy, which is of great benefit to even glorious Dawn Warlock's cultivation. Each tall building in the Dullen City is made from countless deep-sea treasures, which are both beautiful and practical, full of warlock style. The green whale race has also rented a manor on the edge of the Dullen City. After Yang Feng handed over the tribute procedures to the servants, he entered a room in the manor, opened a barrier, and began to count his harvest. Phantom Ruler. Yang Feng's voice has just sounded, when transparent and distorted fluctuations rose from behind him. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the monarch grade soul stone disappeared and was devoured by the Phantom Ruler. Yang Feng grabbed the 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus and flicked his finger, and the 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus entered his mouth and turned into a 5-colored torrent that quickly nourished his body and soul. Threads of 5-colored light shuttled through Yang Feng's body. Every time they shuttled back and forth, a large amount of black matter would be swept out, which would be burned and purified by a flame. In the world of warlocks, there are all kinds of incredible spells and phenomena. There are ice cubes that can freeze flames, and there are also flames that can burn in water. An hour later, advanced bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power pervaded the secret room, as if an archaic behemoth was slowly awakening. Marina held the sea angel sword, and the law of water filled the air and formed a powerful water barrier that firmly protected Yang Feng. Yang Feng opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of joy. I actually broke through. The effect of the 10,000-year sea heart 5-color narcissus is really amazing. According to my calculations, it should have taken me 3 years to break through. No wonder this 10,000 years sea heart 5-colored narcissus was so precious and hard to find. Even if I take out treasures that can be used by infinity warlocks, I won't be able to get them. Let me see what treasures this sea dragon crown prince has. Yang Feng took out an ancient spatial conch that the sea dragon crown prince carries with him and scanned it with his soul force. Suddenly, his face flickered, and his indifferent demeanor disappeared, replaced with a dignified expression. This is the sea dragon crown prince's treasure. It seems that my luck is good. I acted decisively. Otherwise, he might have forced my true body out. In the ancient spatial conch that the sea dragon crown prince carries with him, there are all kinds of treasures piled up. There are 30 level 8 secret treasures used by bright world warlocks and more than 100 level 7 secret treasures used by glorious sun warlocks. In addition, there is an azure spear secret treasure exuding level 9 secret treasure fluctuations of power inside the ancient spatial conch. Level 9 secret treasures are treasures that only infinity warlocks can wield. They are extremely precious. Yang Feng has conquered so many forces, yet he has obtained no more than 11 level 9 secret treasures. From this, it can be seen how rare level 9 secret treasures are. Leaving aside the level 9 secret treasures for the time being, each of the 30 level 8 secret treasures is a treasure with different extraordinary abilities. Any level 8 secret treasure placed in the outside world will attract bright world warlock rank powerhouses to fight over it. Even someone as wealthy as Yang Feng is attracted by the 30 level 8 secret treasures, a dozen of which can greatly enhance his current strength. As for level 9 secret treasures, they consume too much power. They can only be used as trump cards. Even though Yang Feng has the power of 9 small worlds, but it is difficult for him to control the powerful level 9 secret treasures for a long time. These secret treasures are for you. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a bracelet, a hairpin, and a set of armor as thin as a cicada's wings flew into Marina's hand. Chapter 782. When Marina received the 3 level 8 secret treasures, her beautiful eyes shimmered with joy, and she carefully fiddled with the 3 secret treasures. Thank you for the gift, my lord. The 3 level 8 secret treasures have different extraordinary powers. After equipping them, Marina's strength soared, and her combat power increased by more than 30%. After carefully fiddling with the 3 secret treasures for a while, Marina suddenly hesitated and asked, My lord, can I offer these 3 secret treasures to my lord? Feisua Plain's alchemy is far inferior to that of Tsangji Plain. Basically, every deity would only have 1 or 2 divine artifacts that matched their own authority, no extra secret treasures. The 3 level 8 secret treasures have their own characteristics. If Basana uses them, they can increase her combat power by about 15%. The stronger a person is, the less the level 8 secret treasures can increase their combat power. Basana is too strong. The 3 level 8 secret treasures can't increase her combat power by as much as Marina's. Yang Feng said with a smile, I have prepared a gift for her. Don't worry. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my lord, my lord. A look of joy on her face, Marina saluted Yang Feng, and then began to fiddle with the 3-level, 8 secret treasures. The 3-level, 8 secret treasures are obviously premium items selected by the Sea Dragon Crown Prince from the treasury. They are suitable for women. Not only are they beautiful, but they can also increase their strength. Even in Great Cloud Dynasty, they are rare premium items. One of Yang Feng's avatars, Zhao Fan, became a bureau chief in Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. He is well aware that such a beautiful level 8 secret treasure can only be refined once every 10 years by Secret Treasure Division's Deputy Division Chief or above Alchemist Grandmaster. Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division is huge and has gathered countless alchemy geniuses. However, these alchemy geniuses are basically busy refining large war secret treasures. Unless there is a mission from above, they won't refine level 8 secret treasures specifically for women. Dulin City Imperial Court is located on an extraordinary plant 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus in the center of Dulin City. The 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus is 9,000 meters tall. The lotus is in full bloom and carries Dulin Imperial Court. On the 9 lotus leaves that occupied hundreds of kilometers, there were also exquisite and luxurious palaces. The 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus was created when the Warlock Emperor of the 5th Warlock Dynasty, the Death Lord, killed a Holy Spirit Warlock rank primordial sea dragon powerhouse, dug out the heart of the sea dragon, implanted a lotus seed, watered it with countless resources, and cultivated it for 1,000 years before it took shape. The lotus seeds of the 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus have been taken away by the Death Lord, while the torsos of the 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus have been refined into exquisite palaces by human warlocks using incredible alchemy. The 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus is an extraordinary plant that grows by absorbing the heart blood of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank primordial sea dragon and has been carefully cultivated by the Death Lord for 1,000 years. It can innately absorb the surrounding life magic energy. The location of the 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus is also the place with the densest life form mana in the Dulin Imperial Court. So this is the Dulin Imperial Court, as expected of a place that can give birth to warlock monarchs. When Yang Feng came to in front of a 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus, he looked towards the center of the lotus, and saw a tremendous amount of life magic energy being attracted over and turning into a sea dragon bearing its fangs and claws that entered the Dulin Imperial Court in the center of the lotus. The 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus is extracting the surrounding life magic energy at all times and pouring it into the center of the lotus, which is where the Dulin Imperial Court is located. It is by using this characteristic that the Dulin Imperial Court has cultivated many secret treasures that are rarely seen in the outside world. The 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissus is one of them. This is the residence of Her Highness the First Princess. The Dulin Narcissus Banquet is currently being held inside. If you don't have an invitation, please leave. 2 crab race powerhouses dressed in armor similar to a crab shell, with most of their bodies in human form and 6 legs on the lower half of their bodies, exuding starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power, swam over and blocked in front of Yang Feng and Marina. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and the invitation card engraved with the 7-color narcissus appeared in his hand. The invitation card engraved with the 7-color narcissus released a green light that resonated with the lotus leaf, and a green staircase extended from the lotus leaf and landed in front of Yang Feng and Nangong Wei. The complexion of the 2 crab race powerhouses flickered, and they uttered respectfully, "It turns out to be distinguished guests. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." As soon as Yang Feng and Marina stepped on the green staircase flashed, and the 2 of them flew towards the green lotus leaf. When they were about to hit the green lotus leaf, Yang Feng's vision suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he and Marina appeared in the sky. There are white clouds floating in the sky, but the ground looks like a floating continent with no end in sight. On the floating continent, there are exquisite buildings everywhere. Courtyards with precious extraordinary plants and pastures of extraordinary sea beasts can be seen everywhere. Ruled by Tsangji Plains human warlocks many times, merfolk powerhouses acted as human warlocks shepherd dogs and sea farmers. Naturally, they learned how to plant extraordinary plants and herd extraordinary sea beasts to obtain a steady stream of extraordinary powers. In the center of the floating continent, there is an exquisite and luxurious palace complex with picturesque scenery. It took only 10 breaths of time for the green ray to wrap around Yang Feng and Marina, and they landed in the rear garden of a palace complex in the center of the palace complex. As soon as Yang Feng appeared in the rear garden filled with countless extraordinary plants, everyone's eyes focused on him. Yang Feng carefully looked around and saw dozens of young merfolk geniuses standing in the back garden. Each merfolk genius has a majestic gait, full of confidence, and fearsome aura, looking like primordial beasts walking in the secular world. The dozens of merfolk geniuses are the strongest geniuses of the Dulin Imperial Court's younger generation. Each of them has either a formidable family background, or a heaven-defying cultivation talent, great fortuitous encounters, and outstanding strength. Beside each of the dozens of merfolk geniuses, there are 2 or more followers, each of whom exudes Moonlight Warlock rank auras or above. Moonlight Warlocks are transcendent rank powerhouses in most planes. Moonlight Warlocks are transcendent rank powerhouses in most planes, and they are proud and arrogant. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are many rogue Moonlight Warlocks who are unwilling to serve anyone, and instead choose to establish their own forces. For merfolk geniuses to be able to recruit followers above the Moonlight Warlock rank to serve them shows their terrifying strength and background. When the merfolk geniuses saw Marina standing alone beside Yang Feng, their eyes revealed contempt. Marina is indeed very beautiful and has an extraordinary temperament. But these merfolk geniuses are tycoons who dominate a region. In addition to ascetic cultivators, they are surrounded by beautiful women. There is no shortage of beautiful merfolk women. For them, the value of a transcendent rank follower is far greater than that of a beautiful merfolk woman. The merfolk geniuses formed small circles and talked cheerfully about the local customs and practices of the Dulin Imperial Court. They exuded a faint repulsive force field, refusing Yang Feng to join them. Yang Feng didn't mind it at all. He went to the dining table with all kinds of exotic fruits, picked up the exotic fruits without any grace, and stuffed them into his mouth in an extremely rude manner. Jing Bahai is extremely powerful, tyrannical, and arrogant, but he has never learned etiquette. Yang Feng vividly portrayed Jing Bahai's unbridled image as if there was no one else around. Delicious, these merfolk extraordinary fruits are really delicious. These are the tributes of the Dulin Imperial Court. It is very difficult to get them in the outside world. One after another, the extraordinary fruits disintegrated in Yang Feng's mouth, and a mysterious and wonderful taste filled his mouth. At the same time, a strange force nourished his body and soul. What a bumpkin! With the high-class ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court watching from the sidelines, this bumpkin won't be able to find a dance partner. A country bumpkin has no upbringing. The merfolk geniuses looked coldly at Yang Feng with ridicule and contempt in their eyes. On the other side of the extraordinary courtyard, in a dark green courtyard that looks like a different dimension, more than 100 beautiful and charming high-class ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court cast spells and watched the scene here curiously. Among the 100 or so beautiful upper-class ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court, 6 of them stood out like cranes in a flock of chickens, exuding a powerful aura that attracted people's attention. The person in the lead is the first princess of the Dulin Imperial Court. The other 5 were also elites among the upper-class noble ladies of the Dulin Imperial Court. They were all incomparably powerful existences. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince is really extraordinary. He has more than a dozen followers, and each of them is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. That's only natural. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince is a Bright World Warlock and the Crown Prince of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court. He naturally has many followers around him. However, Although the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is good, but his mind is on the first princess and the other 5 big sisters. Why would he take a fancy to us? That's right. I think the heir of the Magic Note Astral Boundaries Thunder Giant Eel family is more handsome. It is said that he has a plane covered by a sea in Astral Boundary. Really? Whoever marries him can have a vacation in that ocean-covered plane. The upper-class ladies of the Dullen Imperial Court looked at the geniuses of the Dullen Imperial Court through the screens and giggled. Chapter 783. The Dullen Narcissus Banquet is also a place where the upper-class ladies of the Dullen Imperial Court interact with the male merfolk geniuses of the Dullen Imperial Court. A mermaid with blonde hair and blue eyes exclaimed, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with contempt, "Look, that Jing Bahai is really rude. It looks like he hasn't eaten anything in 8 lifetimes." A clam beauty frowned and said, "That's right, he's really rude. That's why I say that these country bumpkins have no upbringing. When I heard that he defeated the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, I was looking forward to it. It seems that it was just a fluke." "I know, he used the secret treasure dragon slaying crossbow to sneak attack the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, which is why he won." "So it's the dragon slaying crossbow. I knew that he didn't have any ability." The upper-class ladies of the Dullen Imperial Court stared at Yang Feng with disgust in their beautiful eyes. Amongst the 6 great beauties, one of them had blonde hair, blue eyes, a hot and sexy figure, a ghost horn on her head, and was filled with a Western charm. She smiled lightly and said, "Big Sister Man Han, the younger sisters are very dissatisfied with the people you chose." "Big Sister, why did you choose him? No matter how strong he is, but he doesn't understand etiquette. It's impossible for him to become a part of our circle." The first princess of the Dullen Imperial Court is called Ao Manhan, and she is recognized as the #1 pearl of the Dullen Imperial Court. However, the other 5 pearls are eyeing her covetously and fighting with her in various aspects. The beautiful woman with a horn on her head, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a sexy body was called Anastasia. She is a peerless genius of the Balaman Sea Ogre snake race of the Dullen Imperial Court. Balaman Sea Ogre snakes are a kind of creature that lives in different plane seas. When they reach adulthood, they will possess Moonlight Warlock rank strength. Ultimate form extraordinary life forms can evolve to the Infinity Warlock rank. The Balaman Sea Ogre snakes in the seas controlled by the Dullen Imperial Court have less than 3,000 of them, but they have 8 Infinity Warlock rank ultimate form. They are one of the strongest races in the Dullen Imperial Court. Ao Manhan was like an unchanging ice beauty. She said coldly, "Anastasia, I naturally have my reasons for choosing him." Anastasia's heart stirred slightly, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng. Ao Manhan has always been a good judge of character. There must be something special about that rude guy. The eyes of the other 4 pearls of the Dullen Imperial Court also fell on Yang Feng curiously. In the back garden, Sea Dragon Crown Prince was surrounded by a dozen Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince was the next successor of the Sea Dragon Imperial Court. In the future, if there were no accidents, he would definitely inherit the Sea Dragon Imperial Court. Naturally, many merfolk geniuses of the Dullen Imperial Court gathered around him. From time to time, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's gaze swept Yang Feng with unconcealable killing intent. At the entrance of the Dullen Imperial Court, he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Yang Feng's dragon-slaying crossbow. That was the disgrace of his life. A handsome man with a burly figure and a king character rune on his forehead held a glass of blue sea demonic wine and said to the Sea Dragon Crown Prince with a smile, "Sea Dragon Crown Prince, I'm here to teach that country bumpkin a lesson for you." The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "King Whale Third Prince, I'll leave it to you. As long as you help me teach him a lesson, I'll consider cooperating with you in the business of the Black Goat Sea and the Stormy Sea." When the king whale third prince heard this, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a satisfied smile. The Black Goat Sea and the Stormy Sea are two seas occupied by the Sea Dragon Imperial Court and are rich in resources. If the merfolk markets of these two seas can be opened up, it will be of great benefit to the king whale race. You are the green whale race's Jing Bahai. How dare you attack the Sea Dragon Crown Prince? That's treason. Kneel in front of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and apologize. The king whale third prince strode to in front of Yang Feng, looked at him condescendingly, and said in a cold voice. The king character rune on his forehead flashed, and the king whale's terrifying might slowly spread and crushed towards Yang Feng. The king whale race is the king of many whale races. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, countless whale races were ruled by the king whale race and regarded the king whale race as the royal race. Even in modern times, the bloodline of countless whale races is still restrained by the bloodline of the king whale race. Yang Feng imitated Jing Bahai's green whale bloodline. When the terrifying king whale might enveloped him, he trembled slightly and staggered, as if he was about to kneel on the ground and worship the king whale third prince. Who are you? How dare you come here to trouble me? Do you want to die? A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he suddenly erupted with quasi-bright world warlock rank power. He unleashed the whale devour secret method and turned into an archaic dragon whale barreling towards the third crown prince without demur. The king whale third prince was both shocked and angry. Magic shields suddenly appeared and enveloped him. At the same time, he roared, "Damn it, you dare to offend your superior. Die!" With the power to split mountains and split seas, the archaic dragon whale Yang Feng has transformed into slammed into the king whale third crown prince, breaking dozens of bones in the other party's body, and spewing a large mouthful of blood, he slammed into a wall, his life or death unknown. Your Highness! How dare you attack His Royal Highness? Go to hell! Shocked and angry, the king whale third prince's 3 bodyguards erupted with moonlight warlock rank power, cast secret methods, and attacked Yang Feng from 3 directions. How dare you 3 servants offend your superiors? Your crimes are unforgivable. You'll all become part of my collection. Yang Feng smiled coldly and flicked his wrist, and a level 8 secret treasure seal sea flag suddenly appeared. 3 blue seals suddenly shot out and stabbed into the king whale third prince's 3 bodyguards lightning fast. The 3 bodyguards of the third prince shuddered and shrunk as they were forcibly pulled into the sea sealing flag. The sea dragon crown prince raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, that's my seal sea flag." Yang Feng extended his hand, and a whirlpool suddenly surged and sucked the king whale third prince over. He grabbed the king whale third prince and collected all his treasures. Then, as if throwing away a broken toy, he threw the king whale third prince aside and said with an unruly smile, "Trash, you dare to provoke me? You're overestimating yourself." When the king whale third prince heard this, anger welled up in his heart, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood and fainted. The king whale third prince is finished. Interesting. If the king whale third prince can't get back at him, he won't be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. What a domineering guy. The merfolk geniuses looked at Yang Feng with great interest. At the same time, they raised Yang Feng's danger level in their hearts, unwilling to provoke such a fierce person. Yang Feng glanced in the direction of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and company and uttered with an unruly smile, "Since you're staying with that trash Sea Dragon Crown Prince, you should be his lackeys. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Of course, if you want to be a coward and hide around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, that's up to you. After all, I have to give Her Highness the First Princess some face, so I won't take the initiative to beat you up." The dozen-plus Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince frowned and looked at the seal sea flag in Yang Feng's hand with apprehension in their eyes. The Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince all possess glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. But none of them have level 8 secret treasures, and most of them have junior glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. Since the King Whale Third Prince, who has the ability to restrain Yang Feng's bloodline, was defeated by Yang Feng with one move, they are apprehensive of Yang Feng. What a disappointment. They don't dare to fight, are they still men? The King Whale Third Prince was defeated by Jing Bahai with one move. What an undeserved reputation, what a waste. Although this Jing Bahai is a bit crude, but he's really domineering. I like it. The law of the jungle prevails among merfolk, where the strong are respected. Originally, the Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class ladies looked down on Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai. But when they saw Yang Feng defeat the King Whale Third Prince and suppress the dozen-plus Dullen Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, they didn't dare to make a sound. A small number of Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class ladies became interested in Yang Feng. Let's go out. Ao Manhan frowned, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Traces of magic ripples enveloped the green courtyard. In an instant, the green courtyard emerged from the other dimension and appeared in front of the many merfolk geniuses. An elegant and beautiful Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class lady appeared in front of the merfolk geniuses, and their eyes lit up. The Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class ladies are not only of noble bloodline, but are also extremely powerful. The weakest are Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses, and there is even no lack of Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Each of the Dullen Imperial Court's 6 pearls is a glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse, and they don't lose out to men. Most of the merfolk geniuses have many women, but only the Dullen Imperial Court's upper-class ladies with noble bloodline and amazing backgrounds can become their wives. Ao Manhan, like a noble and arrogant goddess, uttered coldly, Jing Bahai, for my sake, stop. Yang Feng responded with a smile, since Her Highness the First Princess has spoken, then let's forget about this matter. Chapter 784. Ao Manhan clapped her hands, and the flowers of the extraordinary plant bell-tone trumpet flowers in the surroundings suddenly bloomed. Inside the flowers sat flower fairies that were the size of thumbs. They held all sorts of musical instruments, and they looked like miniature beauties. The flower sprites strummed the instruments, and melodious music resounded in the area. Accompanied by the extraordinary fragrance of flowers that can spread in the sea, this place looked like a fairyland on earth. In the garden, along with the sound of music, the ground trembled slightly, and plants grew from the ground and changed into tables. There are white flowers growing on each table, exuding a delicate fragrance. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he revealed a smile. Interesting, the first princess really knows how to live. Those extraordinary plants had obviously been carefully selected, cultivated, and refined to become existences. Only warlock groups that are proficient in extraordinary botany and have huge forces can research these interesting extraordinary plants with ease. This scene is even more bizarre and mystical than scenes in fairy tales. This is the world of warlocks full of extraordinary forces and miracles. All the geniuses of the sea tribe took their seats. Beautiful and adorable little sea elves, each the size of a palm, with pointy ears, swam over from all directions, carrying all kinds of fine wine, spirit fruits, and delicacies cooked by top chefs onto the table. A handsome young man with a burly figure, a gold tortoise shield inlaid in his right hand, and a confident and domineering aura smiled coldly and provoked Yang Feng, Jing Bahai, this is Man Lai Jiang, an expert of my gold turtle sea. He once killed a human ship guarded by one glorious sun warlock and 13 moonlight warlocks in one fell swoop. I recruited him 3 years ago and he became my follower. Do you have any followers who dare to fight him? This young man is the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince of the Gold Dragon Turtle race, who rules Gold Turtle Sea. He is one of the merfolk geniuses who follow the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Just now, he was afraid of the level 8 secret treasure seal C flag in Yang Feng's hands, and didn't dare to make a sound. Now that the first Princess Ao Manhan is here, he wants to strike Yang Feng in other ways. The voice of the gold dragon turtle prince has just fallen, when behind him, a burly man with no hair on his face and body, yet engraved with natural lightning runes, exuding a fierce aura, a fierce-looking face, and a fierce glint in his eyes strode out, stared at Yang Feng, and sneered. Follower? How could such a country bumpkin have any followers? The Green Luo Sea, which is ruled by the green whale race, is a remote and desolate place. What could possibly attract followers? That barbarian might directly enter the battlefield and fight Man Lai Jiang. That's possible. But in that case, even if he won, he would lose all his face. We are nobles of the Dulan imperial court. If we lower our statuses and fight with other people's followers, even if we win, we will still lose. In this world, influence is also a part of strength. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for being born in the wrong place. The Dulan imperial court's merfolk aristocrats looked at Yang Feng with ridicule in their eyes, revealing looks of curiosity and pity. Fights between followers is a social method for the Dulan imperial court's merfolk aristocrats to show off their power. Once you step into the Moonlight Warlock realm, you will become a transcendent. Powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank are all proud and arrogant. Only the top Dulan imperial court's merfolk have tremendous resources to recruit followers above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Yang Feng crushed a fruit with his teeth and said with a cold smile, "Follower battle? My followers are very strong. Gold Dragon Turtle Prince, your followers are too weak. They will be killed by my followers. Are you sure you want your follower to fight against my follower?" The eyes of the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince shimmered coldly, and he ordered coldly, "What big talk? Man Lai Jiang, go down and kill Jing Bahai's followers for me. Kill him, and I will give you the Thunder Origin Stone Flower you've always wanted." "Yes, Prince." Man Liejiang's eyes lit up, and he smiled ferociously, walked away from the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince, and strode towards the center of the banquet hall. Ao Manhan pointed with her lily-white hand, and green light shone, and a small arena appeared in the center of the banquet hall. Man Liejiang stepped into the small arena, stared at Yang Feng with an unruly expression, beckoned with a finger, and said with a sneer, "Jing Bahai, come down. Let me have a taste of your green whale race's secret methods." In the battle at the city gate, Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai was clearly not a match for the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. It was only because Yang Feng used the secret treasure dragon slaying crossbow that he succeeded and sealed the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The merfolk geniuses don't fear Yang Feng. They just don't want to take the risk of losing. Yang Feng drank a glass of fine wine in one gulp, and then said to Marina, who was kneeling beside him and serving him like a maid, "Mary, go get rid of him." "Yes, my lord." Marina stood up gracefully and flicked her wrist, and a level 8 secret treasure ice blue sea halberd appeared in her hand. With the halberd in hand, Marina's temperament suddenly changed. She transformed from a sexy and beautiful maid into a goddess of battle exuding fearsome fluctuations of power. That maid, he actually sent a maid to fight. Is he trying to send his maid to her death? It's a pity that such an outstanding maid is going to die. The death of a maid can remove the stigma of avoiding battle, which is very cost-effective. However, he's really ruthless. To be willing to send such a woman to die, what a terrible guy. The merfolk geniuses of the Dulan imperial court looked at Marina with pity in their eyes. Man Lai Jiang is a fierce person who has even killed glorious sun warlocks. Even if Marina is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, she has no chance of survival against Man Lai Jiang. As for glorious sun warlocks, no one believes that the Green Whale race, where the Green Whale monarch and his wife are only glorious sun warlock rank powerhouses, can recruit beautiful and powerful glorious sun warlock rank female followers. Glorious sun warlock rank powerhouses are not everywhere. The number of merfolk controlled by the Dullan imperial court exceeds 10,000 trillion. Among the countless merfolk, there are less than 15 glorious sun warlock rank upper-class ladies of the younger generation. What a ruthless guy, to let the maid who takes care of him die. How vicious. In order to make progress, he can abandon everything. This guy is so ruthless. When the upper-class ladies of the Dullan imperial court saw this scene, they suddenly felt disgusted with Yang Feng. Only the expressions of the 6 pearls of the Dullan imperial court remained unchanged. Instead, there was a dignified look in their beautiful eyes. When Man Lijiang saw Marina walk into the arena, he was furious, his eyes shimmered with madness, and he smiled coldly and said ferociously, "Woman. That damn Jing Bahai insulted me like this. He let a woman fight me. Very well, when I tear you to pieces and throw you in front of him, I'm sure his expression will be very amusing." Marina pointed at Man Lijiang with the level 8 secret treasure ice blue sea halberd and said coldly, "You talk too much nonsense. Turn into charcoal. If you want to blame someone, blame your master for abandoning you." Killing intent flashed in Man Lijiang's eyes. Lightning runes flickered on his body. Lightning danced like silver snakes. Countless tears flickered. The lightning, which seemed to be able to destroy everything, condensed into a huge lightning spear with a powerful lightning law as the center. Boom! As if 10,000 claps of thunder erupted in the surrounding sea, a dazzling white lightning bolt that filled the space in the arena barreled towards Marina in the blink of an eye. Boundless lightning flashed and engulfed Marina in an instant. Amazing, this Man Lijiang is really an expert. The law of lightning is indeed one of the most powerful offensive laws. Even among us, this Man Lijiang is a top expert. To be able to recruit such an expert, the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince must be quite capable. To be able to recruit an expert of Man Lijiang's level, the Gold Dragon Turtle race's underlying strength is really deep. As expected of an ancient force with a 1 million years of inheritance. When the merfolk geniuses saw the terrifying lightning bolt, their hearts shook. Few of them can resist Man Lijiang's fearsome strike without the help of secret treasures. Trash. Go to hell. A dark blue halberd ray shot out from the endless lightning bolt and slashed apart the endless lightning bolt. Marina, who was wearing blue armor as thin as a cicada's wings, had a hairpin enchanted with all kinds of recovery spells, and a bracelet on her right hand connected to the ice blue sea halberd, exuding peak glorious sun realm power fluctuations, flew out of the endless lightning and headed in the direction of Man Lai River. The law of water surged, and Marina's figure blurred and appeared in front of Man Lijiang. The ice blue sea halberd turned into a blue ray and slashed at Man Lijiang. How is this possible? Man Lijiang's face fell. He didn't expect that someone could escape from his law of lightning attack. He crossed his hands and blocked above him, and countless lightning bolts interwove and formed a simple lightning shield. The ice blue sea halberd turned into a blue ray of lightning and slashed at the lightning shield. In an instant, it smashed the lightning shield, and then, unabated, slashed towards Man Lijiang's head. With a flash of blue light, Man Lijiang was split in two, and the soul attached to the demonic eel core was slashed by the ice blue sea halberd. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.